Hello, sound check. I'm not sure if you can hear me or see me, but in case, hello everyone. I'm not sure if you can see me and hear me, but in case if you do, we have 3 minutes left, so it's just, short and dice. Take your coffee, drinks, and everything, and get ready. In 3 minutes, we will start. And while you prepare, just let us know where you are in, what country you are now. Maybe what city, or maybe what room, or yeah, that's enough. Okay, thank you. 3 minutes left, and we'll get back.
Okay, I guess we're gonna start, right, Ed?
Yeah, I'm in. Let's do it.
Yeah, we are here. We are live, everyone. Hello.
Hey everyone, finally, I always say this phrase. We are here together about the Angular Global Summit 2021, 22, sorry, 2022 from Geekle.
Yeah,
And
this
this
is our
is,
second Angular
yeah,
event
yeah,
so
yeah,
far.
yeah. And this is live session, and we are happy to welcome you, ladies, gentlemen, everyone from everywhere, from all over the world. It's lots of interesting stuff here, and I would love to invite also Anna. She is our community manager, not on this event because Debbie, who is community manager of this event, she's not able to turn on her camera because, believe me, we're all fleet from our houses, like all of us, because we're Ukrainian. Company, we're Ukrainian team, and it disaster in our homeland. We have war of Russian invasion, and you can't even imagine what it means when you wake up under explosions. And I hope you will never know what it means, but that's what we experience. And thanks God we're safe today. All of our team are safe. and we can even still push this project forward and keep going these uh, live conferences and all this stuff. So um, thank you very much for joining. Nick is still in Ukraine. I'm in UK, and Anna, where are you? Where are you now, Anna? Hello.
India. India, Hyderabad.
Yeah, India, Hyderabad, and please keep us posted where you now, in what country where you're watching us from. Okay, people, this is the event. We've been working for six, I believe,
I guess maybe
six,
five, maybe 5 months.
maybe 5 months.
It took a
Yes,
long time.
and as far as Debbie is not here with us, but all I know is that we have Angular 13 is something to talk about, something new, maybe some
Yeah,
use
we'll be talking
cases.
about. We have several topics about Angular latest version, Angular 13, about workflow basics, new features. We'll be talking about RxJS, maybe some new stuff, even connected to CSS, and of course
That's
topics
fresh
on
stuff.
accessibility. Of course, every conference about web should have topic on accessibility. We have some
Of
new
course, of
stuff
course.
in that area. We'll talk a bit about security, of course. So yeah, we have good lineup for today. And so please, if you didn't see in the description of the YouTube live stream or in the menu on our platform on the left, there is a schedule. So please find it and take a look.
Yeah.
And yeah, we have nearly 30 speakers and more than
Wow.
30 topics planned because we have, so some of our speakers are presenting both today and tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
And this is a junior track, junior day, first day,
For today
available
is a
for
junior,
everyone.
yes.
Yes, and tomorrow we have a senior track accessible on our platform. So if you didn't get a ticket, also in the description of the YouTube live stream, you can find a ticket to the conference
Of
and
course.
join us tomorrow.
Yeah, so our almost 30 speakers are organized on 2 days, and today we're gonna have like 5 blocks,
Five
probably
blocks. Yes,
five
today we
blocks
have
and
five
five
blocks.
panel discussions.
Yes.
Yes, and tomorrow 4 blocks and 4 panel discussions. And Anna is our brilliant first moderator of first block. Yeah, I see you people right from Ukraine, from Zimbabwe, from everywhere. Spain, Sri Lanka, Portugal, Romania, Brazil, Belarus, Romania again, Hungary, South Africa. Oh my God, from everywhere. Bangladesh, Brazil again, Australia. Hey people, I can't even imagine what time is it out there. Congo, people, Philippines. So happy to see you guys from everywhere. Tunisia, even Turkey. Hi to everyone in Turkey, Budapest. People, like that's amazing. Yeah, we are in Ukraine, most of us in Ukraine, we're Ukrainian team, but world didn't stop, technology didn't stop. Thanks for that much support from all the around the world. You show us. Yeah. Today we said like yeah no 6,500 registered visitors we have on this event. We didn't mention that 6.5 thousand people. Wow! So that's quite great even. And thanks to every speaker who works with us, and thanks to community, program committee who help us to sorry about my emotions. It's not that easy now for us, and it's quite hard time. But thank you for every member of program committee who helps us, and sponsors. Usually, Paul tell us about sponsors, but hello, Paul.
Hi everyone.
Unfortunately, we don't have any sponsors this time. Unfortunately, I don't know how it happens. Usually companies support us, but what happened?
But actually, we have like everyone who bought ticket to our conference is our sponsor.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, and we kind of started working on this, but then So it took us a little bit longer to finalize the whole thing, but I believe we will have great people joining us next time. And but this time we want to say thank you to everyone who actually committed their time, and we consider our speakers also to be those who sponsor us by basically committing their time, but by
Absolutely.
basically sharing their knowledge and taking time from their work. And thank you to the companies. Thank you to companies who led their developers, who led their engineers to join us, and thank you for your support.
I just wanted to remind that we're in Geekle, we committed all revenue of March, like every single dollar we proceed, we donate to humanitarian mission. We founded in Romania a humanitarian mission, and we help Ukrainian refugees to find like some places, hotel rooms, and transportation and food and everything. So thank you very much to everyone who paid at least $1. It will all go to refugees directly. So I think like enough emotions, enough introductions, and I think we mentioned everyone who.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, like, thank very much for our program committee to helping us organize this, and just wanted to say a quick update. So one of our program committee members who was supposed to be a speaker today, Michel Rufio, he has pretty harsh conditions. I'm not going to describe his situation, but he won't be able to join with us today. So like thank you very much, Michelle, for helping us organize. But I hope we'll see him in the nearest future. And the same goes for Neil Kaufman. Like he got COVID, like I can say that, and his voice is not working properly. We really hope to see him later today. Let's see how his voice will be working after 3 blocks.
I believe all of us had COVID one day, so we understand his condition. Anyway, thanks to anyone.
We'll just let him code. We'll just let him do the live coding session. That's it. So.
Oh, really?
We'll see. That probably can work. We'll leave the stage to Anna. We'll leave the stage to Anna.
The stage is yours.
Thank you for this amazing invitation to the stage and to welcoming everyone. It's time to start our amazing first block with our first speaker today. I want to ask him to join stage. It's Fabian. I think Gosebrink. Yes. Hi, Fabian.
Hello, everyone.
How are you doing? Tell me.
I'm doing fine, thank you. How are you? Thanks for letting me be here today.
Oh, it's a pleasure to have you here. And also, I have to mention that Fabian is a technical lead and at offering solution software. So what I have to say, please start sharing your screen and stage will be fully yours and you can present your awesome topic.
I will share my screen. I will try it.
Yes.
So let's see if we can do this. Share screen, and I'll see
you. If
share it.
I can see
and
it.
There we can present it. And I will open my speaker view, and there we can start presenting. I think this should be fine.
Yes, it's perfect. So stage is yours, and please see you.
Thank you very much. Wow, so thanks for that nice introduction. 6,500 people. That's amazing. I'm really, really nervous, honestly, after hearing those numbers. But I'm very, very honored and proud to be here today and to open the whole day, which has amazing speakers. I've just seen the lineup, and the speakers are incredible, which are here. So I think it's a really, really great event, and I'm really honored to open it today. So today, let's talk about architectures with NgRx stores and effects. And I would like to start with the Angular developing things we have in mind. If we're starting an Angular application, you all know this, that we have several components which we are building our Angular application of. I mean, everybody who has written an Angular application knows this. So we have several components, and when we build our Angular application, and normally those components are getting their data from like everywhere. Mostly this is a REST endpoint, could be anything else, right? So our components are just displaying the data they get from the REST endpoint and asking for them, getting them back, and just displaying them, like even it's a user, or it's some orders the user has done or something like that, right? So that's a normal pattern we have in Angular applications, right? But if we have this pattern in our Angular application, we always have to tell the other component which lies aside that maybe it has to update its data, right? That it has to change, right? So maybe in this pattern, which we see here, our components have to tell the other component that something happened, right? So if component A gets some data and wants to tell component B that something happened, it has to tell the component B that something happened, right? So you're sending around like messages or sending around events even just to tell, hey, please component on the other side, please update what I just did. I just entered a person. I just added a new customer. Please, could you update your list? Something like that, right? And this can get quite cumbersome if you have like a big Angular application, right? And it could be that you find yourself something like this when you're driving around in your workspace, like, I don't know what happened there. There's an event coming and I don't know when it gets updated and stuff like that. So it can get really, really cumbersome if we follow that pattern directly. So what can we do to solve that issue? All right. And what we would like to do to solve that issue is having something we call a one-way data flow. So one-way data flow is just like the data flows just in one direction. So if a component has to add data to the backend, right, the data just flows to the backend, and afterwards it's just flowing back into our application, and then everything should be displayed as it should be displayed to the user, right? Like the latest state of the backend, right? So this is the one-way data flow we are trying to achieve when we're talking about Angular applications. So how can we achieve that, right? So if we are getting back to the pattern we've just seen, like every component is talking directly to the REST service, wouldn't it be nice if we could get kind of like an abstraction between our components and where we get the data from, while introducing another component, which could look something like this? I'll just erase the annotations here. All right, so we have a component in the middle, and the component in the middle is just there for where the data comes from, right? It just asks for the data at the REST backend and just provides the data to the other components, right? So this would be a nice pattern because we just made the components talking to the REST service, not 5 in this case, but just 1. And this makes it easier for us to see where the data comes from and what is being displayed in our application, right? And that component in the middle, we are talking about being stateful, right? So that component in the middle, if it takes care of where the data comes from, it is a stateful component, right? So that component in the middle is just taking care about where the data comes from, asking for that specific data and providing it to your application, meaning to the components displaying that data. So how does that look in code? Right? So if we take a look at a component, you can see that here, mostly in stateful components, you see in the constructor that we have a service dependency, right? So a stateful component has a service dependency to get that data. And then maybe in the ng init, it asks for that data. It calls service get data, subscribing to it. And then it just sets these items to equal data. And it asks for like another kind of data, in this case, the done items, if we're talking about a to-do application, and sets the response to the done items, right? So this component takes care where the data comes from. It also has some other methods on it, like adding a to-do or marking a to-do as done. So this is a typical stateful component. In the template then, it is just the parent for the other components, right? In this case, we have an app to do form, right? Which just displays a form. And then when the form has something to tell, it tells us, hey, please add a to do, right? So this is component communication right here. And we have a to-do list where we just display some items. We're passing the items down. We're passing the done items down. And if the list wants to mark a to-do as done, it just can throw an event, and then we can mark the complete to-do item as done. So basically, this is a stateful component, is how we call it. So what are the other components then if the component is stateful, right? Well, you guess it, it's stateless components or dump components. We also call them dump components, smart and dump components. So if we're talking about stateless component, what is so special about them? These are the components not taking care of where the data comes from, but how they are displayed, right? So we have an abstraction here that these components do not know from which endpoint or from which data source, could be a WebSocket, could be GraphQL, could be a REST backend, whatever it is, where the data comes from. And they're just displaying the data they're getting passed over input properties, over input decorated properties, to be more precise. So what we have here is like a to-do list component, just as an example. So we have two input fields here where we can pass the items and the done items down, and then the template can access those properties and just can like ng4 over it and display all the to-do items or the done items. If the component has something to say, we have an output decorator marking it as done, which is a new event emitter. And then this thing can be emitted, just telling the outside world, hey, something happened. But the component itself is not taking care of what happens when we call that event mark as done. This is what the stateful component does then, right? So here we have that complete stateless component. It doesn't take care of anything else than what it gets over the input properties and just deals with that, right? And this pattern you have in your application not only one time, but multiple times, right? So you won't have one component, one stateful component in your application with like 4 or I don't know, 10 stateless components. You have that pattern multiple times. And even without noticing, we're already talking about state here, about application state here, right? Because wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice we would have kind of like a single source of truth where all these stateful components could reach out to and then see what their basically state is and then provide it to the other components, right? So this would be nice. This would give us kind of like an abstraction to a complete application, and not only on this pattern, but on the complete application, what the state of our application is. And there we are talking about application state. And with this, I would like to welcome you to my talk, Angular Architectures with NgRx Stores and Effects. This is exactly the topic we would like to talk about in the next 20 minutes, right? And we have seen that the component, which is a stateful component now on the left-hand side, is not talking to the service directly now to get the data from the REST service, but instead it should talk to something like a state to get the data from like a REST service or something like that. So it doesn't talk to services, which then consume the REST service. It's only talking to something like, which is a state. And from that state, it gets its data, and then it just provides it to the other components, right? So it's just an additional layer of abstraction, and it makes it easier for the components to handle their input, right? For the stateful components to handle their input and their outputs in the end. If you're now starting with NgRx state and all the actions and all the things we will take a look at in the next 20 minutes, you will stumble upon the word store immediately if you're Googling it and if you read something about it. And what I would like to do now is to get a little bit like demystifying the store versus the state. I just want to shed a light on that, right? So the store basically is nothing else than the glue which keeps everything together, right? We can talk to the state over the store, right? We can get from data from the state from the store over the store, right? So the store is like the connection between all of those parts NgRx is made of, right? This is very important. The state itself, right? I'm just forecasting a bit because I have that on one of the next slides. The state itself is just holding the data. It's just an object which tells us what the current state of our application is. So that's the difference. Here we can see how a content component, which is a stateful component in this case, has a dependency on the store. So we're importing the store from @NgRx store, and then we can inject it just as a simple service. And this makes this content component able to consume data from the store, right? So we're not injecting the state. State is just that object we get our data from. The store is like the glue where we can communicate with all those different pieces NgRx is made of, right? So we have a component, and a component is relying on that particular store. So it needs that store to communicate with the outside world. So if we have that, let's talk about the next thing. Let's talk about the state. So what is the state? I just mentioned it, but the state of our application and the state which is built in NgRx displaying our complete application state is just a simple JavaScript object. It's just an anonymous object. It has properties on it, and those properties have values, and this values is displaying the state of our application. It's just that, right? So this simple object is representing the whole state of application. It's just the source of truth our stateful components rely to get that data and pass it down to the stateless components and displaying what is written into that particular object here, the state of our application. And for example, we can have like a to-do state, right? A to-do state, which we can just do as an interface. So we say export interface to-do state. And this state on it has some items, which could be like a to-do array. It could be your customers array, it could be your orders array, or whatever it is. Then we have like the selected item when you go to like a detail page or something. And we have like a loading property just to display the user, hey, something is loading. I'm not ready yet. I can't display like the table of users or the list of the to-do items in that case, right? So that is really, really important, right? So we know now that the component gets injected the store and gets the data from the state, right? So the state holds the data ready for the components, and the component can then select the data from the state. So how does it do that, right? So here we have the content component with a little bit more data, right? So here we have this store. So we're accessing the store and saying the store, hey, please select from the state the property items. So please give me that items from the state. And we're passing it to the items dollar, which is an observable of to-do array, which we see on line 6. We'll just highlight it in one of the next steps. And also the loading property. I just want to have, is the application currently loading or not? So please store, select me from that state, the loading property. So give me what's inside of that loading. So this is what I mean. The store is giving us access to the state, and the state is just holding the data. And here you can see that we have items and loading as observable of the to-do array and the observable of the Boolean. What we also can see here is that we are completely reactive. Right? We don't have any subscribes in here. Subscribe is ending the stream, so we won't subscribe in any kind of way here. So it's all reactive. Something changes, we get notified immediately. So how can we manipulate the state, and how can we trigger something, like get some data on the state? And this is what we do with actions. This is what actions are for. You can think of actions as just like letters you send around, and they can have something in it, right? You can pass parameters with it, right? Actions can be created with the create action, which you can import from NgRx store. So, for example, we can do an action which is called load all to-dos, and then we're creating the action with a unique identifier. This identifier has to be unique, right? We can also pass data with it. So we can pass the identifier and then the properties. In this case, it's a payload, and we have a to-do array here, right? So with these actions, we can pass around the component, or something else can say, I want to manipulate the state. I want to do something, right? Inside of our component, we can now, again, over the store, because the store is the glue for everything, we can import those actions, which are imported star as to do actions here, and we can dispatch something to the store, telling the store, hey, I would like to do something. Dear store, please do what you need to do, right? But please dispatch, I want to dispatch an action which is called load all to-dos. Right? And this load all to-dos action then gets executed in some kind of way. We'll take a look at that. So with this action, we're trying to manipulate the state, right? And as we are subscribed on the state here, we will also get the latest data immediately because it's all reactive. And what is manipulating the state? And therefore, we have the next part from NgRx, which is the reducer. And the reducer is just a simple method. It's a pure function. So we pass in the old state, you pass in an action. This one you just dispatched, and you get back a new state. So if you pass in an old state and you pass in the same action, you will always get the same result. right? So if you pass in state 1, you dispatch an action, or you pass in the action 1, you will always get the same result. And this makes it really, really good testable, right? So we can test it really, really good. Here you can see a reducer. So we're telling, okay, I want to create a reducer, and dear reducer, if somehow in that whole circle an action flies around which says load all to-dos, then please manipulate the state and return the new state with the loading set to true, right? And therefore, if we have that, now we have all the parts we need to know if we're talking about NgRx, right? So we have this circle, and the good thing is that this circle always stays the same. It's always the same pattern if we are working with NgRx, and that makes it really, really easy, debuggable, and easy testable. So first of all, we have the state. State is just an object, and my component just consumes that object and displays the data which are on that state. If a component wants to alter the state or to manipulate the state, it dispatches actions which are getting called by the reducer, and the reducer then produces another state, which the component then relies on, and so on and so forth. I think you got the idea, right? So this is basically the whole secret behind NgRx. If you understood that, you have understood NgRx completely. And the good thing is that when you want to debug some displayed information, when they are wrong on your components, you can always follow the pattern. Is that action dispatched? Yes, it is. Where is it being catched? It's catched there. Is the correct data on the state? No, it isn't. Okay, there's the bug. So bugs are really, really easy to find. But we just talked about that circle and how things are working synchronous. We're talking just about synchronous actions, you know. But when we're talking about the REST service, I talked about in the beginning, or GraphQL or WebSockets or whatever you want to get your data from, there is async things involved, aren't they? So we have to distinguish between synchronous and asynchronous things which are going on inside our application. So we need another thing which handles our asynchronous problems or asynchronous things in a synchronous manner, right? Which makes it easy for us to handle those things and marry them with the structure we have just seen, with the circle we have just seen, right? And this is where effects come into play, which is the last big part of what NgRx is made of. So we have that effects, and that effects is just a simple class, and we can make that effect also listen to actions. So when a specific action is applied, I want this and that to happen, which is also completely reactive. So if an action is applied, which is called load all to-dos, my reducer is setting loading to true. We have just seen that. But also my effects are listening to that, saying, okay, if that action comes, that load all to-dos, I want to ask my to-do service to get all items. And if I got all items, I want to return another action, which is called load all to-dos finished. And as a parameter, I'm passing the result, the payload in this case, right? So we're just sending messages around, and those messages can have content. So you can see we're just throwing another action when the call is finished, two to-do actions, load all to-dos finished, and then we're just passing back the data we just got from our backend or WebSockets or GraphQL or whatever wherever we get our data from. In a reducer, then, we also listen to that action again, right? And saying, hey, if that action load all to-dos finish comes around, please return my state, set the loading to false again, because obviously I'm finished loading this, and the items are just the payload I received from my action, right? So this is how we can update the state also with asynchronous actions. So in addition to that reducer, which listens to actions, we also have the effects now, which listens to actions too. So those two are listening to the actions and also applying actions when something comes around. So the effects are applying actions and the reducer is just manipulating the state, right? But each part of it has its different meaning and its different purpose. And so again, it's very, very easy to find bugs. It's very, very easy to see where the things are happening. This is just a separation of concerns at a very, very basic level. So you really, really do a separation of concerns here because every part of it has its own purpose, right? It's just doing one thing, and it's doing that good, and you can test it very, very well. So how does that look inside of your application? So it could be something like this. What I'm liking to do is I'm having like a store folder, and inside of that store folder, there's a store again as like the overall bin where everything happens. I'm just providing actions, effects, reducers, and the selectors, and we'll get to selectors later, right? But if we now go to the content component, right, we can see that we're injecting the store, right? We are getting the data from the store. We're dispatching the load all to-dos. And if I want to add a to-do, I'm dispatching an action saying, hey, I want to add a to-do, and then my effects and my reducers reacting to it. And then if I want to mark something as done, I'm just sending out an action, and my content component, right, it's just sending out that action, which makes the code very, very, very clean. And I'm not involved in any kind of services, and I don't need to do a subscribe here. So I'm just sending out that particular actions, which makes it easy for me to debug that whole thing, right? Because it's always like the same circle, and the code is very, very small and very, very clean. The service dependency is only in the effects then, right? Where I just consume the service, send to do service, just send out a message or add a new to do. Which also means that I can do that I can use the async pipe here. So it's handling the subscriptions for me automatically, which is very nice because I'm completely reactive. If I want to add this store to my application, right? The first thing I need to do is I need to import the store module, and then I have to do an import of the store module.forRoot. So we're just configuring that object with an empty object or with the state you want to add inside at the root level of your application. So this is what you have to do, and then NgRx knows about the store and the state. Again, the state here at this case is just an empty object. If you're having a module and you want to add something to the state, right? You want to build your state because state is part of your architecture, then you have to do store module for feature. You can pass it in the root state, but what I like to do is also having the for feature. And with the for feature, I can add like a new property on it, which is called to do. And the value of that to do property is coming out of the to do reducer. So what this does is it's adding a new property on my state, which is called to do, right? And a value of that property is what comes out of the to do reducer. And we know that out of the to do reducer comes a new state, right? So this is how I can shape the architecture of my application also at the state level, which you should do, right? You have like your features, which you are lazy loading, and then your state should grow with that features. And your state architecture should also display like your complete application architecture. So this is what I like to do just to keep my state clean. And this is how your state is being built up. You don't have to do everything flat inside of your state, inside of that state object, right? So if we're now talking about, just get next slide. Yes. If we're now talking about how we get the data from the state, you always have to go the full way with the properties. You know, if your state grows, if that object grows, you always have to travel through those property 1, property 2, property 3, and so on and so forth, depending on how deep you nest your state, right? So maybe if we want to get the items, we have to do getting the whole state. And from that state, I'm getting to the to-do feature. And from that to-do feature, I want to have the items. Right? And maybe I don't want to have all of the items. I just want to have the items which are not done. So what I can do is, please get me all items, and I just want to filter them if they're not done. And the other way around, maybe you just want the done items, and then you can say, please give me that items again and filter them when they are done. Just give me those which are done. And those logic also looks, or this syntax also looks very cumbersome. It's very, very much code noise inside of components, and we want to keep our stateful components clean, right? So what we can do, we can just abstract this logic into selectors. And the selectors are one of the coolest features, and my favorite feature, which I want to present at the end now. So selectors are really, really worth giving a try. So what we can do is we can do a new file, and we can do different selectors for traversing down the state and give me back what I exactly need for my components. We can also do logic in it, which we do here. So first of all, I'm saying, please give me that to-do state, which just says, give me that whole state object, and from that state object, I want the first level feature, which is the to-do property. And if I have that, I'm creating a selector which is based on that to-do state. So now please give me that to-do state. I'm getting back the to-do state. And from that state, I want the items, and now filter it to the items which are not done, right? And this selector is called get all undone items, which is very clean. It's just a method where abstract logic behind, right? Or get all done items. Same thing, I can combine those selectors and just do state items filter, and please give me only the done items. So you don't have to add a property for every kind of information you want directly to the state, right? You can also like calculate them with those selectors. And this makes it very easy for you to abstract what you want to have from that component. You can give it a name, a clean name that you know what is coming back, right? And you don't have to do everything on the state because the state would get really, really big. We can also get like first level properties, just get a selected item. And so we're getting the to-do state, and then we're getting the selected item in this case, right? So you don't have to do much calculation behind it, but you can, which makes it very, very easy for you to keep your components clean. If we now go back to the component, and this is what's left over. So we have an items, done items. In the constructor, we are injecting the store because that's the glue. And from the store, we're just selecting get all undone items, and everything behind it is just filtered and everything puts on its place. And then we're getting back the items we want to have. Or we are going for the done items in this case, just using a selector, because that's just functions which we can pass into the select, which is coming from NgRx as well. And to make that all going, of course, we have to dispatch the action which is called load all to-do stand. And this makes our component really, really, really clean. You just want to switch back to the component without NgRx, which is kind of like this. So we have a service, we're getting the data, we're subscribing maybe even, and then we're just saying this items equals data. I think everybody has seen something like that, right? And I hope that with this presentation, I could give you small steps and I could give you an insight of how Angular architectures can be shaped with NgRx stores and effects. And I hope in the end, there's only one question left, naming who's that guy speaking here. So my name is Fabian Gosebrink. I'm a Pluralsight author. I'm a Microsoft MVP and a Google developer expert. I'm available over Twitter and over my blog. And yeah, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out at any time. And in the end, I just want to say thank you for your time. Have a great conference day and take care. Thank you very much.
Hi, Fabian again. Thank you so much for this awesome talk. It was so good for the beginning. I just want to remind also everybody, please ask your question now, and we will have Q&A like after 3 speeches, and Fabian will join this Q&A as well. So you can get all your answers there. So thank you again for your time, for your speech, and see you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. So our next speaker is Maxim Salnikov. He is a developer engagement lead at Microsoft. His topic and his speech is pre-recorded, but he will join us soon also for Q&A. He will talk about sending the Angular app into deep offline with Workbox. So enjoy and see you soon.
Hello, dear developers. Let's talk today about how to build your offline-ready progressive Angular application. We'll go through practical steps on how to achieve this. And by the way, the method I'll tell you about today is applicable to any other framework. You can use it with Angular, React, Vue, Svelte, any other framework, or your very own custom framework, or without framework at all. My name is Maxim Salnikov. I lead developer relations in Microsoft Norway, and you might know me as an organizer of NG Vikings conference. I also run multiple other initiatives to gather Angular developers all together. My Twitter handle is Webmax are you, so feel free to follow me. I post mainly about progressive web applications, about Angular, about cloud, about all cool things in web development. And by the way, I found out that I personally use Angular JS for around 10 years since version 1.1.4. First, let's define what makes the application offline friendly or offline ready. And by the way, let's actually set the stage. This session is not about progressive web apps themselves, so I assume that you have at least some basic understanding, some basic knowledge about this topic. And also, it's not a session about how to build your own service worker. No, it's about how to make your Angular application progressive and offline ready as a part of this enhancement. So back to offline readiness. What do we include in this meaning? First, application itself. Once it's fetched from the servers to local user device, it should be always available, both online and of course online. This is our primary focus. And even if we are online, we still can leverage power of something that we saved locally on user's device to show something immediately without even going to the network. Then I believe 99.9% of the web applications, and by the way, in this session we focus specifically on front-end part of the application, the front-end part that is running in the browser of our dear users' devices. So these pieces of the web applications, they definitely reach out to some APIs. It could be first-party APIs or some external ones, so APIs, CDNs, all various sources of data and resources our application that consuming run time. So why not to carefully preserve this data that we once fetched, once downloaded, for later smart reusage. And if we talk about offline experience, there are many types of web front-end applications that can perfectly well work without need to be online. For example, if you talk about text editor or graphic editor, yeah, you do your stuff. Our dear users perform their tasks using your application while they are offline. They edit text or images or do some other tasks, and maybe then they want to send the results to the cloud, to the servers. Maybe they want to just serve everything locally. The point here is all actions they do while offline, for example, for analytics, and of course all data they create while they're offline should be carefully preserved and sent to our servers automatically if this is part of business process of our application, without any need for any extra interaction from the user side. So while they were offline, they hit send or submit or post, and they will receive a message like your data will be sent to the servers right after connection was restored. And it might happen, for example, when the users close the application or even visible part of the browser. Modern web APIs allow us to do like that. And talking in general about connection failures, first my strong recommendation and my advice, let's think about being connected, about being online as a privilege, as a, let's say, non-regular state of our application. And this kind of thinking will make all other, let's say, mitigations of connection failures way simpler. So if we kind of architect this resilience from the very beginning, from the like architectural steps of building of our application, and again, modern set of web APIs allow us to mitigate these consequences of jumping offline online, or having what we call Li-Fi, when we are kind of connected but in reality not. yeah, the point here is to make user experience as good, as smooth as possible. And another topic is updates and modern web APIs. Let us update application itself and the data it consumes in the background when tab with application is not open, and again visible part of the browser is not open. Of course, here it's super important to find good balance between what we offer to the user, like always fresh application, and what we require in return. Of course, it's about consuming some network resources, consuming some processor time, some memory, right? So, but I believe current state of APIs work very good with finding this proper balance. And our application is not running in vacuum. It runs on operating system that runs on particular device, particular hardware platform, and we want to use all these features, both software features and hardware features, to the maximum. Of course, like we all want to use platform features because they also contain very interesting APIs related directly to offline readiness, offline friendliness. And after all, we talk about web. We want to keep its nature, its openness, its discoverability, its linkability, and all other features that are not available on other application platforms. Good. I think we have a strong plan for next few minutes. Let's start with practical steps, and let's go through some of the points you see on your screens now. We start from precaching application itself, or precaching application shell in context of progressive web applications. What will be required from our side? First, of course, we have to understand what actually constructs our application. If we talk about Angular app, I believe in many cases this is pretty much everything or almost everything that's in this/project name folder, right? This is where we output the build version of our application. So let's assume that this index HTML, main JavaScript bundle, main CSS bundle, maybe a few image, maybe a few icons that are like very explicit part of the UI is what we want to store somewhere on the user device for later reusage. Okay, we defined this set. Now, on the very first fetch of these resources from our servers, our goal is to create a service worker that carefully takes these resources one by one and put them into cache storage. And then, our task is relatively simple, right? If we talk about just one point on this list, it's to serve everything from this cache, both from in online mode and, of course, offline mode, where we have all the benefits of this approach. And at the same time, we want to manage versions. Like you see on the screen, maybe we even want to ask user if they want to reload current page to see the latest version. Well, it's well-known compromise of app shell architecture of progressive web applications. When we serve application itself immediately from local cache that was on user device after very first fetch, and at the same time, if we implemented this check in service worker, we can go and compare. Let's say this index HTML, is it the same on the server that is in cache? And if it's not the same, that means that newer version was deployed. And here we have a choice, or our dear users have a choice. Do they want to reload the page and see the latest version, or they are fine with what they see now? But it's a bit more advanced technique, of course. I believe in many cases it's just a completely silent and background process. That means that on like very next navigation request or next reload, people will just see new version and no any asks needed. That might be quite confusing sometimes. Well, back to practicalities. all the three last points, of course, are driven by our service worker, which is, after all, JavaScript file in a very special architecture. It's all event driven, so all the payload, all the workload we have there is reaction on this or that event, and of course that follows all service worker API specifications and standards. And here and after, when I say cache, I mean a very particular storage that is available in all evergreen browsers that's called cache storage, and the cache API is for using this. Okay, so what kind of options do we have for Angular? And you remember I mentioned that we are not going to create service worker manually because, well, it's super interesting task first, and my best recommendations for you to learn more about service worker API and just check couple of articles about how to create your manual service worker. But if you want to deploy something to production, it will take, let's say, a few more hours, if not days, of understanding, testing, debugging, everything. Yeah, because it's service worker API is not the simplest one, not the, let's say, smallest one. And we need some help if we want to deploy offline ready version of our Angular application, let's say tonight. So what options do we have? First, we have Angular Service Worker, and maybe this is the simplest option to start with. It's just, in many cases, it's literally one command in Angular CLI applying Angular PWA schematics. Super simple to start, but completely unflexible, completely unextendable, not our way for today. Our way for today is using library called Workbox. And as I mentioned, 99% of techniques I introduce today, except maybe, I don't know, particular architecture of Angular application, is applicable to any other front-end web application, any other framework. Workbox is a super popular library, and around 1/3 of all service worker you find in the wild are driven by this amazing library. It's amazing because, yeah, it's just a few of the benefits, few of advantages it has, and yeah, my topmost one is perfect abstraction level. There is no one method that makes your application offline ready, and at the same time, it helps you to automate all the crucial tasks, all important tasks, and let's say all tasks that requires lots of code, lots of debugging, lots of testing from us to get something ready for production. And of course, it's open source, it's under active maintenance, and yeah, basically it's heavily supported by developer community and managed and maintained by folks from Google's Web DevRel team. Good, let's start practical steps. We have only a few minutes left of this session. To set up Workbox, there are 4 steps needed. First, to create source service worker file. And I emphasize that it's source service worker file, 2 points in this statement. First, that means that this file is not ready yet for deployment. We have to process it, and we'll do that on steps 2 and 3. And second, this is our very own service worker. So we own all code there, and we ask Workbox to automate some tasks for us. At the same time, we can write our own listeners, our own handlers, our own code, our own everything. So we fully we have full control over what we have in our service worker. And points number 2 and 3, let's say enriching this source service worker by the information about our application, about the assets we want to pre-cache, and bundling and compressing. We definitely want to have this on very on every build of our application, because yeah, new build, new set of resources, new assets, new resources to pre-cache. And yeah, here we talk about the very first point from this offline friendliness list, about application shell, about making our application itself always offline ready. And of course, to connect this service worker and our application, or in more correct technical terms, service worker and the origin where we deploy everything, we need to register the service worker in our application. Ready? Let's go. First, we have to install at least some pieces of Workbox, and actually it's enough to install one module called Workbox build, because under the hood it will put into node modules folder pretty much everything you might need from Workbox. So it will stay in this node modules folder, and of course we handpick exactly what's needed for our service worker, which might look something like this. Again, here we focus only on offline readiness of application itself, and like in all modern JavaScript files, it all starts with few imports. And I emphasize this because thanks to modular structure of Workbox, we literally can handpick exact modules and exact methods of these modules we want to use in our app. And the core function or method to make our application offline ready plus manage all the versions is this one: pre-cache and route. It takes one required parameter. There are a few more that are optional, and this is actually where we have to inject real list of files, assets, resources, you name it, that construct our application. Just to give some context to Workbox, hey, what to pre-cache, what to put into the cache storage on the very first load of our application on the particular user device. And these lines are about making service worker ready to support single page application navigation. When someone types not just our super website.com, but also some /company /catalog/contact whatever. So it will just redirect everything to index.html, like every SPA ready web server does, but it's here on the service worker level. So with these three lines, we are fully covered here. Okay, let's focus on this part. How exactly do we inject this list of assets? Well, Workbox build module is here to help. We'll use a method called inject manifest, and this file called Workbox inject, of course it's just a name I prefer. You can create your own file name. This is JavaScript code that we want to run on every application build. So it's something for build time, not runtime. Back to the code you see on the screen. Module in Workbox build, method inject manifest, some configuration, and of course two crucial points is source service worker that we had on previous slide, and destination service worker, the one that is almost ready to be deployed. I'll explain why almost. Plus on the next slide you will see some more config options from this Workbox config object that might be relevant for your Angular applications, and calling this method we'll see what will happen. But back to configuration. For Angular app, this might look something like this. First, we define directory where do we want to work with, and in case of Angular app, this is dist/your project name. Then we define assets of our application, like what we have in this dist folder and what we want to be pre-cached. And of course, in real world Angular builds, the names of the files could be non-static, right? So we know that by default Angular adds some cache busting part to the file name. So here glob syntax is for help to define exact list of files we want to pre-cache. And I give you 100%, you will define these patterns even for very complex applications. So patterns, then you might want to add some exclusions via glob ignores property. Yeah, you'll definitely find your perfect setting here. Then to simplify Workbox work on checking resources, checking on managing versions, let's say like this, we can say that for particular files, we don't even need to calculate hash sum to inject it into this pre-cache en route, because Angular does it for us by adding this cache busting part to the file name. And also maybe it's relevant for mainly for debug builds. Also good idea to increase limit on what to cache. So after we run this Workbox inject file, we will see following swjs. You remember it's set as dest in configuration. Exactly like source file with one exception. So now in pre-cache and route we have array that lists all resources we want to pre-cache on the very first load of our application plus their hash sums. Now Workbox knows everything about our application, about what to pre-cache. Last step left in this like build flow, which is basically bundling and compressing like we do for all other JavaScript files in our project. Let's apply same technique for service worker, because why not? It's after all part of our application. Here for Angular, maybe I would recommend to install Rollup and a few plugins. So you see on the screen 3 of them. That might be a good starting point. Just not to eject your Webpack configuration. Yeah, I think using Rollup is the best case scenario for Angular apps. And some simple configuration of these plugins, literally just a couple of lines. Resolve, it builds proper paths to your files. Replace, here we choose which mode to use for Workbox, either production or development. And in development mode, you will see lots of lines in your console log. Workbox will explain you what exactly it does, like what was fetched, what was served. Very convenient for debugging. After you are ready, you just switch to production. And Cursor to minify everything, to optimize everything. And now we'll see something like this in swjs folder. Like you see on the bottom part of the screen of the slide, minified, completely unreadable by humans, but perfect for machines, perfect for browsers, like minified JavaScript code. And maybe it's a good idea to gather everything together and as part of scripts in your package.json file. I call this one build PWA, and it starts with production build of Angular application itself. Then it injects information about application to the service worker, and bundling and minifying the service worker, and that pretty much it. We are ready for deploying to production. Almost ready, because the last step is to register service worker in your application. I recommend you to do this in your topmost component. So in my case, it's the one called app shell. And also here you can use another module from Workbox called Workbox window that contains some syntax sugar for the registration of service worker called method called register. And what's more important, it contains all proper hooks for us developers to provide, for example, this prompt about application update if you wish to implement this user experience feature. Okay, now we are completely ready with application shell. So it will, that means your application will work both online and offline. What about runtime caching? What about the data we consume from our APIs and CDNs? Workbox can also help with this task. And it's all about runtime caching. Starts, like always, with a few imports of methods from my corresponding Workbox modules. And here it's super interesting, super simplified concept about caching in general, it's declarative one. So we provide a pattern of URL, and it's very important here to have pattern, because in many cases we don't know which exactly API endpoints our users will trigger, and for example, I don't know, it could be a list of the products, it could be information about product, like particular product with ID of the product in the URL. So having a way to provide pattern is crucial here. And now you see, for example, I use regexp to specify this pattern. And as a second parameter, we specify caching strategy. So you see, for avatars, I decided to go for cache first, very conservative strategy, and it works the best here. For other pieces of what we consume runtime, of course, strategies could be very different. Like you see now on the screen, for the list of posts or news, if we talk about news application, it could be network first, because I believe it's quite dynamic, and we always trigger, we always try our luck with network, and if network is not available, we can fall back to what we have in cache if we have something. And more sophisticated strategy called stale while revalidate, for particular page of the news, or a particular page of the blog post. It's like combination, best of the best, from cache first and network first. And Workbox contains 5 strategies out of the box. I believe this will cover 99.9 needs of your application, and you can fine-tune these strategies by plugins. And of course, you can create your own strategy and your own plugin. And by the way, Workbox is very friendly, very developer friendly in that sense. So it contains, again, all proper hooks, all proper methods for us developers to extend it, to create our own strategies, plugins, and modules. If we go one abstraction level up, we can use what's called Workbox recipes, like ready to go recipes for performing a particular caching. For example, one line for proper caching of all Google fonts, or one line for proper caching of all images our application consume. Yeah, in many cases, recipes are very interesting way to extend our service worker. Talking about extension of our service worker, as I mentioned, you have full control over this. So if we talk about some events that are not available yet, at least in optimization as part of Workbox, we can just add them manually, like you see on my example for periodic sync, or we can use existing plugins for Workbox to build some extra functionality. And as I mentioned earlier, you are always welcome to build your own either plugin or strategy or whole module of Workbox. In that case, please do not forget to share this with developer community. So let's sum up. Workbox is framework agnostic. I introduced this on an example of Angular, but it's all applicable to all other frameworks. Rich functionality out of the box, super flexible configuration, while you still maintain your own service worker, and yeah, ready for all modern development workflow. Set up, configure, code, and get what you want. You'll find all sample code and its extended sample code and with all the details on that URL. And on that, thank you very much.
Yes, it was amazing topic from Maxim, and yes, you still can ask your question and comments, and for sure I'll ask them very, very soon. And it's time to welcome our next speaker. So, and I see he's ready. Sani, welcome to the stage. How are you doing?
I'm fine, Anna. Good morning.
Good morning. Let's be good morning. I'm just a ninja. For me, it's not morning, but yeah, I'm really happy to see you. So stage is yours, and I know that you will do introduction by yourself. Please share your screen, and I will be able to show it for others also.
Super stuff. Let's go here. I'm just gonna select that particular tab, and we're good to go.
Yeah, I can see this, so I'm adding it, and stage is completely yours. See you very soon.
Alrighty. Let me just make this full screen. Okay. There we go. So, good morning, everyone. It's great to see the Angular Global Summit family again. Thanks for having me one more time. And it's very early, so sorry, my brain's a little bit freezy, even though I've been up for a long time, ish. So today we're going to be talking about differential loading. And before we begin, I will give you a little bit of a background about who I am. And so, guten Tag, good morning, bienvenue, bonjour, wherever you are in the world. My name is Sani Yusuf, and as you can see, I am the Lion Whisperer. So I have a house where I have a bunch of lions, like Simba, Nala, all of them. Lord, they're my friends, and we whisper. No, don't pay attention. I'm just saying a bunch of rubbish here. This is just a photo I took at a safari in Africa. So I founded a company called Hybrid, which is a consultancy that I run in the UK, and I used to do cool things, build a lot of amazing products. One of which is Advocate, a DevRel product. And as recent as 2022, I was recently awarded to become a Microsoft MVP. So grateful. I think I'm one of the few Nigerians that's actually won the Google Developer Expert and MVP program. This is my narcissistic side, so I'm allowed to have this moment for myself. Come on, guys, bear with me. I'm also an author and a trainer in all things Angular and Ionic. And the one thing about me is that I am a huge fan of Avatar movie. You're not gonna believe this, but coincidence-wise, I was just watching a breakdown of Avatar 2, which is not even out yet, right before this talk. That was what I was doing in the backstage. So I'm a huge fan of the movie. I pre-ordered a book about it like 7 months ago, and it just arrived. So if you haven't watched Avatar, please go and get a life. Go and make sure that your life experience is complete, because it's not if you haven't. And I'm very like, it's easy to find me online. Sani Yusuf everywhere, Twitter, pretty active, Medium, LinkedIn. Be very careful. Take what I do with a grain of salt. You might like it, you might hate it, but it is me, and it is not going to change. All right, let's get the tell me about yourself part and actually get to the talk here. So let's go and talk about Angular. There's an interesting thing about Angular. Angular is an amazing framework, and Angular is a framework or a platform that has done so much wonders to the web development ecosystem. Me personally, Angular has been a part of my life. I've been part of the community from the very first day when I learned Angular in 60-ish minutes by the great Dan Wale, who now works for Microsoft, by the way. And now, so I've been in the Angular ecosystem from day one. We've been through the good, the bad, and the ugly. When Google decided to upgrade to make Angular the new version of Angular without asking anybody, thinking they were saving us, and then we made them trend on Twitter for 3 days, reminding them that actually they made a terrible decision. They should have consulted us. But now we're all good. So this is an amazing framework. It's enabled us to build fully fledged web applications. One of the things I like about Angular is the fact that you can build a web application easily without like adding too many building blocks, everything you need, right? Angular is like you're trying to build a house, and there's this person that is your architect, your surveyor, your bricklayer, your window cleaner, everything, whenever you need to do something, you just ask that same person, hey, do it, and they get it done, versus having one person doing all of that. That's the reason why I like Angular as a platform. And so let's look at some of the mature features of the Angular, like I say. One of the things about Angular is you have a mature suite of tools, right? like you have all those tools that we talk about in terms of like you have things like the CLI that is really, really, really amazing, right? And you also have frequent releases. You know, Angular, people seem to think Angular is dead, and it's only people that don't write Angular that seem to have this opinion in social media, because every other person, no disrespect to React, thinks everything else is built to React, not knowing that actually enterprise users really, really, really use Angular a lot. And, you know, now Angular is probably, you know, I say now almost 5 years old. I'm talking about the stable version, but it's probably more than that now. You have great long-term support, you know. So then we talk about like enterprise support, which is why I actually got into Angular myself personally. You know, you have that really good TypeScript support. I remember when Angular first came out, and a lot of people they were not fans of TypeScript. I was hesitant, but then because I've written C# in the past, it was very easy for me to like adopt adopt TypeScript. So, and if you don't know, the person that wrote C# is the person that actually, I believe, also created TypeScript. So there was some synergy there. So for a lot of backend developers or .NET developers or Java developers, it was very easy to kind of adopt TypeScript, right? And now you have the great people on Narwhal with an X. You know, so think of the people on Narwhal as Angular developers that found like a magic crystal ball that makes them do Angular things on steroids. That's basically what an X is. An X is just basically everything Angular on steroids, and it's really, really amazing. And strong CLI integration, just like I talked about. The CLI is the most beautiful thing about Angular. You know, originally inspired by the I believe the Ember CLI project, but really, really amazing, because what it allows you to do is the CLI is this big thing that has all the abstractions, all the things you need, so that the application that comes out of the CLI is as slim as possible, right? So you might be downloading this great big thing for you on your computer, but what it ensures is it optimizes what comes out at the end. It's like a factory. And last but not the least, Angular is open source. That's the most important thing. You and I can go and take a copy of it and do whatever the hell we want to do with it. Well, they may not let you just make any change, but you know, we can just make a copy of it. It's open source. So let me just tell you some of my favorite features before we get to the features of today. For me, I like the environmental configuration. So I'm a person that works around what's it called? A lot of enterprise applications. So I have like a big monorepo. I have to test some things on staging, on development, and sometimes I have more than these two traditional environments. When you create an Angular application, development and production is created for you, but most times we need different. So like, for example, staging is very important for us because I work in healthcare. We literally have to do the same things we do in production, right? In staging. But we also need to do what we do in development in another like format. So it's kind of complicated. And so you have a default environment and then a production. And then you can simply just go create another file and just name it environment dot whatever you want to name it. So staging dot donkey dot Hakuna Matata, whatever you want to create, name it. And then all you're doing is you're importing the environmental file all the time from the environments folder. So whenever you build for production, Angular build, ng build -- prod, what happens is the files are swapped, and you can configure that in the Angular CLI. So you say, hey, I want you to replace this file with this when I build for this. I want you to replace that file with that file when I build for that. So that's the thing. All right. So next feature that I want to talk about, and this is how you would build, for example, for staging. You just do ng build -- configuration staging, And then another feature of Angular that people don't really talk about a lot is called component inheritance. This is one of my favorite features of Angular, but it's one of the least used features of Angular. I don't know why people shy away from this particular feature. I think it's just people have cold feet. So the same way you have traditional code inheritance in components is the same way you have, with classes in object orientation. You can actually inherit Angular components the same way and inherit a bunch of things. So let's have a look here. So we have from line 8 to line 9, we have component A, which we created. Well, I would say line 3 to line 10, component A, right? We've created it. We've decorated it. We've annotated it with the decorated with the component annotation, right? And then we have component B from line 12 to line 19. But if you can look at line 17 here, we have component B extending component A, which means component B is basically inheriting everything in component A. If you look at component A on line 9, there is a property for that particular class, a public property called name, right? And then we can even go as far as creating an input. So we can decorate that property as we have done so in line 7, and then actually go and use that there. If you look at the bottom, we're using component B, but we're providing a property name to Mike. Component B does not have that property name, but because it inherits from component A, right, you can see Mike. So that's the interesting thing. You can see that. So that's what you see with component B. So we have, apologies, you just saw my little nephew go into the bathroom. So HTTP interceptors is another feature that you do. So we have HTTP interceptors here, where you basically go and see sample use case. And basically with HTTP interceptors, whenever you have a HTTP, how do you say, like request, you can decide to intercept or accept or like reject that particular thing. So ng generate interceptor add bearer token, for example, and you can just create that interceptor. You can basically say that you want to accept a request. And every time that request gets created, you can clone that request and add something. So in this particular case, let's say I want to add a token, a bearer token. I can add that bearer token every single time. And every time I make a request, that request will get intercepted and that bearer token will get added, instead of me manually adding that. That actually makes a lot of sense, you know. And then you register the interceptor. And then you have component lazy loading, which is just, you look at the traditional web page, you just go in here, you have a home.html, and you load, you go to the server and you get whatever ahref you want. But with single page application architecture, you just go index the HTML and you get the partial from the server, and that partial gets inserted, right? And then you have a small problem with that because it's not actually quick, right? The routing has to happen on the front end, which means all the files on all the partials must be loaded ahead of time. And you have an initial launch time that grows. So the bigger your app, the more code you add to your SVA. And that's the problem with this, in terms of like, it was very terrible for user experience, right? And that's where Angular lazy loading comes in, where now you can just say, hey, I want you to register this, and when I need it, go and get it from the server, and Angular CLI handles that for you. But now you have you have multiple different lazy loading strategies. Like you can preload, you can load on demand, XYZ. However, you can also do component lazy loading, and then you can do component lazy loading, which allows you basically to declare the component itself as a single point of reuse. So Angular is walking away from the ng modules technique, making the ng modules very, 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 very optional. And then now you have what we call differential loading, right? So differential loading is what? It's one of those features where a lot of you are using it, you don't even know that you are using it yet, but it's actually a very interesting feature. What is differential loading in a sense? Up until now, a lot of us have to, even till today, a lot of us have to support some polyfill, some legacy browsers. And if you know the browser I'm talking about, the you-know-who browser, the one we do not name, which now is finally kind of dead, but you know, we still have to support it up until version 11. If you know the browser I'm talking about, we don't name that browser here. We don't do that, not in this house. You normally have to build 2 versions of your app. You'd have to build what I call an evergreen version of your app. You normally build 1 version of your app, which is the biggest possible version. You build a version of your app that has all these polyfills so that everybody can access the app the same way. But the problem with that is that, you know, your modern users that have an evergreen browser, right? They're going to be downloading so much kilobytes that they don't really need, which means they have a much worse experience at the expense of the 2% of users that maybe that are refusing. One of them probably is my grandma that would not upgrade their browser, right? So what differential loading does is it basically automatically builds two versions of your app for you. It builds an evergreen version that doesn't have any polyfill or minimal polyfills and uses modern syntax because the browser supports it natively. And then it builds an ES5 version of your app, which is the legacy version for the older browser. So how does it achieve this? Angular CLI will automatically build this for you. That's what's it called would happen. And then there's uh, in the modern ES6 feature, there is a type of module called, a script type called module. We're used to script type, JavaScript, yada, yada, yada. But now there's a script type called module. So on line one, I mean, Angular CLI has built your versions. It will build two versions of your app. So let's assume that the first line is for the fancy modern version, the slightly slimmer one. Let's say the app or your app on diet. And what would happen is they would say type module. So if a brand new browser, let's say a latest version of Chrome, understands that type module, and the great thing with type module, there's also an accompanying feature called no module, which means the latest browser would understand type module, and you say, okay, I know what you're saying. I should load this module, and also understands no module. No module means don't load this module. So it will the latest browser would load line 1, and it would ignore line 2, which means only one version of your app is loaded. Now, the older browsers do not understand type module. So on, let's say on that you-know-who browser, line 1 will be totally ignored, completely ignored, because it's not going to understand the type module. And then line 2 would not be ignored because no module is just an attribute there, right? So it would just be like, hey, I'm going to load this one and I'm going to ignore the one I don't understand. Very, very, very great backward compatible way to achieve this. Now, we're just going to have a look at quickly. Oh, this is just a lazy loaded container. And that's one of the most amazing features of really differential loading. It's very simple. To achieve differential loading, you only need to do just very basic things. You don't it's actually integrated by default. Sorry, I'm just moving the slides a little bit, trying to get the correct slides. You don't need to worry about enabling it. It's actually enabled by default, but you can decide to go and say, hey, you want the older version only or new version only, things like that. So it's really, really, really easy and straightforward, and it's all part of the Angular CLI. You need not to do anything. And then one of my other features I have to talk about, which is Angular Reactive Forms. This is another feature of Angular that is really, really amazing. I'm so happy that they're making it strongly typed. So let's hold fingers crossed that those tests pass. In the 2,000 apps they are testing it, or more than 2,000 apps they're testing it in Google. And once those work, we have strongly typed reactive forms. Thank God, finally. So this kind of brings me to the end of where we are in terms of the many more features. Some of the demos, I've decided not to show some of the demos because this talk is going to be available. You can go and get access to these source files and everything. And I'm always on Twitter to take your questions, or LinkedIn. Do not be scared. I don't really bite. So I'm just going to put a shameless plug here. There's a website I'm building called Angular Training, where you can learn about free Angular, train yourself about Angular for free. You don't have to pay anything. It's something that is on the waiting list, and we're going to be launching pretty soon. So go there, sign up to the mailing list, angular.training. It should be okay with you. Yes. And just another shameless plug, I'm building a tool called Advocate, which is for developer advocates or people that like to log their developer advocate thing. So if you are one of those people that you're a developer advocate, or you give talks, workshops, and you like to log those things, it's the first of its kind. Instead of using an Excel sheet, get at me and I can add you to our alpha program. You can check it out at advocate.app. But yeah, I like to finish a little bit ahead of time. So thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. If there are any questions, I'll be in the QA and we can get around, and you can feel free to contact me in any social media platform. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. It was really, really so good. And I hope to see you in Q&A session because we are receiving a lot of questions for you and I hope we will still receiving more. So see you soon and thank you again.
Thank you very much.
So now it's time to introduce our next speaker, and I can see that he is also ready to present his speech. So this is time to add to this stage Jay. Hi Jay,
Hello, Anna. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you doing?
I'm good. So, very good afternoon, very good morning to all the participants, or maybe evening for a few of them.
Yeah, looks like. Can you start sharing your screen presentation, please?
Sure. Definitely. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, I can see. I'm adding it, and stage is completely yours. Hope everyone will enjoy it. See you soon.
Thank you so much. So, hello, folks. My name is Jay, and welcome to Geekle Angular Summit once again. So, for the next half an hour, we're going to talk about building Web3 products using the Angular. Angular being one of the most versatile JavaScript libraries, or I would say the language or the framework itself, allows so much compatibility with building Web3 products that you would not have thought about. And I'm going to share it with you in the next 30 minutes. So let's quickly get into it. Before I get into it, let me give a short introduction about myself. My name is Jay. Currently, I am a software developer as a full stack blockchain developer, I would say, in ITS technologies in India. You can definitely like have anytime. Feel free to ping me up on Twitter, on GitHub, maybe on even my website if you wish to look at. The links are provided in right in the first slide, as you can see. But nevertheless, let's move on. So yeah, before you like I get to make you understand what Angular has to provide for building the Web3 products, let me just give you a short introduction about what blockchain has to offer. Well, blockchain is more than just a decentralized database. And by decentralized database, I mean that in the user database, we are having, this, I would say, blazing fast API calls that makes it available and that makes it interoperability really fast. It makes engagement so smooth and so seamless that it is virtually available everywhere. That is not something that can be available with the blockchain. But then again, the privacy, the centric encryptions, the asymmetric encryptions, everything is something that builds the blockchain right in the middle of centric to users and not centric to the products that you are using. So next thing is speaking, I would say a little bit in detail about what kind of blockchains are that are available usually online, or I would say in the internet today, are public blockchains, private blockchains, and consortium blockchains. So these three are not just the only blockchain categories. There are few more to address, which makes it, I would say, more or less versatility in terms of what product has to offer or what that blockchain has to offer. If your blockchain is more or less centric towards building, I would say, real estate property or real estate dealings with smart contracts, that is something that is not provided under public or private blockchains. In some way, it might be available for consortium blockchains, but not to everybody because nobody has to see what kind of deals you have cracked with your real estate properties. So yeah, public blockchains, the best examples that we see on internet today are Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum. Private blockchains are something that is only limited to the users of a specific company, or I would say limited to a group of users. And that kind of example is Hyperledger, Sawtooth, Corda. Now, why is the need of consortium blockchain? Consortium blockchain are one of its first, and I would say the latest in terms of new addition to types of the blockchain like Energy Web Foundation and R3. What they have to offer is there are certain set of specific, I would say, guidelines that a user has to follow in order to make him or her capable enough to be a part of that blockchain. In public blockchains, we are having node operators, or I would say miners who mine the, I would say, cryptocurrencies, or the probably NFTs too. But yeah, leaving NFTs or the hype behind, that is something that people usually go for, right? In the public blockchain, in terms of private blockchain, you don't have to mine much. Instead, it is more or less centric towards building the real estate applications, as I mentioned earlier. Consortium blockchains are the one of the kind which are focusing on building the public solutions, or I would say an intermediary application that governs behind all the users and all the companies that want to use or are a part of this consortium blockchains, or I would say, as I mentioned earlier, those people or companies who are following the guidelines. Moving forward, A interface of a blockchain revolves around its data and reference to the previous block. If any hacker is there inside, I would say foundation, say Ethereum Foundation, we're taking for example, there's one hacker called Jay in Ethereum Foundation. He wants to basically hack the blockchain and wants to, I guess, send me probably 10,000 Ethereum. Yeah, I want to be rich. I want to be rich so fast. So yeah, I want to go through that when I want to make 10,000 Ethereums in just 10 minutes. What I'm going to do is I'm simply going to pick this one block and just put it inside a new ledger statement saying that Jay has been received 10,000 bitcoins from XYZ different accounts. But then the actual hash that is created will not be redirected to the very next block, and that's the most beautiful part of the blockchain. Once the things are recorded, it stays in forever. It will stay even if you die. It will stay even if you're not born for the next incarnation. So yeah, blockchain is again a growing list of data blocks that are linked together, which are having certain sort of, I would say, tons of different kind of engagement, or in technical terms, as we say, interfaces or contracts that are having certain sort of users and their deals embedded inside it. Now, going forward, where Angular comes into picture is the technical stack that wraps around. By wrapping around, I mean Angular is one such framework beside React and a few other, which makes it really smooth for all the users to make a full stack web application that is being built on top of blockchain. Smart contracts, of course, are one of the like backend system that governs any web app, or I would say DApp, decentralized application. So these decentralized applications are basically the core governing concepts, or I would say the database that is actually getting all the API calls, all the ledger, and all the update record things. Web3 scripts or the front end which we use is where Angular is actually coming into picture. And by means of Angular coming actually into picture, I just don't mean by simple random API calls or writing the HTML, CSS. I mean the actual controller as well as the injection that we do using the Angular JS is something that is really great for people who want to build a DApp or decentralized application. So as you can see, usually people use Solidity language. It's a kind of programming language that people use for building decentralized applications on top of Ethereum. Clarity is a programming language that people use for writing dApps or decentralized application on Bitcoin, or I would say stacks. Rust and C++ are some of the like also famous. I was not that fame like Clarity and Solidity, but yeah, they're definitely useful for writing smart contracts for Solana blockchain, as well as what's the name? I forgot the name. Wait. The name was EOS. Yes, correct. C++. You can write smart contracts for EOS blockchain on top of C++ language. So talking about the Web3 scripts or the front end language, you can use Web3.js or Ethers.js. They're basically the component library that makes it easier for you to connect a specific crypto wallet to your front end application. Now, you can use Web3.js or Ethers.js, but then again, it is just the connection thing. You need to create decentralized application or the actual product you want to build using the Angular, and that's where Angular comes into the picture. Also, you can use like Python, Rust, Go for the web application building or the front end. But to be honest, Angular is just the father of all frameworks if you want to build apps. So talking about, I would say Web3 libraries that you can use for building a web application. Say you want to build a DEX or a decentralized exchange, but you don't know where to get the latest crypto prices. Well, thanks to Price Indexer. Here are some of the examples that you can use to, basically integrate Web3 components into your application or the web applications. Web3.js, Ethernet, as I already mentioned earlier, helps you connect your wallet to an account, or I would say to your web application framework. Now, NFT aggregator and price indexer are NFT, I would say, libraries, node libraries that I have built, which allows you to quickly access the latest price of the cryptocurrency and helps you get data about any NFT that is virtually accessible on Ethereum blockchain. Say cheese. So by saying that you can get each and every data of the NFTs, I literally mean each and every data: who has minted, when that NFT has been minted, what number of NFT has been minted, what is the actual price of that NFT. You can get it inside your web application using the NFT aggregator. And that's what I had to offer. I'll even show you a quick demo later on in the upcoming slides. So yeah, of course, sorry, I forgot about the Wallet Connect. Wallet Connect is again one of the best options in terms of, I would say, against Web3.js or Ether.js, that will easily help you connect to your wallet and get the data about that wallet. By wallet, I do not mean any custodial wallets. I mean literally the non-custodial wallets we have available, like MetaMask, or I would say Phantom wallets for different blockchains. Now, once you have using Wallet Connect as a library component, I'll even show you a demo piece of code, how you can connect your non-custodial wallet to your web application, and then basically use it for any product service you want to build. So yes, as I again mentioned, I had built two different models. The first one is the price indexer, and the second one is the NFT aggregator. These both models are open source, and it is currently available on NPM. If you wish to get the latest price of any cryptocurrency on any blockchain, say it Ethereum, say it Phantom, say any blockchain, any EVM compatible blockchain, you can use price indexer to get it. Installing price index, and it will directly give you access to using all the latest price of the cryptocurrency. And maybe you can build a bot that gives you, I would say, kind of update when price goes up or when the price goes low, so that you can make a wise decision of whether or not to invest in cryptocurrencies at this point of time. NFT aggregator is also one other open source model which I have built, and it is currently live on npm as well, which will basically fetch you each and every detail of any NFT on Ethereum blockchain. So before I move forward, let me quickly give you one demo of how this NFT aggregator thing will work. For some moment, I'll share my screen. Um, just one moment. Perfect. Okay, so share screen, and yeah. So let me just clear the shell over here. So as you can see, aggregator, you have to, like, first of all install npm install nft aggregator. Once you have this model installed, you simply have to write an async function calling. You can give it like any name. I gave it like get nft metadata, and I just have to enter the network which I want to use it on. You want to say, you want to for now test on maybe Ropsten or Rinky by one of the testnets of Ethereum blockchain. You can enter the name, and if simply you do not want to do any devnet and you want to actually see the production nfts, so simply you can enter mainnet over here as the parameter, and once you have it, just simply call this variable get nft collection by id. And when I run this, voila, here you can see the id, the type, the owner, the name, the symbol, the features. There are much more. I guess it's showing like the object currently over here, but to be honest, they are like great, like it's like nearly 1,000 lines of the JSON format, which you will be seeing over here when you're actually running it on your own console. But for now, this is what the nft aggregator module has to offer. You can basically install it for Angular web application, and then you can build a decentralized exchange platform where you can provide latest nft, or I would say the cryptocurrency prices. So that's what this has to offer. And now moving back to sharing my slides, uh, let me share the slides. Perfect. So yeah, coming back to where Angular has to offer connection to this Web3 services, or I would say product building, is AngularJS being one of the great JavaScript framework. It can add HTML page directly inside the script tag. You can use CDN, or I would say simple AJAX request, to add AngularJS inside your HTML script. If you do not want to build a full stack web application, simply just create an HTML file and embed it inside script tag. AngularJS also extends HTML attribute with directives and directly binds, I mean literally binds, the data with its control expressions. Now, AngularJS models define the AngularJS applications. It creates basically a schema for people or the users, or I would say the developer, of course, who are building the specific product, say that, okay, this is the schema of that entire data that we are defining, and this will be the flow of how the data will be, calling each other from front end to back end, or I would say the Web3 Solidity, or I would say the smart contract part and the front end scripts language. AngularJS controller basically control the application, and I do not mean like literally control that. If you see no, it will just shut down itself. By controllers, I mean the schema and pattern that should be followed for each and every step, from being an API call till creating the front end application and serving it on the screen. So AngularJS also extends HTML with ng directives. There are some of the applications yeah, like mentioned here. The first one is the ng app directive, which defines an AngularJS application. It is similar to the module scripts. Ng model is something that binds the value of HTML controls, like say input tag, text area tag, into the application data. So it's like if you are creating some sort of a form using Angular, the specific data that will be created inside the form tag, it will be converted into a JSON data form, which can be utilized by your web, I would say, sorry, Angular web application directly using the ng model. Ngbind, again, being an application which binds your data to the HTML view. There are few more directives, I would say, which are like one of the recent additions, which is really useful for people who want to build top-notch products using the web application frameworks, not for the one who want to build a simple static website. You can do it with simply the HTML tag, and as I mentioned earlier, simply use a script tag to add your CDN network AngularJS framework and use some, I would say, modules or injections from it. So as I mentioned earlier, I'll be giving you, a brief demo code about how you can use Wallet Connect and simply collect your wallet for your web application. So here, as you can see, the Connect wallet or the connection class is something which will be defining the data or the schema of how the wallet should be having data, and once it is having the data, how it should connect to the backend services. Once it is done, you are creating a link, a data flow, or a pattern that should be followed using the ng direction models. Sorry, excuse me. That will be, basically a governing pattern, and any user can use your product using these services. So, for instance, here, as you can see, the Web3.js provider accounts and you donate are some of the like key parameters you will be needing for creating a wallet. First of all, this class will be basically a serving schema, and it will allow users to just sign in using wallet, non-custodial crypto wallets. I'll mention again non-custodial crypto wallets, because any wallet cannot be connected using this Web3 wallet connect library. Now, once you're having it ready with you, you will need to create a constructor and have it options like, if you are creating a web application, you will be needing an Infura ID. I would say Infura is a product similar to using, I would say, yeah, of course, the cloud services, like we have Google Cloud, we have Azure. This is similar to that, but it is built for blockchains. Once you are, it is really easy to sign up on Infura, and once you have it, you can basically create your first Web3 model. Yeah, as you can see in the last lines, the network, you have to define which network you want this model to connect to, be it Rinkyby, be it Dropstone, or be it the mainnet. Once you have it ready with you, you can also detect the cache provider, the options that you want to create or build. Like say you want the background to be black, you can also provide inside this provider options. Once you have it ready, you can simply create a new function, connect wallet, or connect your account, which will be basically connecting your wallet, non-custodial crypto wallet, to your web application. Once it is ready, as you can see, this clear cache provider. So say once you had logged in, and then you just simply turn your Chrome tab or maybe your browser tab, just closed it down, and then you just simply turned it on, and you forgot something, you just turned it on and you went back to the URL. The best thing it has to provide is it will create a cached provider and it will simply stay signed in. So you don't have to even sign in again using your private key. Like you don't have to remember, oh, what was my private key? I need private key every time to sign in. No, it's very easy for you to just log in once and just be it until the session goes timeout. Once it goes timeout, you'll need to connect again. But that is the secondary thing. This is the most fantastic thing that Wallet Connect has to provide. Once that is done, well, I would say that if you are a developer looking for any Angular positions, or I would say front end or back end positions in terms of Web3 or the blockchain space, you can go to Crypto Jobs List or Hunt It. They're one of the great sites for developers to kickstart their journey in building the Web3 products or getting hired by the Web3 companies. And if you wish to look at DeFi listings or look for which cryptocurrencies you wish to buy maybe in the future, you can definitely visit DeFi Pulse. It gives you like real great amount of statistics to look which cryptocurrencies are in good position to buy, which are not. So now, moving forward, uh, DeFi and NFTs. CoinMarketCap is one such great site. It's like, I would say it's the top-notch site for getting the statistics about all the DeFi protocols, all the protocols that are L2, all the protocols that are L1, all the protocols that has to offer DeFi, NFT, and aggregation service. It has everything sorted in the most perfect way. Recently, CoinMarketCap has launched Learn and Earn. It is like one of the recent additions in the service in terms of like providing services to users where you can simply learn about new protocols, building Web3 products or front ends using AngularJS and basically earn cryptocurrencies out of it. So it's like you will be given simple tasks to build on top of blockchain, and once you do it, you will be getting cryptocurrencies. To be honest, it is one of the great ways to just tap inside the blockchain world, and I was one of them. I'm lucky to be in Web3 space. It has so much things to offer. People are just like, I would say, crazily pouring in money, and at the same time, people are super, super, super duper. I would say acknowledged about the fact that they are really great developers. Like they never say that I know everything, but basically when you ask them anything, they know everything. And well, I hope to be one of them soon. But yeah, coming back to the our summit event. Yeah, so thank you so much for everyone. I guess my time is up, and if there are any questions, I will be happy to have them. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And I think we still have like few minutes before proper Q&A, but we can start early. I think if I see some of your some question to you. Just a second. Let me check what's going on. By the way, how's your feeling after presenting your speech?
Can you repeat? I had a bit of an audio lag over here.
Okay, just like how what is your feeling after presenting your speech? Like how it was?
Uh, I'm still like
Because like
having
big
an audio lag.
audience.
Can you repeat it once again? I'm really sorry for it.
Okay, and it's fine. I'm just trying to find some questions for you that are in like in our box and waiting for other speakers because we finished a little bit earlier. So our
Oh,
Q&A session will be like probably in
yeah, anybody,
another.
if anybody wants to talk about like crypto or anybody wants to know like where to find jobs, anything, I would be happy to answer them. Also, you can definitely ping me on Twitter. It's rankj1. Just last name is the first name is the last, and then just add one. You can definitely ping me up on Twitter anytime. I'm super active on that. You can ask me anything over there.
Yeah, because we just like finished like 15 minutes before our Q&As that we should
Oh,
have with other speakers. I think I have time to do a short announcement. I just for a second remove you from the screen and then add you again. I'll just do a short announcement from my side, and then I'll back you. I'll give you back. So yeah, I think still we are waiting for other speakers for their Q&A session, and I have to do some short announcement. Our next event that we are planning to have is React Global Online Summit. It's really amazing event. Like first of all, because I'm in charge of that. Secondly, it's really how you can check agenda today. Like I think I'll publish it like in 1-2 days, but already I announced all speakers that will be there. Feel free to scan code or just find on our website or wherever. I promise you, it's our first event, and we are trying to get the most active speakers, the most use cases that I could find, and we're working with program committee members too hard to find really interesting, not just last updates that are going in React Global Summit, yeah, but in React, I mean, but also use cases, how other speakers really use it, and you also can take it to your projects and have it and be able to use it. So feel free to check what we prepared for you, and I hope to see some of you there as well. So yeah, it was time for a short announcement. I think that I can do one more announcement, because after React Global Online Summit, we will have also Node.js Global Summit. So if any of you are interested in Node.js direction and you want to find also amazing use cases, we have like already announced around 10 speakers, so you can just check and see who will be there. But I really promise you that it will be hot topics from hot speakers, and we can enjoy that together. So again, it will be May 18th and 19th. I really hope to see you there, and we'll be ready for your feedbacks. Also, we still have time for some questions. So if you have any other question, feel free to drop into the comments and we will ask speakers. So I can see now that Jay and Fabian are with me. So I'll add them again to the stage, because we really have a lot of questions, especially to you, Fabian. I'm surprised, but we have like huge list of. So I'll start from you, because we finished a little bit earlier, but we have so many questions to you.
Okay.
So I'll start from first one that I can see. So I still have some difficulty understanding the real benefits of using NgRx instead of managing the state on a service. Could you name the biggest advantage? Thank you.
Could you name the biggest advantages of NgRx over a service? Well, a service normally applies to do one thing and one thing only, right? So this is separation of concerns. You have part of your application, and some logic is handled in services, and it's doing the one thing, and the one thing good, and it's tested and all that kind of stuff. So a service particularly manages one thing of your application. Your state, in general, is combining all the things together. So multiple services give you the data which you put onto your state. So first of all, these are, in my opinion, two different things. Of course, you can hold your state object into a service and then manipulate it through, I don't know, methods or something. But yeah, why should you do that if you have such a powerful framework like NgRx? Right. So the advantage of NgRx really comes in my opinion, applications when you want to have your clean components. You can see what the components are doing. You can name your selectors. You can name your actions really, really well. And what you also can do is you can trace your information. And this is one of the biggest advantages in my case. I've been to a project where we have been said that we are the fastest developing group, which we've been 3 front-end developers. And the PO was telling us that we were the fastest because in every pull request and every code change we faced, we knew exactly what would come, right? We would know there would be actions, there would be a reducer function, there would be like an effect doing something, there would be service, and everything always is the same. And this makes you really, really fast in development and gives you a really clean separation of your code. And this is, in my opinion, one of the biggest advantages, beside the fact that you can manage the state in your application in one particular object, and you can see, all right, that's what my application is currently displaying. Right, and turning it into something visible for the users is basically just turning the information from the state object to something visible for the users in, I don't know, cards or tables or whatever. Yes.
Yeah, I think it's like very, very full and that is very like detailed explained. But we have, I told you, we have some more questions, especially to you. So this one is also we have. Could you give some general tips about how to migrate, refactor an existing Angular app with stateless hierarchy to use NgRx? I'm so sorry for my pronunciation with some terms, but I'm not a developer. I'm just a community manager.
You're doing great. You're totally fine. Thank you very much. Some tips about migrating, refactoring. Well, what I would do is I would start with the actions, I think, just writing them down, maybe in a text editor or something, so that you know, okay, this is what my application wants to have information side, and I want to start with the selectors. And then you can see, okay, I need this, and my component wants to have this. So you have the inputs and outputs, basically, of that stateful component. And afterwards, you can like derive a state from that selectors, because you know these and these properties can be a selector. You can combine them, and it results in one property, which then has to go to the state, right? So, and then you have like three things already. You have the selectors, you have the actions, you have the state already, and then you can just manage your effects to get to know where to get the information from, and then you're building towards it, and you can like step by step reducing the services into your components, just managing out into effects, and then you do it step by step.
Great. And I also have to mention, if anyone have what to add, you also can just add, because like we have some direct questions to some specific speaker, but if you have what to add, just feel free. And also, hi Maxim.
Hello, Anna. Hi, Fabian. Hello,
yeah.
Jay. Great to see you. Happy to join this panel, and congrats with super successful start of Angular Global Summit 22. I see that lots of people are watching us online right now.
Yes, I really hope that they're enjoying. So let's do like we'll start from question to you, like since you were like at record speech, so let's you talk a little bit. So we have this question: what are cons and pros of using Workbox instead of SW update?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I had only one slide in my presentation where I didn't even compare Workbox and Angular Service Worker. I believe person who asked mean Angular Service Worker because SW update is just one of the methods there. So I had one slide where I just introduced Angular Service Worker and Workbox, and of course it's impossible to dedicate enough time in session for comparison. Let me start with pros and cons of Angular Service Worker. So the benefit, the advantage is very straightforward. It's super simple to start with. I believe I mentioned that you literally need to run one command in terminal to add the Angular PWA schematics to your project. And I believe in 99% of the cases, this will work smoothly. And your application will get Angular Service Worker, registration of this service worker somewhere in your main module, and even web application manifest, of course, template of this. So you have to go and update all meta information about your application. And after you build and run, maybe even deploy this application, you will get offline ready version of your Angular app straight out of the box, right after running one particular command. And furthermore, if you wish to extend the functionality of this Angular Service Worker to also intercept requests in runtime, again, to apply this or that strategy, it can easily be achieved by just providing some configuration lines in corresponding JSON file. And that's pretty much it. So here all benefits stop and disadvantages start. We know as developers, if something is, let's say, if something looks too simple, too trivial, in many cases, that means that it's not either flexible enough or extensible, and it's exactly the case. So you get this basic functionality, and it's quite challenging to add something on top of this, because in a big picture, you do not like, let's say, have control over the service worker, because it's generated for you automatically, kind of on the fly. There are some hack-ish ways to inject, for example, your own listeners into this service worker that shipped with your with this Angular schematics, but they are not, let's say, production ready. So if you wish to add more listeners to your service worker, if you wish to add more functionality to the service worker, it's quite challenging in case of Angular service worker. And same with, let's say, a bit deeper customization of built-in functionality. So it will give you some, let's say, essential offline readiness. It will bring you to maybe mainstream caching strategies for runtime caching, but that's pretty much it. If you need to customize it, well, it's yeah, you can again apply some non-straightforward methods, but do you really want it? On the other hand, a Workbox, it takes a few extra movements to set this up, and I believe after my session, all who watch this have quite good understanding what exactly they have to do. Yeah, it's all also straightforward, only a few steps. Nothing, let's say, exotic. And after this, you have your own service worker file that you just extend by corresponding method and modules from Workbox functionality. So full flexibility, full extensibility. Furthermore, Workbox itself constructed, architected, implemented the way that it allows its own very deep customization for the developers if needed. If you want to dive a bit deeper into like nitty-gritty details of caching, both pre-caching and runtime caching, you can do this without any like struggle with understanding architecture. So it's all very developer friendly. That's pretty much it from my side answering this question. Thank you for attention.
It was very, very, very proper answer. Like, I think you covered all that. Your speech was pre-recorded. You covered.
Yeah, this is very often question. So yes, I know the answer very well, and I actually know. I have two workshops in my portfolio, one dedicated to Angular Service Worker and the second dedicated to Workbox. Both are very popular, but yeah, I explained the differences, and technical decision is for every developer to take. I'm not saying that something is better, something is worse. No, they're just different.
Okay, so I think I will give some word to Fabian because it's really good. Some questions to you. So one of them is, can you give a real business case where we need to choose energy store and Flux architecture instead of that you can see in the question below architecture? Sorry, but for me to pronounce it all that, it will be really weird. So
it's totally fine. You're doing really great. No, can I give a real business case? Well, first of all, NgRx Store, the difference between NgRx Store and NgRx Component Store, which I did not mention earlier today in my talk, is that the NgRx Component Store is handling like the state for one component. Right, so it's the state broken down for one component, and it makes it easier to handle that state for that one particular component. It's a pretty cool thing to do. I've done a lot of examples for it, but not a real business use case with NgRx Component Store yet. So I'm really interested in doing that in the future. The most business use cases I've done so far have been with NgRx Store, like with the complete NgRx Store, not only the component store, and with the Flux. So I don't think I can give a real business case example. I just think you should pick what you need in that case. I'm not saying that the one is better than the other, but both are definitely worth a look. Maybe you should try it out before and then see if it fits your needs. And if the NgRx Component Store is like the whole products from the NgRx team, I think migrating should be like an easy thing to do. So I don't think that you're wrong with the one or the other. You can always switch back and forth, I think. Like I said, I've never done a real business use case with both of them.
Okay, I got it. So I also want to add to our amazing discussion, Sani. So yeah, hi again. And we have also one more question for Jay. So yeah, question sounds like how to start when I would like to develop the apps with Angular. Any special resources you recommend?
To be honest, let me just quickly go back to my slides. Actually, I had skipped like one of the slides where I mentioned about these things. Um, can we get like the slides on the screen? Okay, thank you so much. So let me go back. Okay, yeah. So first of all, if you want to build like full stack DApp, or I would say decentralized application using Angular, you need to learn about smart contracts if you want to build on top of Ethereum. So you want to build on top of Ethereum. DApp University and Smart Contract Program is one of the YouTube channels where you can visit and learn more about building the smart contracts. And once you're having it ready, you can definitely go with building Web3 Angular NPM package, or you can simply use one of the packages that I've built, which are price index and NFT aggregator. Simply take the API calls you want to build for, I guess, taking the latest cryptocurrency price, or maybe getting the latest entire, I would say, the data structure of the NFT, and get it inside your web application. That is one of the best ways to create a simple tab. And the best part about it is you can go it inside an hackathon, you can submit the project and probably get a bounty. The goal here is to not win bounty, but to make sure that you are getting attention from the, I would say, sponsoring companies. They are the ones who actually need developers. They're looking for developers actively from the hackathons. So once you're having the smart contract skill with you, you're already a front-end developer using Angular, so you can go forward with that. There are three different boot camps that are available by companies which you can take part in. And if you wish to go in this one of the boot camps from Free Code Camp, Chainlink, or Stacks, do ping me on Twitter or GitHub or in social media. I would be happy to help you and nominate you for this boot camp. These boot camps are like free of cost. You can definitely go over. It's like, I would say, 4 to 8 week long uh, program where people learn about building backend, front end, creating API calls, and then building a full stack web application or decentralized application. And also, you will be getting sponsored. So yeah, if you ever wish to go, do ping me for that. And I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I really hope so. Also, so we have, I think, some kind of general question because we don't have any mentions. So I think everyone can answer because really it's quite common question. Why we don't have much option of Web3 with TypeScript? Maybe some dedicated packages for Angular, as there are many for React.
I would like to go for that question. Anyone can second motion it, maybe. But yeah, so the thing is, TypeScript being one of the, like, I would say, type languages, it is at times hard for people to actually create a data schematic flow in order to make sure that the production ready web applications are working and the services that are building for the product is actually working. To be honest, where I'm currently working at ITS Technologies, even we are using TypeScript for building our decentralized application. But the errors that we are facing are something like Web3 is really slow. As I mentioned earlier, blockchain is slow, and especially if you're building on top of Ethereum, it is really, really slow. You need to fetch data way back from a smart contract, which is deployed, I guess, maybe 1,000 blocks. I guess even if like you are creating a smart contract and deploying it on Ethereum network, and a day later, there are nearly 1,000 different blocks that are already being mined. So your API call has to go back 1,000 blocks, pick the data from that block, and then get it back to your end. So there are certain kind of timeouts that TypeScript has to face. So it is really recommended that if you want to use TypeScript, definitely use Graph Protocol. Graph Protocol, I would say, provides you a database service for building these web applications on top of blockchain. They create this server where they store cache memories of the data that is currently inside the blockchain, and then you are not getting it from the blockchain, but you're getting it from the Graph Protocol. So that's how it is easy for building TypeScript. If you want to build any web application on top of blockchain using TypeScript, definitely go for using Graph protocols. Thank you.
Does anybody have what to add, or we can move to another question? Let's move to another question. So we have the question that sounds like, how good Angular is as compared to other JS frameworks? Does Angular provide a way to create games and animation? Maxim? you have, or Sani, you have what to say?
I mean, I don't think the creation of games just has anything to do with Angular. Angular is just a wrapper, right? You could use things like a Phaser.js, which is pretty good for games. If you decide you want to wrap that around Angular, that's pretty good. One thing I do know is animations. Where I would say Angular is probably ahead of the game when it comes to animations. The like, look, I'm like most people. These guys are not gonna tell you the truth, but we all hate animations, and especially CSS. Don't nobody like no what's it called, frame rate, or we don't like that thing. Most of us don't. But I think with the Angular animations API, it actually makes it very easy to learn that. Like I started to understand, oh, okay, because it's almost like sequential. You can kind of see how everything works together. So especially when I was working with Tailwind UI, it was very easy. So I think animations wise, you can really like you may not even know CSS animations as well, but you can easily do with Angular animations. So I don't like if you want to use things like Phaser.js and you want to create games and you want to wrap it around Angular, by all means. I don't think you're going to suffer any major setbacks. It's just it is what it is.
Just to add it, like we can also use, I guess, the WebGL frameworks or 3JS. It also provides like kind of 3D animations for building game type of application. They're also like one of the great additions. But yeah, as he mentioned, like Angular is just a wrapper, and yes, you can basically integrate inside it. And yes, we do not like so much animations in building web production ready applications.
Okay, thank you. I think we have one more question for Fabian. Let's go for this one. What is the main advantage of Node.js compared to the state management solutions that is reliant on observable data stores?
So I've never heard of ELF Reactive Store, honestly. But what I know is that there are different state management solutions around. So NgRx is not the only one. My talk was like sharing state management with NgRx as an example. I don't know if NgRx is the biggest one. I've never compared them by size or by usage. So I really don't know the advantage of that NgRx in particular to some specific other. Maybe the syntax is like different, maybe easier to understand. Again, pick what you think is best for your project right now, and you do the decision at the time you do it. And if it turns out it was the wrong one, maybe you can switch, or maybe you can do another state management into your application. Even though that's kind of like a big challenge, but you technically you can totally do it. So NgRx like encapsulates all the things you have to do, like manipulating the state, providing actions and stuff. But the others do that as well. So again, pick the tool for your needs, and NgRx is not the only one. Maybe there are other state management tools which fit better to the actually project we're in.
Good. I think like everybody heard the answer, but we have also one more question to you. Guys, if anybody has question to Sani or Maxim, please mention it in your comments, because I really received question only to Fabian. I feel a little bit like uncomfortable to ask him that, but please drop your question down. So, but what to do? We still have one more question. So, I have a form with multiple steps. Each step is a component with form. Is it good to use NgRx to keep each back and force until I submit the form? I'm using service to share data.
Well, first of all, I'm sorry that every question is for me. I'm sorry for that. So if you have a form which like each step is a component, this reminds me of a wizard, where you like open up a form which could be modal, and then you have like step 1, 2, 3, and then you're heading back to your real application when you close the model. What I like to do is keeping the state you have inside that wizard in like a separate state, and when the user clicks cancel, you don't need to do anything. You just can't throw it away. But if the user like gets through the whole wizard and at the end he says like accept or okay, and then you can provide the data back to your real app, and then you're modifying the state. So in this case, I would rather not use NgRx like your whole global state for mentioning or for holding the state inside of your wizard. Of course, you can. It's totally fine, but it's not something your application is like completely displaying right now when you're pressing F5 in case it's a model or something. So let the user like switch through, and if he clicks OK, you're taking that what comes out of the wizard and applying that to your application, and then you have your new state. But that's very concrete to that particular project right now. If you have any other questions, you can just reach me over Twitter, and we can discuss that if you want to.
Yeah, it will just, all questions will go now to your Twitter. You just sit
that's
here
fine.
and be ready for that. So I don't know exactly to whom this question is, but so what is the best place for the selectors, inside reducer or in separate file?
Well, if you ask me, a separate file. A file should be like for one purpose only, in my opinion. And so I would definitely place them in separate file.
Any other opinions? Doesn't look like. Okay, like I have also a few questions without mentioning to whom they are. Let's start with this. Is there any process for making auto-generate TypeScript? Who would like? Who was the most silent today? I just can hear silence. Does anybody want to answer? I just,
to be honest,
nobody likes the TypeScript anything. No, I'm just telling you the truth, Anna. Nobody likes anything with TypeScript generics. Just
Okay, because for a second I thought that I have problem with my headphones and I just can't hear you. I just was asking if I'm audible, if you can hear me. Okay, it's fine.
I'll be honest, I don't fully understand the question, if I'm being very honest.
Is it about generic TypeScript, or is it about schematics, like so generating TypeScript with schematics? So it could be both.
It looks like this. Is there any process for making type?
Yeah,
maybe
they're talking about like
schematics.
No, I think they're talking about like automatically generating like types. Yeah. No, I don't think that's really. I don't even think that's smart. There are some tools like JSON to TS where you can sort of like copy an array, and then the array will build out. But like for the person asking the question, assuming this is what you're asking, that would actually be smart, because then how does this generator know what to generate? How deep should it generate if you have an array that is like 79 levels deep, and you know how what is shared, what is not? It's near impossible. You don't want to write TypeScript. Go and write your interfaces. I'm watching you.
Yeah.
Okay, I got some.
Yeah, I can. Sorry. I can add on the topic. It's not about Angular, but purely about TypeScript. Just for you folks to follow the latest news from that area. Very recently, just maybe a week or two ago, my colleagues from Microsoft submitted proposal about erasable syntax and optional, of course, for types in JavaScript, and it's quite revolutionary. Now it's on stage 0, and who knows how will this go? Maybe it will be rejected right away. Maybe it will end up as a standard of JavaScript, but it's coming. So I really recommend you to just search for erasable optional type proposal for JavaScript. That's very interesting. So this is actually the way for developers to use types in pure JavaScript without even touching TypeScript. I will not go deeper into the details. Just my strong recommendation. If you work with TypeScript, check this one. It might change the way we architect and build our applications.
Great, thank you so much for this information. And finally, I got direct question to Sani. So it's your time to talk. Could you expand a bit more in X? Is the first I heard about it. Is it something you use instead of Angular or a website?
Oh, okay. So I don't want I think I know where this question comes from a slide of mine. So NX is not like a replacement in Angular. It's just like it's like a modification, right? Think of it as like you got a car and it's just like an extra tune that you add. It's just Angular CLI on steroids. That's what NX is at the very basic level. It's like, hey, these are some of the features that we would like to have for specific use cases, and we're just adding it. So you don't use it instead of Angular, you use it alongside the CLI. It's just an addition. It's just an addition. And you like, I would say personally, most of my projects don't actually use NX. I think for most people, the Angular CLI as itself is pretty much good enough. Like for most, especially the people that most people look, they just have one project that they're working on. You don't need an X for that. You don't. But if you really have enterprise level stuff, and I have one like our biggest enterprise, actually, we don't even use Angular NX because we just use the standard ng build -- project name equals something. Like Angular CLI kind of has a lot of things. NX just makes some things easier. I would recommend that if you have a very large project that you can use NX, but like don't go looking for like NX. If you need NX, it would announce itself. It's like inheritance back in the days, right? People would go looking for inheritance. They wanted to make a base class and a child class for everything. No. Like when your requirements come through, you would see whether you need to use NX. It will be very clear, and NX would announce itself. So that's all I'll say about that.
I think it's quite full explanation. I have some few generals. I think, yeah, I have one. I have for Jay, and I think it will be last for him, and will be one general. So, can we create a live price section kind of site or interactive chart for free using your approach? I think good.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yes, you can create a live price action kind of the site you want to build, and definitely again, price indexer is one such library which helps you build it. You can definitely use it, and if you do not want to use it, there are like certain third-party apps that does provide this cumulative data about the price indexes of all the cryptocurrencies. But then again, it's really hard to find those third-party apps, and to rely on them is like again I would say a bump on the performance side of the web application that you will be building if you are building. So yes, you can use price indexer, application in a Angular application. You can create, it's a live price prediction thing, not say prediction thing, but definitely the interactive chart that you're talking about before the current value is something you can get it from the price indexer JSON schema that I've built. And yes, so for the prediction thing, no, it won't work. But if you want to build a static site for an interaction before what has happened so far for the cryptocurrency, is something you can have it. And yes, definitely for free again.
Okay, so I think just will be one more question for me just to finish our Q&A session. Since this this session is mostly for junior developers, and a lot of them are really interested in how they can be and how they can become an expert in this sphere in Angular. I just want to ask you 1-2 tips for them, what they should improve, what they have to pay attention to, and yeah, it will be amazing ending up our Q&A session. Who wants to start? For sure, I know that Maxim has some tips.
I guess I can go forward.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. If Sani want to go.
Okay, go.
Sorry for that, but yeah. So in my opinion, I'll definitely suggest that start building an Angular web application for your own portfolio website. being one of the junior developers, it is really hard to actually create a web application. But if you're having your own portfolio website ready, there will be two benefits, in my opinion, and that was one such thing that I had started with. The first one, you will be able to share, your entire work so far, maybe as an undergrad, your grad level, and everything in terms of even research, your project that you've built so far, the hackathons you have won, all the achievements can be compiled in one space. That is one such great thing that you can have it on your, I would say, command. And then the second thing is you will be having an experience building an Angular web application. Since it's like a static web app, you won't be having much data to work with. But to be honest, it's a great modification. I would say great start in the Angular journey. Thank you.
Anyone else want to add?
This is a bit of a weird one, but I look into Ionic, like it's pretty good. That's how I got started in Angular. Look into Ionic. You could build a lot of cool stuff with it, and it's crazy because you don't necessarily need. Like I learned Angular working with Ionic, not the other way around. So like Ionic made it easy for me to work with Angular. So look into Ionic because you can really build a lot of like really cool, like mobile applications, web applications, and all of that with an amazing software piece of SDK. And yeah, so I would say that's something you should check out for sure.
Great. Maybe one more and we can finish. Or
I can add a few thoughts. Folks, check other Angular communities, other Angular events. So to bloom as a developer on Angular framework, it's really good idea to be part of this community. There you can get help and support. And of course, after you got some experience, please continue to support and to help other junior developers. That's my strong advice and recommendation.
yeah, it's amazing recommendation. So I want to say again, thank you to all of you for sharing your perfect and amazing presentation with all of us. And we really hope to see you at our other events, or maybe next Angular and our other JS events also. So hope to see you there and have an amazing day.
Thank you, Anna, and thanks everyone.
Thanks for having us. Goodbye.
Super.
Thanks for having us. Bye-bye.
Bye. So for others, I have to mention that we have like 8-7 minutes for a short coffee break, like grab 1 cup of coffee, tea, just something else to and we'll see you again in 7 minutes. Have an amazing time. See you.
Hey Shahil, you're muted. Hi everyone.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I didn't realize I'm muted. So, this is Shahil Choksi here from India. So, I would like to say everyone a warm welcome to the phase 2 of the event. So, I hope you everyone is enjoying. So, let's give a big hand to the past speakers, Fabian, Maxim, Sani, and Joy. If you have enjoyed the presentation, so please give a big hand to all the speakers who have done the tremendous job in answering the questions and presenting themselves. So let's enjoy the next speaker. She's Manvi from India. She is a student in National Institute of Technology in Patna. She's going to present us a quick walkthrough regarding the Angular 13. So let's add to the stream. Hello, Manvi. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
Yes, I'm very well, thank you. So you must be enjoying the hot weather in India, same as me.
Yeah, it's really hot out here.
Right. Okay. So are you ready for the stage?
Yeah, sure. Let me share my
Could you
screen.
please share the screen?
Yeah, sure. Just a minute.
Yeah.
Is my screen visible?
Yes. Okay, Manvi, so stage is yours. If anyone has any questions in the audience, please type in the QA chat box. We will we will review it in a Q&A sessions after the speakers talk. Thank you very much. Manvi, ready to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, a very warm good morning or good evening to everyone from wherever you're connecting. And hello. So, today I'll be talking about a quick walkthrough through Angular 13, which is the latest release version of Angular. Before this, we have had great talks about different features of Angular and how you can operate through it for different technologies. But here's something when I would want to update you to what's recent and what's trending with Angular and where it's heading towards. So first of all, we'll discuss what exactly are versions, because that is something that doubts everyone when we say new version or new type. What does it really indicate? So every time, like every software that we have or every technology that we have does require continuous updations and changes according to the time, according to the requirements, according to the needs and desires. So every time there's a change in any kind, some technological change, some software change, some little change or major change, they kind of happen to release it in form of a new version. Now the version numbers are the indication of what level of changes might have occurred. We can basically break down a version number of any software or anything for that instance into three parts, which is major, minor, and patch. So the major number, which is the first part of any version number, indicates major changes, significant new features or updates, or really major developmental changes that have been occurred to the software come into the first number, that is the major number of the version. And if you want to update to those features, update to that level, you'll have to have some developer assistance. Some changes are required into your code, and some something according to the updates need to be done. And for that, you need to run update scripts and additional tests, and you need to learn new APIs that have been inbuilt. The second part of any version number indicates the minor version number, you can say, which is about the small changes that might have occurred, small features that might have been added or removed. So those do not require heavy developer assistances or something. It's like optional. You can modify things according to those changes, or you might skip it. It's like completely on you. You might want to modify some libraries or applications. And then comes the patch number, which is like just fixing some bugs or some risk factors or something needs to be changed. So again, there's no developer assistance needed in that. So this is like a quick review of what Angular, or in general, what version number means. So when I said that I'm going to take a quick walk through the Angular version 13, what I meant was this is the 13th release of Angular with the latest changes and updates that they wanted to put in according to the user requirements that have been coming up. So the Angular 13 version was released very recently, November 4th, 2021. And when we're talking about Angular, every 6 months we get a new update, or you can say a new version release. So the next one is coming up on May 4th, which is not far away. So it's like time we get ourselves updated with what was released. So first of all, since we've all joined this summit, I'm quite sure most of us have been working with Angular, have been quite accustomed to it, and we have them installed in our systems. So to update to the latest version, definitely the very common command ngupdate is used. Now, moving forward to what are the key features that Angular instilled on November 4th last year and came up with the Angular 13 version. So first of all, it is now using Typescript 4.4. Now, most of us might be very well used to with Typescript. We are all using script languages daily. So till Typescript 4.3, Angular, which was using Angular 12, was using 4.3, and also till there was some changes, some real needed changes that were not there, which were instilled in Typescript 4.4. For instance, control flow analysis of discriminants and conditions. You can say when we want to add some constants or something, and we want to compare it and then print it out, it's something that is not very well supported in Typescript 4.3. And with Typescript 4.4, very small commands or very small amount of changes could give significant results. Also, template script pattern index signatures have been added in Typescript 4.4. These are like quick highlights that I'm giving about Typescript 4.4 because we're not dealing much with Typescript right now, but we are going through the key features that Angular has instilled in itself, and it updated itself to Angular 13 to the new version. Also, default catch variables like unknown in catch variables and optional property types have been included in Typescript 4.4, which was otherwise not available. And definitely this is something that was needed in every kind of development stage. Moving on, the end of Internet Explorer 11 support marks the release of Angular 13, as I would say. Angular 13 does not support Internet Explorer 11, which does count on to many benefits. First of all, with this update, Angular can actually make out most of its features. Since we all know Internet Explorer 11 is not a very modern browser, it does not support many CSS variables. We've all been developers and we've all been through this phase when most of the things that have been running on Chrome or Firefox do get stuck up in Internet Explorer 11. So with this declaration that we're no longer supporting Internet Explorer 11, Angular has made it clear that most of the features of CSS variables or web animations can be directly instilled through like native APIs and all, and will not have some hindrance while updating it on browsers and everything. Also, Internet Explorer is definitely very slow. It's like Internet Explorer version 11 was very slow. One of the reasons most of us stopped using it. So marking an end to it does provide a stance of quick loading and smaller bundle size for applications, and definitely an enhanced user experience. So like there is no Internet Explorer specific polyfills or requirements for distinctive loading. So this marks how fast and quick we can end up using our websites and developing our web animations or web applications, which can be loaded and run and tested very quickly. Also, running ng update will most of us have this doubt that what about the specific polyfills that we have used in our previous web applications, which were specially added so that Internet Explorer 11 can be supported. Now with this update of Angular 13, as soon as you update to this version, ng update, it will automatically drop all of these Internet Explorer 11 supported specific polyfills, and this will obviously reduce the extra size that was added because of those extra few lines of commands, and will transport your entire web application from an IE11 supported to an IE11 not supported. Okay, and next, View Engine is no longer available. Angular has moved to 100% Ivy View. So the legacy View Engine that was used till previous version and was supported is no longer supported in Angular 13. Angular 13 has completely switched itself to Ivy. Some existing libraries which were designed for View Engine have been partially migrated, or some compilation changes have been done, and definitely for completely changing it from legacy View Engine to Ivy, some metadata and all will be needed, because it's not completely an automatic change. It's like a partial change that will be happening to your code on its own when you ng update it. So overall, to support more dynamic features and to be more updated, you can say, Angular has shifted itself to complete Ivy. It is no longer supporting View Engine with its latest updates. And I'm pretty sure with the next coming up updates, this you can say drawback of partial compilation would be changed, and we can expect Angular 14 to come up with better solutions for shifting from legacy View Engine to Ivy. Also, we have component API updates. Now, this was one of the very important features that was added to Angular 13. The API views, like the APIs that have been used for Angular, have been completely simplified. As we might recall, most of us, whenever we make constructors or while coding of constructors or something like that, we use this command called this section called component factory resolver, which is no longer needed in the new API update. So that really simplifies your code to extreme levels. Definitely, we all remember writing huge codes for this component factory resolver. Every time we need to define a constructor, we need to define long lines of code. But now we just have one command and you can say one component or something, and that is completely changing or resolving our issue and removing that large section of code to this small part. So this is you can say it's like an ergonomic API update, because it is completely user friendly. It has reduced the length of your code, and this API is now looking very much simplified or very much easily understandable. I'll show an example in the next slide. This is just a random example taken from the internet. So this one, the first one that we have, I'll just take a pen. So this is the first one which we have, which was made from Angular, maybe you can say Angular 12, like previous versions of Angular, in which we are making a constructor class, and here we're using component factory resolver to define our constructor class and to code the entire section and everything. But when we go to Angular 13, the constructor that we're making, it's completely just one line of code. You can see the difference that has been made completely. It's clearly visible how much difference has been created just by replacing this one stuff from this one. So this small change has you can say simplified the API to huge extents, and definitely the code looks much more shorter, easier, and you can say user friendly. Next is the new type of forms that have been updated. So now we have form control status that has been introduced. Now this is you can say it's like a union of every kind of possible status or form controls or everything that you need in a form. It has been made a union, and one type of form, that is form control status, has been introduced. Now it has many features. I would not like to go like in detail of every command that has been associated with it, but going through an overview, like many the type of abstract control or status in is like presently form control status in place of string. So all those commands which were like long sets of commands, or you can say when we had to create a complete form status for getting our forms or getting the status or getting the controls or maybe validators, have been replaced by one line commands or just this one different type of form, you can say, using form control status. So this is like an introduction of completely new type of form. All the previous ones that we were using have been replaced, and this is also like this has caused many positive changes, not only in that status section, maybe also in form of validators when we want to add or remove or set validators, or maybe we want to sync the validators or something. So everything has been, you can say, made more adaptive and updated by this new type of form that has been introduced. Moving on, next is the accessibility, or if you can say in my terms, the beauty that comes out, which is very much needed, the UI features and all. So the accessibility has been, you can say, updated or related in forms like you can say the radio buttons or the check boxes have been made larger, and they have been made more, you can say, prettier, and the contrast modes have been enhanced. This is something that is like much needed with every update of, I would say, every software, because something that pleases the eyes is always better. So definitely you can say in see in these examples how the previous ones, the previous checkboxes were so small and like not so, you can say, pleasing to the eyes, and these are the new ones which have come up with better accessibility. So apart from definitely looking beautiful, this also increases how easily you can access these buttons or these form sections or screens with high contrast and everything. So contrast is not only for looking good and all, it is definitely for accessibility. So this is how they have, you can say, enhanced the accessibility of Angular in the new version. Also, there have been changes in framework and dependencies. Like now we are completely using RxJS version 7.4. Like you can just build it with ng-new. And see, like last time before this we were using our RxJS version 6, and that, like, in that you needed to update everything manually with like if you wanted to update from there to the recent version, that is 7.4, you'll have to go and update it completely, like RxJS version 4 and all. But now Angular 13 itself is using RxJS 7.4. So that is like one of the things it has added in itself, like a new framework, or you can say a new dependency that has been added, which is like one of the crucial changes that we all needed, because definitely we were moving with our new frameworks, we were all updating it to the latest versions and all, but coming along with Angular itself is like one of, you can say, one of the most needed changes that we were all looking forward to at some point in our development. Also, there are changes that have occurred to Angular package formats. So you can say package formats are like, when you completely make a package of your web development ecosystem, like you pack it all in form of maybe a library or some kind of application or something, and you can like you can transfer it to a third party library, or you can transfer it or use it. It's that way. When you make it into a form of a package or a third party library or something, that is where you use the package format. So now the package format has been improved, or you can say changes have been done to it. So first of all, of course, view engine was changed to Ivy. So now the Angular package formats creates Ivy partial compilation output, which is definitely a need since we have changed our view engine. There's no more production of UMD bundles, and it produces ES 2020 output. So you can see every kind of update is like going on with the trend from where I started. The updates are made in order to keep your software updated with what the technology is moving forward with and what the user might require. These are some things that at a point in time we've all been adding extra to our codes in order to make it more compatible with the present environment. So definitely, if these things come along with the package itself, along with Angular itself, it is going to make it, more user friendly, more accessible, and definitely more demanded. So these are like the basic changes that you see, that okay, while developing, my developers are needing such and such things, they have to add these things to their code extra on their own, they have to write extra lines of code and all. So these are the things that Angular adds to itself in every version, so that whenever you go and access it, update it, you have all the things that you were otherwise adding like in a separate way or something into your package yourself. So these are a few changes that have been made to Angular package formats. Now Angular test improvements have been done, as you'll now experience like cleaning after every test. So developers can now expect more optimized or more memory intensive or quicker tests, because every time a test is done, like it experiences a cleaning after every test. So now, since you don't have like a cache memory, or you can say it's not accumulated at a point, so all the tests that you have now will be more quicker or optimized, you can say. So how do we get this done? So this is one of the examples in which you can use testbed.init test environment method. There definitely are more methods available, but this one is something that I would suggest, because personally, while experimenting through my own web applications, I found this one to be working the best and most effectively. So as as a speaker informing you about the updates, I would say this is one of the best methods to use it. So all you need to do is add this extra set of code to your testing environment, so that the tests that you have now will be the updated ones, the more improved ones, which will, like, as I said, it will clean the environment after every test, so that you get like a quicker result every time, or you do not end up wasting your memory, you do not end up getting results which have been dependent into the past results and all. So it will be a fresh test every time. So this is a snippet of a code that you can use for best results, though there are other methods, but definitely there have been errors or some complexities while using those methods, and this is something I am suggesting on my experience, that this is like one of the best methods to add the improved testing environment. Other notable changes, of course, include inline support for Adobe fonts, which was not present in the previous versions. There have been improvements in Angular CLIs, which was definitely expected. And then there have been documentation updates. A lot of documentation have been added to the localize command. So, for those beginners who want to like get a better thing about what Angular contains and how to work with it, the documentations have been updated. Now, the last two ones have been bolded because these are something that have been an open source contribution by people across the globe and have been added into the new Angular update version, like for dynamically enabling and disabling validators and to restore history after cancelled navigation. So these are some things that were not added by the Angular team, but were kind of like, an open source contribution by developers like us, like the ones present today in this summit. And they were the ones who came up with this idea. Angular liked it and inbuilt it in its new update. So this is like, I bolded it specifically to talk about the fact that Angular is an open source software. You can say it's completely open source. So it's like, even if there's something that you think you can change, like after this quick walkthrough, I'm pretty sure you got an idea about what are the changes that you can expect. What are the things, like all of us have been making web applications and we definitely face issues. We, like I said, Internet Explorer version has Internet Explorer 11 has been not supported in Angular 13. Now all of us at a point in time, we had to have had adding extra codes or something in order to make our website compatible with IE 11. Now the support has been completely ended, so that was one of the solutions to make it fast and more compatible, you can say. So this was something that was there somewhere in all of our minds, but Angular kind of came up with the solution and still it and all. So what I am trying to say is that this is something that all of us here can go and contribute to, and maybe expect that the next Angular release that we have, the next version release that we have, does have a special contribution from our side, and maybe somewhere in some summit somebody would be highlighting your contribution and saying that this is something that was made as an open source, and this is not something that Angular added, but a particular person who had a contribution significant enough to be added in a complete major version change. Furthermore, the performance improvements of Angular version 13 have been discussed here. Like, there definitely, if you have a version upgrade, there has to be some performance improvement. You cannot just say that, okay, these are the changes that were required in between the developers, and this is something that they were expecting, so we just put it up. You have to have some significant results that these are the reasons why we came up with this. So the performance improvements as reported by Angular for their latest update include that opt-in feature has been enabled by default. The improvements to CLI that have been made have improved the performance of the web apps, you can say, or the speed of these web apps by 68%, which is definitely a very huge improvement in performance, or you can say in speed. Also, improved build performance to optimize bundles and global scripts have been seen. Incremental build performance that don't contain any Angular traits like component, directive, pipe, injectable, ng module decorators. So these are like a few performance improvements that have been seen, or you can say these are the results that Angular saw, or Angular claimed that improve in like bringing out version 13 has brought up with us. So this is like a quick you can say vision that I wanted to come up with in this summit about what Angular 13 has come up with, because all of us have been using these for different web development works or developing our softwares or something or the other. And definitely somewhere in our mind, whenever we go for ng update, we do put up a question that what are the changes that I'll have to make to my code, what are the changes that this update is going to do to my work, and am I really expecting them, or am I really excited about those changes? So personally, it's like an opinion. I think it's a very general opinion. It's not something personal, that every time there's some change that happens to something that we've been using continuously, we definitely want to have a complete a complete guide of what has been changed, what changes have been done, and what are the things that we're expecting, what are the things that we should be excited about, and what are the things that we should be a bit critical about, because that's how they're improving, right? They're making it for the users. So it's like a vision about what changes came up with Angular 13, and definitely with this vision, I'm pretty sure we can calculate some changes that we might expect for Angular 14 coming up this May. So let's keep our eyes open for what technological advancements we can see in there. And I think I've covered most of the points, and I'll be open to doubts in the doubt session. And I think I'll wrap it up here. Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Hello. Hi, thank you, Manvi. Thank you very much for the insightful talks. It was very, very thorough. So if anyone had any questions, please type in the QA chat box. So we will address that into the next at the end of the Q&A sessions. So thank you very much, Manvi. It was a very great talk. So the next speaker we have got is Ananya Ghosh. She's from India, and she's a technical head and also as a Microsoft ambassador and IBM ambassador. So the talk we going to run through is about the Angular basics and new features and microservices and RxJS. So let's wait
Yeah,
for the
so hey Shahil, Nick here.
hey.
So I guess we're still waiting for from Anaya to join. Like we don't have her here with us on
Okay,
the backstage, but yeah, so we'll have a short break. Meanwhile, we'll just get into the situation. So
sure,
we
sure,
hope to see her. We hope to see her soon. Yeah. So yeah,
sure.
let's have a short break for now. Okay, everyone, Nick here. Okay, so I guess there is an issue with our next speaker. Oh, uh, sorry. I hear myself. Yeah, I'm here. So, because of we cannot find our next speaker, and yeah, this is live. That's things of that sometimes happen. We are gonna have a recording from another speaker that was planned for later. For now, so we had a topic by our amazing speaker Elad Shechter about tips and tricks and new things in CSS. It was supposed to happen at the beginning of the next blog, so I'll put it for you all to enjoy now. Thanks for understanding, guys.
CSS has evolved a lot over the years, and because of that, front-end developers are really struggling to catch up with all those new CSS features. But before we start, let me present myself. I'm Elad Shechter, I'm CSS HTML architect at Upright, and Upright is the open source Firebase alternative. It has a huge community. You can find the project in GitHub. And what is really fun to work in Upright company is that there are no offices. It's 100% a fully remote job. And this is also meaning that I can work from wherever I want. And in the last half year, I've been in 10 different countries in Europe and still counting. And beside of this, if you maybe already know me, I'm doing a lot of public speaking stuff on CSS, writing a lot of articles on CSS. I'm the creator of the new CSS Reset project, and I'm doing a lot of CSS stuff in the community. The best way to follow me is via my Twitter account. And now, let's start with our first thing. One of the hardest things that was until not long ago is to center things in CSS. Really, one of the hardest things. And until not long ago, one of the best ways was to give a container position relative, and to the inner element, use position absolute with top 55%, lefty 50%, and because it was sitting not exactly in the center, because the top 50 and the left 50 doesn't take in mind the size of the element, with the transform property, you need to move it half back to the left and half back to the top with the translate x and the translate y with a value of minus 50%. And how to tell you, this is not a nice way to work in CSS, a really hacky way. But in 2015, this CSS Flexbox model came to CSS and created this thing a lot more simple. And with CSS Flexbox, you can do it with 3 properties on the container element, display flex, justify content center, and this is the main axis center, and align items in the cross axis. But even this can get even more better because now we have display grid. And if you are giving to a container of display grid the property of place content center, that it's, if you have only one element, it will automatically will be center in the middle of the screen. And this is a lot better, nice way to do it. And now let's jump to our next thing. In the web, a lot of time we need to keep an aspect ratio for things. It can be for videos, and it can be for images. And until not long ago, really not long ago, the only way that you can do it, it was in a very hacky way. You had a container, you need to give it a position relative. And in order to it to be in aspect ratio, you need to calculate the aspect ratio. You need to take the number 9 and divide it by 16, double it in 100%. The result that will be 56.25%. You're giving the container padding top with this value, and in this way, the padding top is according to the width of the element. And why is that, you may ask? Why the padding top is going according to the width of the element? The main reason is that when they created the padding with percentage, they wanted that if you're giving 10% to all the sides, that they will be equal, and because of that, padding top is working according to the width of the element. And after you're doing all this, it's just to create the padding top. Now the inner element need to be on top of the padding top. And to do that, you are now need to give it the inner element position absolute, top 0, bottom 0, left 0, right 0, width and height 100% in this way. And all of this is to create an aspect ratio for an image or a video. Really not nice. And you need a wrapper element for that as well. But now you can give any element the new property of aspect ratio. It can be a video, iframe, image. You're just giving the aspect ratio. You're just saying what aspect ratio you want for this element. And the aspect ratio is acting like a dynamic height according to the width of the element. So easy to use that you'll understand it better. Let's see a small demo for this thing. This is the demo that I've done for YouTube iframes. I created the aspect ratio with 3 different ways, but the last one is with a new way, the aspect ratio property. As you can see, 16:9. And if I want now to change the aspect ratio, it will be very easy. Let's say that I want it now 4:3. I'm just writing here 4:3. Let's press here enter, that it will take effect. And as you can see now, the aspect ratio is keeping 4:3. And what is very amazing with this, that this is responsive, yes? This working according to the resize of the screen. Amazing? Nice. But if you are working with aspect ratio for images, images can be squished if they are not in the correct aspect ratio. And of course, if you are using aspect ratio, you maybe want to change the aspect ratio of the image. But we don't want this squish effect. Because of that, there is a really good friend for the aspect ratio property, and I want to show you this in a demo. Let's see another demo of the aspect ratio, but now with images. As you can see in this example, I'm using the same image, but with a different aspect ratio, 1:1, 4:3, and 16:9, okay? And as you can see here, the image is getting squished, and we don't want this squish effect. Because of that, the aspect ratio have another a property friend, I can call it like this. It's the object fit property, and it can tell the image how to behave inside her size. And if we want that the image, if we have some part of the images that need to be cut, we can use the object fit with the value of cover. In this way, it will cut the sides of the image, but the image will not be squished. You see, it's keeping the image, cutting from the top and the bottom. Okay, but in this way the image is not being squished, but maybe you don't want to cut part of the image. Then you can use the object fit with the second value of it, but you want that all the sides of the image will get kind of a color in this way, I think. And because of that, I gave here background color black, and now I can change the object fit to cover, to contain. And now the image will be contained in the size. You see? It's getting black line in the side. Let's make here 7 and we'll refresh it that you will see it in an image that doesn't have black colors. You see, but in this way, the image is not being cutted, but we have some lines in the side, but choose whatever way you want to act with the image, okay? Aspect ratio and object fit is a really love story with these two properties. They are almost all the time can work together, okay? Try to remember that. Nice. Let's continue to our next thing. CSS selector, if you are thinking about it, it's like an array of elements that we are choosing from our HTML document, kind of a list. And let's think about it in a list because it's more easier to people to understand that. Let's say that we have a list of animals. Let's say dog and cats. And because we are cat people, maybe we want to work and to select all the animals that are not a dog. We can do it with the pseudo class of not. Let's say I want to just getting the all cat. I can maybe doing it with a not pseudo class animal that is not a dog. But let's say that we have a huge list with a lot of type of animals, and we want now to select all the animals that are not a bird and not a fish. In the past, until not long ago, the only way that you can do it is to use multiple not. Animal, not a bird, not a fish. And if you need more, it's not, and I don't need to tell you why it's not right and nice to write in this way CSS selectors. It's not readable. But now the not pseudo class can get multiple arguments, and now it can be a lot more prettier. Now I can write it in this way: animal that is not a bird and not a fish, with one brackets, and this is a lot more readable to work with the not pseudo class. But maybe you are from those positive people and you want to think in a positive way. And let's say that we love dogs and we love cats, okay? And now maybe we have a list of animals and we want to choose all the dog and all the cats. The only way that you can do it not long ago is to select and to create two different selector for the same CSS stuff. I need to create it with a comma. I can select all the animals that are a dog and to use the after if I want to put after, and all with a comma I'm just creating another selector animal that is a cat and using the after. But as you can see here, we're kind of repeating a lot of the CSS selector part. I'm repeating the animal and I'm repeating the after pseudo class. And we don't love to do repeating. And until not long ago, you didn't have any choice, but now you have. Now there is a new pseudo class in the neighborhood. There is the is pseudo class that can replace us the old selector. Every animal that is a dog or a cat, just put for it an after pseudo element, for example. Okay? This is a lot more readable without repeating ourselves, and this is a really nice thing. But all those multi-arguments, CSS selector, the not and the is, can create you some CSS specificity problem. And let's talk about CSS specificity if you don't know exactly what is CSS specificity. When we are creating CSS selector, every part of the selector have its own power. Element has the lowest power, a class has more power, and ID of course has the most power from all the part of the selector. And you need to understand, if you have selector, let's say div space div space div, it has a power of 3 elements. But one class name can win a selector even of 1000 elements, like div space div space div. One class name can win a selector that have only elements in the selector will win all the time. And of course, if you have one ID, it can win a CSS selector of multiple class name like dot class, space dot class, space dot class. One ID is stronger even than 1000 classes. And let's take a look on our selector that we talked about already. Let's take this example, the old example of the not pseudo class. Let's say that we have multiple not pseudo class. How it's counting according to the CSS specificity? The not pseudo class is not counting, but it is counting the class that we have inside. And we actually have here one class, two classes, and 3 classes. This is count as a CSS specificity of 3 classes, okay? Nice. But how the not with the multiple argument is being counted? In this case, the not is just counting the stronger power that we have in the brackets. And if they are both the same, it's counting it as one class name, okay? We have one here and one here. Because they are the same, it's counted only as one. And in this case, we have a CSS specificity of only 2 classes. And it's getting better. You know why? Because we need to try to keep the CSS specificity almost the lowest possible that you can do it, okay? I think the best is to keep it in a CSS specificity of 1 class name. And maybe we can do it even better, okay? But now let's take the old example. Let's say in the past that we written this selector that now we don't need to and don't want to do this CSS selector, but how they are being counted according to their CSS specificity. They are counting separated. Every one of them have its own CSS specificity. The first one's 2 classes count as 2. The second one is count as 2 as well because it's the same kind of the same selector. 2 class name in the selector itself. But when we're writing it with the is pseudo class, it cannot separate the selector. It cannot count every one of them. It cannot count them separated. And because of that, it's counting the strongest one. Because this and this is the same, it doesn't matter. The CSS selector will have a CSS specificity of 2. And in this case, they are quite the same. But they are quite the same only because the power here is the same. But What will happen if we have this animal list and now we want to choose, let's say, all the dogs and only the black cat, that in order to get it, we need to select the ID name, okay? In the past, you can do it in this way, animal dog, comma, animal black cat. But the CSS specificity now is different in every one of the selectors. In the old way, every one of them has its own CSS specificity. In this case, it has a CSS specificity of 2, but in this case, we now have a CSS specificity of 1 ID and 1 class name. And because it's only for the second selector, maybe it isn't so bad. But what is happening if we will now do it with the is pseudo class? This CSS selector cannot separate the power of every one of them. And because of that, is choosing the stronger one. In our case, this CSS selector for both of the selector that we kind of creating here dynamically will have a power CSS specificity of 1 ID name and 1 class name. And this can make you a lot of trouble if after I want to, let's say, override the animal dog. In any case, I will always need now an ID name. Even if we'll not use this ID name in the HTML, it will still have the power of ID only because I written here in this brackets this ID name. And this can make you a lot of problem. But we have a way to solve it. In CSS W3C, they understand that this thing can make a lot of problems for a lot of web developers. And they created for us a new solution. And if the is pseudo class can make us a problem of CSS specificity, there is now another pseudo class that can select us the same element, but without the CSS specificity. And how it works, instead of writing is, we can write the new pseudo class of where. And it's selecting the same class name, it's working the same, but the CSS specificity of all the where is 0. The where and the things that we are selecting inside has a CSS specificity of 0. It's counting the same element, but with the CSS specificity of 0. You see, everything that is in the where is 0. Why this CSS specificity is 1? Because I have here 1 class outside the where pseudo class. It's just counting me this class of animal that it's outside from the where pseudo class. Okay? Amazing. Then we need to use this where maybe everywhere. Not exactly. The where pseudo class can be for you really dangerous. You know why? Because everyone thinks that we need to keep the CSS specificity the lower that it can get. But now we can remove all the CSS specificity from all our CSS. How we can do it? We can wrap everything with the where pseudo class. Now we have a CSS specificity of 0. I can wrap any CSS selector with the where pseudo class. But don't do it, because in this way the CSS will not be readable. If you are reading every CSS selector and it will start with the where pseudo class, it will not be readable, and you will have maybe even more CSS specificity problem in this case, because it will be very hard to override. Everything need to be in the bottom in order to override. You don't want to work in this way. You need to try to keep the CSS selector with a CSS specificity of 1 class name. I think that in 90% of the time, this is the main rule that you want to work with. And this is meaning that instead of maybe creating selector like this, animal is cat is dog, that has a CSS specificity of 2 classes, maybe this is one of the best way to create the best CSS specificity and to select a kind of a combined CSS selector with some class name. Animal, where is a cat, where is a dog, has a CSS specificity of 1, and you created your own best CSS selector with a CSS specificity that can be, I think, in the most correct power of CSS specificity. Blah, blah. Okay. If you're getting trouble to understand all those CSS specificity calculation, there is this website. There are more websites, but only this website is doing the calculation in the correct way for all those new CSS pseudo class, like is, where, and the not with the multiple argument. Then copy your CSS selectors and try to understand now why you are getting the CSS specificity result after we understand all the bits and the bytes and how CSS selector are being counted. Okay, nice. Let's continue to our next thing. Web designer love to design input elements. They really do. And what you do, it's very hard to design input elements. Or maybe it was hard to design input elements. Let's take checkboxes. There are the ugly checkboxes in our web browsers, and web designer love to change them. And let's say that they want it in this design. Until not long ago, or really long ago, maybe web developer didn't know,
Well, I guess we hope to see Elad later so he can finish with his topic. But that was a video that he sent us. Right. So I guess I'll let you to continue with our next speaker, Steven. The stage is yours, Akhil.
Yeah. So I hope you enjoyed the sessions from the Elad. If any questions or anything, any doubts, please type in the chat box. So we will address into the Q&A sessions. So next speaker, we are I think around 2 minutes early, but next speaker we have got is Stephen Fluin from the USA. He is a head of the developer relations in a Chainlinks Labs. So he's going to talk about why you should update to the Angular 13. So let's get on the stage. So
hello there.
Stephen, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. So are you ready for the talk?
I was born ready. Let's do it.
Okay, let's start, and the stage is yours, Stephen.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me as part of the Angular Global Summit. And thank you to all the people watching online. If you want to just throw something in the chat, I love questions. I love comments. I know we're not going to do a Q&A up front here, but we'll definitely be joining the Q&A a little bit later. And I'd love to get in and make sure that I'm addressing the questions that you have and talking about the topics that you care about. I saw questions around Web 3.0 and things like that, which in my role at Chainlink Labs, I'm a big fan of and talking a lot about. And so happy to come back to those a little bit later. But today, my topic is all around the latest version of Angular, version 13, and a little bit more general, asking the question of why should you update your Angular apps, right? Because there's work involved here, but what are the benefits? What are the trade-offs? How should you make decisions around this sort of thing? So for a little bit of background, as he said, my name is Stephen Fluin, and I am head of developer relations at Chainlink Labs. We're building this very cool product called Chainlink. Check us out if you are interested in the blockchain space at all, or even if you're not. I think the blockchain space is attracting a ton of attention right now, especially from developers. And so that's where I'm spending a lot of my time right now, or most of my time. I'm also a former Angular team member from the Google. I was on the Angular team for about 5 years. And so you may have seen me at events like NgConf, dev intersections, all those sorts of things. So lots and lots of time spent building and understanding Angular applications, understanding how we make decisions around technology to just kind of serve the businesses and serve the purposes that we're trying to do. And so that's what I'm really covering today. I was browsing Reddit a couple weeks ago, and this meme popped up, which says, when you recently updated your Angular project and a new version comes out, and it's got this kind of moment of shock that I think a lot of developers that are new to Angular end up seeing when they hear that there's a new major version of Angular coming out every 6 months. And so today I'm going to be talking a little bit about why that is, and then why that's not really as scary as it sounds, and actually why it's even more so, it's good for you as a developer, and it's good for the teams that you work on, and it's good for society as a whole. And so hopefully we're going to cover all of that pretty well today. So today we're going to break this down into 3 sections. First, I'm going to just do a very, very brief job of talking about version 13, which is the latest version of Angular to be released. Then I'm going to be talking a little bit about the core concept of why you should be updating from a couple different angles. And then we'll end by talking a little bit about best practices when you are doing these sorts of updates. And I'll keep the first section very, very short because we just heard from Manvi about a lot of the cool things that are in version 13 about an hour or so ago. So let's dive in here. So just to make sure everyone's on the same page, version 13 is the most recent version. Angular releases a new major release every 6 months, and these generally have improvements that kind of improve your life. So I picked out some of my favorite ones from the version 13 release. So the latest version of TypeScript is compatible, so TypeScript 4.6. There's been updates to the Node version, so if you're using Node 16, for example, that works just fine with it. It's pure Ivy. Since version 9, the Angular team has been shipping this kind of half Ivy, half Vue engine world where there was extra steps happening behind the scenes for compilation. There was extra complexity in terms of the architecture for shipping and maintaining libraries. All of that is gone now. They're past that migration, which means that your applications can get better, and then the Angular team can start to improve APIs dramatically. One of the cool features that I saw in version 13 that's kind of supported now by the CLI is node package exports and imports. So when you create a JavaScript library of any kind that you're shipping on NPM, you can now explicitly and intentionally specify what the APIs and what the paths should be for your package. So instead of having to rely on these main and module attributes in the package JSON, it just makes packaging JavaScript libraries much easier, and now it's supported by the Angular CLI. They simplified the routing behavior. So if you, for example, pass in a null or an undefined as the route, instead of getting evaluated as the empty string, it actually disables the link, which makes a lot of sense. It kind of matches the intuitions that we have about that sort of behavior. It's simpler to now dynamically construct components. So instead of having to get a handle on the factory, there are no more factories, right? So you can just instantiate a component directly. You don't need the component factory resolver. You don't need all these extra intermediate steps that the team used to require. And then one of my favorite features is this idea of a persistent build cache. So we can get out faster builds using the exact same tooling without having to do anything as developers. And so you're seeing that a lot of these updates just make your applications better without having to change anything behind the scenes. And that's a bit of a recurring pattern. And so let's dive into a little bit about why you should actually consider updating not just to 13, but basically every major version of Angular, every version of Angular. You should consider adopting it very, very strongly. And there's a lot of reasons why. So let's dive into this. And in order to fully understand why you should choose Angular and why you should be staying on this update path that the team recommends, I want to analyze it from two different perspectives. First, I want to analyze it from the Angular team's perspective. So having been on the team for a few years, I want to share a little bit about why the team decided to do this 6-month release cadence and how that works. And then second, I'll flip it around and make it from your perspective and say, hey, here's actually how it's going to benefit you. So first up, a little bit about how the Angular team makes these sorts of decisions. So the team has decided on a 6-month release cycle. They've been doing this ever since version 4, which was the first update after 2.0, in this kind of migration from AngularJS, the old version, to Angular. So everything that you see, Angular 2, 4, 5, 6, they're all almost identical in terms of how it actually feels to build applications, right? It's this new modern stack using TypeScript, using a CLI, using a very modern build system, the best of the web in Angular. And they decided to make this 6-month release cycle for a bunch of different reasons. And really, it goes back to the purpose of Angular. Angular wants to make it easy to build scaled applications with the web. So using these native web technologies and making it easier for you as developers to build these great applications out of the box, right? If you compare and contrast Angular with a lot of other technologies, a lot of other frameworks, with other frameworks and other technologies, you have to do a lot of the work. You have to figure out what libraries you want to stick in, what build system you want, how to configure that build system. Whereas Angular is trying to give you all of those best practices out of the box so that you're always making good choices as a developer and so that you're guided on a good path and you can focus on your application rather than all that meta and DevOps work that is required for shipping a great modern JavaScript application in 2022. So if you think about this from the team perspectives, there's actually a balance that they're trying to achieve because they want to continue improving Angular, but at the same time, if they move too fast, they won't get any adoption, right? If they released a new major version or if they release major breaking changes every month, no one would ever update the version of Angular. There would be no one that would be adopting it as a new developer. And so there's a nice balance here where they want to continue evolving Angular in a positive direction, right? The web continues to change. The web continues to evolve, and so do developer expectations. And so if Angular just stopped updating and just kept working, a lot of developers would be happy, but they would be missing out on so much. They'd be missing out on the progression of the web and the progression of the tools and the ecosystem and the libraries that surround Angular. One of the concepts that I've always talked about is this idea of a budget. So effectively, the Angular team has a budget because when we think about how human beings ingest change that's coming from the technologies they use, they can only accept a certain amount of change over a certain amount of time, right? Like if tomorrow Android and iOS were gone and there was some new platform and we all had to adapt to that new platform, that would be very hard for us as consumers. And it'd be very hard for the developers that are actually migrating and building tools on those ecosystems. And so we have to accept change at a slower rate. And so in every human being's brain, there's actually a budget of how much change you can absorb in a given amount of time frame. And so the Angular team, when they're thinking about cutting release and what features they're going to be putting in, they effectively have to think, how do we save that budget by keeping things the same? And how do we spend that budget by making things better so that we're writing better code and building better applications than we were building in the past? And so there's this idea of if you manage and spend that budget effectively, you're going to create a long-term consistency so that people that are investing their own mindset, their own education, their own ideas into Angular, they're going to continue getting out the rewards. They're going to continue getting a modern framework for building modern applications. There's also quality reasons why the Angular team really focuses on this idea of major updates. So a little bit of background on how Google builds Angular. So every time there's a commit made to the Angular code base, which is open source and on GitHub, Google is running an entire test suite. I think there's over 170,000 of these test suites across thousands of applications, where every application within Google that exists in this giant mono repository that they have is ending up acting as a test suite for Angular itself. And so the Angular team has very, very high confidence that every change that they make to Angular, they understand, is it going to work? Is it going to break applications? Because they have this giant test suite. And because Google has this mono repository where all of the applications in the mono repository are only allowed to use one version, right? This is the way that they solve this problem of how do we combine all the problems or all the versions of all the software and how do we make sure they're all going to work together? They just avoid that problem entirely by saying there's one version of any piece of software in the code base and everything has to be compatible with that. And the nice thing is that makes software development so much simpler. But the hard part is now if they want to push breaking changes, if they want to push major innovations to Angular, they also have to update all of those applications across the entire code base. And so the Angular team has used this impetus and this quality driver to drive a lot of automation for the update process. So the only way to update several thousand Angular applications within Google, which the team is actually responsible for, is by creating really great tools that convert code automatically. And then the team releases those tools as this ngupdate command that we're going to hear a lot about today. So supporting lots and lots of versions of your software would actually mean that your software is worse, right? Because we see this at major software companies all the time, where you have a version of a library or tool and some other team in the company has to use the old version. And now when you need to push a patch or a security update, you have to push a patch or a security update to every single version that exists out there. And so you're just creating this combinatorial explosion of complexity when every library has multiple versions and all those versions have to work with all the other versions of the code base. So by just having one version, you completely avoid this. You make your code much simpler and you ensure that you make better applications overall. So let's turn it around. So I've talked a little bit about the Angular team and why they do this push for major versions, where they want to keep everybody on the same version and they want to push out breaking changes on a regular cadence. I had a question for myself when I was writing in the slides. Is this finger too aggressive? I please put in the comments whether or not that's too aggressive, and I'll tone it down next time maybe. But effectively, I want to talk about 3 different areas of why you as a developer should consider keeping your applications up to date. So there's technical reasons, and those are the ones that we think about the most often, but there's also business reasons, right? If you are participating as part of a team or if you're making decisions around the architecture of your application, you should think about that. Yeah, we're seeing from a few people in the chat that it's very aggressive. So, but I do want everyone here to consider the actions that you're taking and think about the way that you're interacting with the world via your software. So second was business reasons, and third is there's societal reasons. Like it goes beyond just you and the businesses that you're a part of. So let's dive into the technical reasons. So we saw all these cool new features, right? There's bells and whistles. Every new release of Angular is going to have lots of cool things, lots of easier ways to do things. But if you think about it, there's actually some aggregate things that you're going to see time and time again with every single release. Number one, improve bundle size. This has been a repeating mantra of the Angular team for as long as I was on the team, which is that every release is going to do what they can to make the bundle size better, because bundle size directly affects the user experience. And at the end of the day, that's why we're building applications, is to serve our users. Second is version compatibility. If you're not updating Angular, if you're not updating your Angular applications, then all of this other software that's innovating and creating amazing new things out in the ecosystem can get out of match. So if you think about that Google problem that they had scaled up to the entire ecosystem, right? As soon as you have a piece of software that stops updating and stops being aware and stops participating in open source and participating in this ecosystem, you end up getting mismatches where one thing doesn't work with another thing, and you have to figure out how do the versions work together. By pushing everyone forward and saying, hey, we're all going to be on the same cadence. We're all going to be updating every 6 months. We're going to have this LTS, longer term support. You're going to make sure that everything continues working together, and you can take advantage of the innovation and passion of this amazing ecosystem. There's also improved build performance, right? Every time the Angular team does anything, they're thinking about, okay, how can we make sure that ng build is running faster? How can we make sure that compilations are faster? How can we make sure that the processes for running tests are faster? All of these things are things you're going to consistently see release after release. Security is something that you should definitely think about. There hasn't been a major security issue with either the Angular CLI or Angular in any way throughout its entire history, but it's something to think about because JavaScript packages do get compromised from time to time. And so by staying on the latest time or on the latest version, by making sure that you're up to date, you're going to be avoiding legacy versions of dependencies downstream that might have problems. And then lastly is tooling improvements. We see that the things and the features that are available in browsers, the features that are available in Webpack, which is used under the hood by the CLI, the features that are used across the board end up getting better. I know as I watched going from version 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 in Angular, new cool features just show up like, oh, a little report of my build sizes for all of my files. And just by staying up to date, you get all of those things that help you make better architectural and technical decisions as you're building applications. Next, I want to turn it a little bit to the business. This is less about the specific code that you're writing, but more about the properties of the code and the way that you interact with others in a business environment. So there's a few different business reasons, and I'll first talk about external ones. Obviously, when you improve performance of your application, that improves your customer experience. You're going to improve conversions. Your company is going to make more money, and the more money they have, hopefully they reward all the employees. The company continues to grow. The teams grow. Your success is intrinsically tied to the success of your users. And so improving and focusing on their experience is a big deal. And we also talked a little bit about security. That's really, really important from a organizational aspect, right? If you have 100 developers or 50 developers working on a large project or a set of projects, those little dependency problems end up becoming a big deal. But there's also internal within your company things that you should be thinking about when making this sort of decision. One is retention. Developers do not like working on out-of-date tech, and I'll give an example of this in a little bit, but also collaboration. One of the things that we see is that if you want to build a successful business that has lots of different Angular projects across a number of teams, if you can share code, that requires everyone to be in lockstep on the version. And if you just get stuck on an old version, you end up getting held back and you're holding back the entire company. There's also this idea of cohesion, where one of the best things about Angular is how opinionated it is. And so when you move from one team to another, the code looks and feels the same no matter what individual architecture choices the team has made, which means that you can be effective as you're moving across teams and you're working collaboratively with other folks within a company. And lastly is just growth. As you bring on new developers, they're going to know the latest version, and you won't be able to adopt newer technology if you're not on the latest version. So the last section I want to get to is a little bit of societal reasons. Oh, excuse me. I wanted to tell the brief story. I've got this picture of Delta Airlines. If you look in their source code, Delta Airlines is using Angular version 6.1. And I think that's super interesting because they've effectively, like, obviously they're still updating their website. They're still booking flights, but they're behind. And that is definitely going to have long-term impact on their retention, their performance, collaboration across the company. And I just looked at the difference between version 6 and version 13 to see actually what they were missing out on. And they're missing out on a ton of different things. So their HTTP client module is the old version, right? So they're missing out on bundles like automatic easy bundle size and developer experience improvements. Their TypeScript version, they're on version 3 instead of version 4.4. As of Angular 6, they were on Node 9. So you're missing out on all the improvements in Node. They don't get access to Ivy. They don't get access to dollar localized for internationalization. The Angular team has improved accessibility in that time. They've got resource inlining. So if you're pulling in fonts or images, the Angular team is trying to inline those for you to continue improving this developer experience journey. And then you've got cool features like Angular Dev Tools, which can help you understand how change detection is happening across your application. And they're missing out on all of these things because they have failed to continue to keep updating their application. And so the longer you wait, the harder it becomes to think about updating, right? Because the cost goes up. Whereas if you continue updating, this becomes a very, very cheap thing. One of the stories that I always heard about was when talking to the KLM team while I was on the Angular team, where they made sure that every day that a new release came out for a new major, they would already be updated to it. And so that is an application that drives millions and millions and millions of users, and they're updating the same day the release comes out because they know that it's solid, because they know that it's going to improve their team's effectiveness and ensure that they have a product that survives and lasts and succeeds. All right, the next up is societal reasons. So one of the things that I love doing is equating developer productivity and developer effort to barrels of oil. This was a little bit more applicable before the pandemic, but one of the things you can think about is if something costs you an extra week, that is all of the energy production that it took you to drive into work those days and power the building and all those sorts of things. If you lose a week of productivity, you're effectively costing the earth all of that oil, all of that gas, all of those fossil fuels, because that energy is lost to what human beings could be achieving otherwise. And so I love this idea that the more productive, the more effective we can make ourselves, the better we're supporting humanity and the advancement of humanity. So a little bit more about societal reasons. So dead code, this concept of like writing code that just no one maintains, no one updates anymore, it ends up hurting everyone because it makes everything else that an organization is trying to do more difficult. And if you look across the ecosystem, if you look across the internet, there's lots and lots of libraries, there's lots of tools that are out of date and just don't work anymore for people. And so I think minimizing this overall supports a healthier ecosystem and makes everyone's lives better. And it saves more barrels of oil, if you will. There's also societal reasons in terms of by keeping your application more up to date, and by thinking about how do we keep this ecosystem moving together, you're actually being more welcoming to new developers. One of the worst things a new developer can experience is they get pulled into a project, they get pulled into a code base, and everything's out of date. And they're like, oh my God, I don't know how to do this. All the blog posts are in the wrong version. I don't know how to follow those tutorials. And so that hurts everyone. And lastly is, I think we all want to build a better web. I think if we build better technology, we build better tools for users and empower users more with better experiences, better transparency, better lives, that's going to affect everybody. And that's going to improve the way that humanity interacts with each other and with technology. So one last story here before we get into the best practices. So these are my grandparents. They lived over in England, and they told me something one day, which was that they'd given up on adopting new technology. And they gave up right before the introduction of the microwave. And so no matter how many times we visited them, offered them to get them a microwave, etc., they never ended up getting a microwave. And so you can be pro or against microwaves, right? But they missed out on this big piece of technology. They missed out on this opportunity for a tool that could have improved their lives. And I think, how can we try and look for these moments when we kind of give up a new technology because it's hard, because we don't think it's worth it in the short term, but it definitely affects us in the long term. We also have technology fatigue. So focus on what matters, right? Like, I think updating does matter, but at the end of the day, you have to ship features. And I believe that if you continue focusing for a long time, like let's say years instead of just months, staying up to date is going to make sure that everything you do is able to be more responsive, more adaptive to the ecosystem, right? That Delta application that's still in version 6, that's probably harder to update than an application that had been maintained. This also affects productivity. And I think there's an element of fashion, right? We see where technology, some technologies rise, some technologies fall, and we end up re-implementing the same things over and over. But by maintaining an incremental path, we don't end up having to reinvent the wheel every time. And there's one more bonus reason, which is to be prepared for the future, right? We talked about version 13. We talked about all the benefits of TypeScript and Node.js and all these sorts of things that have today. But if you aren't on the latest version, you're going to have a very, very hard time taking advantage of future improvements as well, right? It's not just the technologies you're missing out on today, but you're making a choice that's going to make it harder for you to gain all these benefits that come in the future. So to end us here, I'm going to just go through a few best practices that really should help you think about how to update your applications. So make sure you know about the Angular CLI and ng update, or npx Angular CLI update. This is really the core of how you're going to be updating your applications, right? If you look at the any of the documentation on how to update, it's all going to be telling you to use ng update, because this is how the Angular team transforms and modifies your application and applies code mods in the same way that they do for the rest of Google that they have to maintain. Check out the Angular blog. I think that number 2 would definitely be the Angular blog, because there they try and give you the context of why this release matters and what's exciting about this release, instead of just giving you a list of the things. definitely check out the Angular update guide. So update.angular.io. You can put in any 2 versions of Angular and it will tell you the path between those versions. And it'll tell you, here are the changes that happened in that version, both from a simple app standpoint where maybe you just have to know about the biggest, most significant changes, all the way to an advanced app. So if you have millions and millions of lines of code and you're using every possible imaginable feature of Angular, it will walk you through all the changes that you need to make to your application. And lastly, just the Angular docs have this fantastic update to the latest version where they specifically call it, hey, these are the deprecations, so stop you doing these things. Here are the things that you're going to run into problems on. And so that additional layer of context and storytelling around the update. So there's a few decisions when you're using ng-update you'll have to make. Generally, I would make these decisions based on whether or not you have a complex application, whether your application is very large or very small. First is allow dirty. So if you throw this flag on ng-update, this allows you to run an ng-update command when you still have uncommitted changes, which is a bad thing because now it's harder to undo the ng-update command. So make sure that you're committing your code before and trying to avoid the allow dirty. But if you're running into issues, you're having to run multiple ng-update commands, allow dirty can allow you to have a path forward even when you're having problems. And similarly, -- force will ignore version mismatches. So oftentimes when we have a lot of third-party dependencies, the third-party dependencies may not have been updated, even if they work perfectly. And so you can throw a -- force flag on, which will allow you to try out the update, see if it worked, and then revert if it didn't work. Final thing here, I'll just give you kind of 3 quick paths. So if you can think about this as a traditional case, an enterprise case, or a hopeless case, traditional cases, this is most applications that we see, right? Maybe 500 hours or less into your application. Just update using the standard drilling. Run ng-update, update your dependencies at the same time, try forcing things if things don't work. It'll be a pretty good experience. I updated like 6 different applications this morning before this talk. If you are a large enterprise and you've got a few thousand hours in your application, you should update more slowly and carefully. So think about updating the app first, then the dependencies, then libraries, probably one at a time, so that you don't get bogged down into trying to solve this combinatorial problem of version mismatches. So one piece, Angular, RxJS material, all these other things. And make sure you're doing a full test suite between every update. So you're not just relying and assuming everything's going to keep working. And then I'd also say benchmark every step, because developer experience and performance does matter. Make sure you're benchmarking and saving, like, hey, how much bundle size did we save? And if you have a hopeless case, so this would be a large application, maybe you're on a version older than version 6 of Angular, or you have a non-standard CLI application. What I recommend is just create a new project. You're going to get the whole build system with that new project, and then move over all your dependencies, move over all of your components, modules, etc. So to wrap up here, we talked about this Reddit thread where like there's this meme out there of how quickly Angular updates and how that's kind of shocking to a lot of developers. But if you look at the comments of that thread, a lot of people really love this, right? Fast major versions are awesome, right? By having small breaking changes over time, it allows you to stay with the cutting edge all the time, get all of those benefits. And the Angular team makes the transition very easy. Oftentimes it takes 1 or 2 minutes. As I said, I updated like 6 applications. A few of them were on version 9. And as long as there's not major breaking changes, which the team really spends a lot of time thinking about that budget, they make it easy. And the last piece here is that version 14 is coming, right? This 6-month release train does not stop. And so if you look at the latest version on NPM, you'll actually see that the next tag is at 14.00 next 6. And so the Angular team is working on version 14. When it comes out, you should update to that one too. Thank you so much, everyone. And I will be around for the Q&A later.
Hey, thank you, Stephen. Thanks very much for the detailed and insightful talks. And I hope everyone enjoy. So we are waiting for the next round. So just a second. So the next speaker we have got is Hava Babay-Adi from Israel. She's a tech lead in Google. So let's talk. I think what she's talking about today is guidelines for the developing the UI component. So hello, Hava, how are you? Just a second, I will add you on the screen.
Hi. I'm
Hi,
great
Hava.
and very happy to be here.
Right, thank you very much. So are you ready for the talk?
Yes, I'm ready.
Could you please share your screen presentation?
Sure, I will share it right now.
Yeah, I can see now.
Can you see?
Yeah, I can see. So Hava, okay, so stage is yours. Okay.
Great. So, hi everyone. My name is Hava. I'm from Israel. I'm a tech lead at Google. I'm also a public speaker, mainly talking about Angular and about software architecture. And I'm also a community manager. I'm managing a community of high-tech professional women that live in my hometown. I'm very, very excited to take part at this conference. It's my second time speaking at the Angular Global Summit. I'm inspired by the Angular community that I get to meet in the conference and also by the other talks. In my day-to-day at Google, I'm developing an internal tool used by marketing managers. I'm a full-stack tech lead and engineer, developing front-end in Angular and back-end and APIs in Java. For my day-to-day, I use Angular Dart. It's a flavor of Angular in which the component code is written in the Dart language instead of TypeScript. However, this conference is about Angular Dart, so of course all the examples in the slides will be in. The conference is about Angular TypeScript, and therefore all the code examples in the slides will be in TypeScript. Basically, I'm an Angular developer just like you, developing an Angular application. I guess the only difference is that as a Google employee, there are internal forums that I can ask questions, and the other Angular engineers can answer, as well as the Angular team in some cases. Before diving into UI components, I would like to start with a story. I have 3 kids, and you can see in the photo their bedroom. Their bedroom needs to be always functional and effective for their needs. You can see here that when they were just the 2 of them and they were toddlers, they have 2 small beds. They also have storage for their toys and a closet. And later on, when they grew up, like the 3rd child joined the family, and there was another toddler bed in the room. When they grew up even more, we had to replace the beds so they will have enough space to sleep. And also their toys changed. You cannot see it here, but we have replaced the storage. And nowadays they are even older, and each one of them has a separate bedroom. I told you this story because in the same way that my kids' room needs to be always functional and effective, so as the component structure of your application. The component structure needs to serve the application needs, as well as be easy to maintain and reusable. And when first implementing an application and a module, of course, it's important to invest time and design this component structure. I'm going to share here the guidelines which I believe are important and lessons that I have learned in the last 4 years developing complex UI modules. Same as designing my kids' bedroom, also designing the component structure is an iterative process. You start with one structure, and then it's possible that the user needs are changed, or the system is extending and the code and the components become too large and hard to maintain. And at that point, it's important to take a look at the current needs, redesign the component structure, and refactor the existing code. I told you about my family, and I would also tell you that our favorite TV show is The Ninja Warrior. We watch all the episodes together, and inspired by The Ninja Warrior, I've built a demo system. The demo system can store the results of each and every candidate in this TV show, and I will use it to demo all the guidelines and concepts that I'm suggesting. For those of you who does not know the Ninja Warrior TV show, it's basically a competition, a sport competition. In each episode, there is a series of obstacles, and the candidate that complete all those obstacles at the best time move to the next level of the competition. The demo system that I've built can store for each and every candidate what was their start time, end time, and results for each and every obstacle. And just, I had to mention that a month ago, the 16th Ninja Warrior in the world was announced, and he's from Israel. Okay, so a very, very short background. What are UI components? Components are basically the building blocks of Angular application. Basically, in an Angular application, everything is a component. The smallest component, you can refer them as atoms or as basic components. These are the inputs, the drop-downs, the buttons, and so on. Most of the organization have a design system for these basic components in order to have the same look and feel around all the applications. And in this slide, you can see the basic components from Angular material. So, as I told you, this is the demo system that I'm using in this talk. And highlighted are the basic components being used, the button, from top to bottom, it's the drop-down, an input, and a button. Then there are custom components. Custom components are composition of basic components. And you can see highlighted a custom component, which is basically a single obstacle, a start time, end time, and a status. And a basic custom component, can also be a composition of other custom components, as highlighted here. Basic components as custom components both have inputs and output to communicate with their parent component. And I'm also going to discuss some aspects that are important to remember when designing inputs and outputs for components. So, as you probably know, Angular is component-based. Everything is a component. However, it's up to the developer to design the right component structure for their application. And in this talk, I will answer the following questions that will provide you tools to design the structure of your web application. How to make components reusable, how components should interact with each other, and what should be the interface of your components. Let's start with the guidelines. This is the list of guidelines that I'm going to discuss. Some of them are clean code guidelines that are applicable to UI and backend code as well, and some of them are specific to UI. Single responsibility principle, that's the first guideline. It's the most basic and fundamental clean code guideline, which applies to UI components as well. It basically means that each and every component should do one thing and do it well. The advantages of the single responsibility principle are by the fact that it makes components smaller and therefore easier to maintain. Components with single responsibility are also easier to reuse. If you have a large component that is doing many tasks, it's hard and even impossible to reuse a single task or a single aspect of the large component. And by the fact that components are simple and focused, they are easy to reuse. Those are indications that your component is not keeping the single responsibility principle, and you should consider refactoring. When the component have too many inputs and flags, and when the component tests are very long and hard to maintain. Next guideline is composition. It's basically a follow-up of the single responsibility principle. The idea behind composition is that a desired functionality is built by a set of small components, and the parent component is basically responsible for orchestrating and passing data between those small components. A functionality is basically achieved by multiple components. The advantages of composition is that it's much easier to test a functionality with a composition of components. Each component has its own test, and you can test all the aspects of the specific component. And also, each component has its own sets of flags and inputs. And it's easier to replace a single part of the functionality when it's composed from multiple components. Reusability. You should aim to reduce repeated code. Basically, you should introduce shared components that are reused across the application. Therefore, the functionality in the shared component is tested once and has the same look and feel across the application. One example that I can give is our dropdowns. When my application was first introduced, we had a set of simple dropdowns using the material dropdown directly. As the system evolved, we were requested to add additional functionality to the dropdowns. At first, we've added autocomplete to the dropdowns, and later on, we wanted to change the style of the dropdown items. And when this second request came, we've realized that we need to introduce a shared dropdown component for our system that will be used everywhere a dropdown is used to gain same look and feel, and also make sure that the dropdown functionality is tested once. Next, single level of abstraction. This basically means that components of the same scale should be children of the same parent component. And when it's not the situation, you should check if it's indeed the right abstraction. Okay, so we've discussed some of the guidelines, and I would like now to demonstrate them. I will apply the guidelines, the single responsibility, composition, reusability, and single level of abstraction over the Ninja Warrior application. This is the template code, having all the functionality on the same component. It's very long to read on a slide. I don't expect you to be able to read such a long code. And in real life, it's also very hard to read and very hard to maintain. So let's start by applying some guidelines. First of all, highlighted here is the template for adding the result of a single obstacle. By applying the single responsibility principle, we will introduce a component for storing and loading results of a single obstacle. You can see here like the template and the interface of this component. Okay, so this is our template code. It looks much better, but still we can improve it even more. we have here a mixture of basic components and custom components that would be an indication that we should use the single level of abstraction. And in this case, I would suggest to create a candidate picker instead of generating all the candidate options on the parent component. And this is how it looks like. We have now a candidate selector that gets us an input, the list of candidates. And for each and every obstacle, there is an ng4, and there will be an obstacle results component. And now we can discuss tests. We can have dedicated tests for the candidate picker. We can test it with a very long list. We can test loading the page with a missing candidate and so on. And then for the obstacle result component, we can also build dedicated tests. For example, that start time is smaller than end time, and so on. Another improvement can be achieved if we look into the obstacle result component. Basically, we have here two application duration picker. There is a component for the duration, like when an obstacle started and when it ended, and we can introduce a dedicated component for that. And it will be a reusable component, basically validating that the start time and end time are on the right format of minutes and seconds. And maybe some additional validations. Okay. Now that we have demonstrated the first four guidelines, we can move next to the presentation versus container guideline. This one is UI specific. Basically, if you look at the high-level page, this would be a life cycle in most of the cases. First, need to load the data via RPCs. The data should be presented. Then an input is captured from the user, and once the save button is clicked, the data is stored. If we look deeply into loading the data, it means getting information from RPCs or from state management. It means like loading the data first means getting information from the router. In many cases, the ID or something similar is on the router. Then RPCs are invoked. It's either that the component subscribes directly to the RPCs or to state management. Anyway, sometimes when the RPC result arrive, some cascading API request should be invoked. So a component responsible for loading the data need to wait for all the requests. It also need, in many cases, to present some kind of a loading bar or a spinner while the RPCs are being executed at the server. And also a component that is loading the data should handle failures when one or more of the RPCs are throwing an exception. And same for saving the data. The component that is responsible for saving the data need to invoke the corresponding RPCs. Sometimes the component need to decide which RPC to invoke in case it's create or update. And of course, show spinner and handle failures. The idea behind a container and composition component is basically separating the page lifecycle. The container component, which is also referred to as a smart component, have dependencies on the bigger application, for example, the router, the state management, invoking RPCs, and so on. This container component is responsible on the first step, loading the data, and the last step, saving the data in the page lifecycle. A presentation component does not have any dependency on the larger application. It has inputs and it omits output events based on the user changes. And the presentation is basically responsible for the second step, which is presenting the data, and the third step, which is capturing user updates. If I would have applied the container and presentation concept over the Ninja Warrior system, then that would be the presentation component. It will get all the information, the list of obstacles, the list of candidates, the list of existing results of candidates in obstacles. Everything will be given to this component as input, and this component will be responsible for presenting and also omitting output events which are not shown in this slide. This component should be applied, this guideline container and presentation should be applied when there is a complex logic for loading data or saving. For example, when there are cascading RPCs, progress bar, failures, and so on. Actually, I guess it's most of the cases, at least the part of showing a spinner and handling failures. And presentation component, they have the advantage that you can reuse them with multiple data sources. If we take an example, take a look at the Angular material, all of the components are presentation components. They have inputs and outputs, and you can just place them on every web page. And your application will have similar components as well. One example is a drop-down or a date picker that are used in many pages or even many applications in your organization. You ain't gonna need it. That's one of my favorite guidelines, not just for UI. It basically means that you don't need to add functionality until it's completely necessary. You should build the code to be extensible based on your future plans, but you don't need to implement everything at once. For example, you know how a page should look like now, and your UX team has some ideas on how the page should evolve in the next 1 or 2 years. So you need to implement the current state and make sure it's extendable for the future plans, but you not need to implement everything because things change both on architecture and user requirements, UX, and so on. Actually, this guideline refers also to the other guidelines. For example, you don't need to implement reusability until there is a real need to share functionality across application. Also, composition need to be applied if the component is large enough, and so on. To summarize, these are the 6 guidelines which I believe will help you to build a good and reusable component structure to your application. I would like also to discuss component interaction. Inputs, that's the most straightforward. Each component defines using the input annotation, what are the input binding that are passed from the parent to the component. I've added here an example of one input of the material chip component, highlighted with the input annotation. It has the removable input. Now let's talk about outputs. So one way a component can output data to the parent component is via event emitters. Basically, a parent subscribes to events on the child component. You can see here an example of the material chip component. It has selection change event emitter. Basically, each component using the material chips will get an event when the chip selection is changed. Another method that you can use for output from components is basically services. A service is a class that is implementing a narrow and well-defined purpose. Services are basically a way to delegate a task from the components. In Angular, services can be injected to multiple components, and therefore we can use them for component interaction. For example, a child component makes some update on the service, and then service activate a callback on the parent component based on the child's update. When you should use the service or an event emitter. So basically, the interaction via service should be used when there are no direct parent-child relationship, and also when the communication is complex, like there are events going like both ways. I would also say that using a service limits the reusability of the component across multiple applications because every application that will use the component will need to inject the service. So basically, I would say that services are for the more complex cases of component interaction. I would also note that if your parent and child component are part of the same form, the way to interact, for them to interact, is via form control and the control value accessor. I'm not going to elaborate on that, but those are the terms you should look for in case you're designing components that are all part of a large form. One thing to note about inputs and outputs, that the guidelines are basically similar to method parameters regarding the number of parameters, where they should be simple types like string or dates, or whether there should be objects. There is one thing to note about UI components, is that you should prefer using non-API objects for presentation components. See here, it's a class presented that I've taken from the material chip. This class is non-API, and therefore it's not application specific, and every component that is using the material chips can make an advantage of this class. To summarize, components can interact via event emitter, service, or form control. Form is one aspect, and if you need to choose between event emitter and service, probably service for the more complex cases. And I've also shared some guidelines about data structures for inputs and outputs of components. Thank you very much for listening. If you have any questions, you can find me on LinkedIn, and also join the Q&A session that I believe will be just now. And also, if you have additional guidelines which you think that are important for developing UI components, reusable UI components, easy to maintain, and so on, I would also love to talk to you about it.
Thank you, Hava. Thank you very much for the detailed and insightful talks. So I hope everyone enjoyed. So we have got 3 minutes earlier. So let's start the Q&A session. So I will request all the speakers from the phase 2, Manvi, Elad is already online. Hava is there. Stephen, Fluin, could you please come on the online, please? So we can have the Q&A sessions. We are waiting for the Stephen Fluing. Just 1 minute. We are ahead of the schedule.
I think you can start. Yeah, like, let's not wait for Steven to join. We have
All
some
right.
questions.
Okay, no problem. So let's start the questions. So we got a question here. I think it's for Manvi. We cannot use the CDK virtual scroll viewpoint. Is it something that we will be considered in the future version?
Well, certainly. Right now, also we do use this command, but we need to define viewport earlier. So this is something that will definitely be considered in future versions, and I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing nice updates with this. Also, if somebody here is interested in coding this part, they can put it up as an open source project up there. So yes, we are hoping to see this.
Okay. I hope everyone got the answer. So we got the next question for Hava. So we got one of our audience asks, I see that you use the ng4 in a div wrapping the app obsolete result component. Is there a reason not to apply the ng4 into the component itself?
In my point of view, there should be, like, in order to apply the senior responsibility principle, I would suggest a dedicated component for a single line, a single obstacle, and this is why the ng4 is in the deep wrapping it. However, it's also possible to create another component for a list of obstacles or something like that, and then the ng4 will be part of this component.
Okay, I hope we got the answer. So we got the question for Elad. Here we go. So Elad, one of the audience asking, then should we always use the animal colon will instead of animal colon is section?
In most of the cases, the where pseudo class is better than is. I don't see any case to use the is, or only if you want to put sometime you want to pull where inside where, then inside the where I will put is that it will not stack where twice, only because the readability. But all the time you want 99% to remove the CSS specificity in CSS, and the where is the best option to do so.
Okay. So Steven, we got a question here. So why should we migrate from React to Angular? Could you please explain?
Sure. So the first thing is, I don't think that everyone should, right? Like, you should really consider the needs that you have, the skills that you have, the software that you're relying on, the team you've got. Like, all of those things should play a role in that decision. And so if you've got a giant React app, maybe rewriting to Angular right now is not the right choice. But in general, people tend to choose Angular because for a bunch of different reasons. They choose Angular because it's opinionated, right? Like, you don't have to assemble your own stack, right? Like, it kind of gives you, here's the build system, here's the standards, here's the practices that are going to give me a system that's going to scale, it's going to perform well, and solve a lot of my problems. People choose Angular because it has this idea of like scale built in, right? Like, because it's built by Google to solve Google scale problems, you know that by choosing it, it's going to automatically solve those kind of similar problems for you via that opinionation. People also choose Angular for its ecosystem. So, like, there's a ton of Angular libraries out there, component libraries, things like that. This whole concept of NgAdd, I think, is like revolutionary, where instead of having to like start with different starter kits or manually install code yourself, you're shifting the responsibility away from you as a developer into actually pushing that onto the dependencies that you're going to be including in your project, right? So when I add Angular material, I don't just install it via npm and then like manually go figure out how to use it. I ng-add npm, and then it gives me a bunch of stuff automatically. And that's one of the kind of superpowers, is that this ecosystem is probably more connected maybe than other ecosystems out there. So I think that's some of the reasons that people like about it the most, is just the opinionation, kind of that it solves their problems really well without having to think about it and make a bunch of choices that you might have to change in 6 months.
Okay, I hope everyone got the answer. So this question is, I think I'm asking everyone who would like to go. What will be the continued in Angular 14? How Angular 13 benefit ecology? So who would like to answer this question? Manvi, Steven?
So I don't actually know what's going to be in Angular 14. One of the interesting things about Angular is that because it's all open source, and because they do this release train, when they cut beta 0, there's no work done. And so back when I was on the Angular team, it would be a little bit funny because we would get phone calls and emails from like news outlets and press companies, and they'd be like, "We saw version 14 beta is out. What's in it?" And I'd be like, "Well, zero weeks of work are in it, so it's nothing yet." I think if you look at the Angular team roadmap, there's a lot of really exciting things in there that I hope will land in 14. From typed reactive forms to single or optional ng modules. Like those are things that I know the community is really, really excited about, that I hope to see in 14, but I have no idea if they're going to make it.
Okay, so we got the next question is for Elad. So the next question is, in the example where pseudo selector was used, just a second, it's got the question gone. Just a second. Oh, right. Yes, care. Sorry for that. So where the pseudo selector was used with specificity of 0, doesn't it impact negatively in performance, or it's the same performance regardless? I think you are muted, Elad.
Yes, sorry about that. I think web developers sometimes are making the mistake because when they are creating a CSS selector and an element, it's can cause us problems that it's more hard to the web browser to catch it. But here we are selecting class name. We are not selecting elements, and because of that, it doesn't need to create a performance issues. I didn't really check it, but this will not make you a performance issues. If you are selecting elements like div span, this will create you a performance issues, but not a class name. It doesn't matter if it's in where, it's just a better way to write it and not to create a CSS specificity in your selector.
Okay. The next question is for Manvi. Could you please tell if some setting tear down destroy after each equals true is still needed to be added manually for Angular 13 test, or is it something defaulted truly automatically?
In Angular 13, this has been automatically set to true, which was not there till Angular 12. In Angular 12, it was by default set to false, so we had to write it down specifically. But in Angular 13, it has been set to true by default.
Okay. This question is for Hava. Hava, what is it like? What is called material or bootstrap for Angular? Is that make sense? I think I'm very sorry because it's written in a very short.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's the question. Maybe it's referring to me mentioning the Angular material components.
Okay. Yeah, but I think is that how it written? Sorry about that. The next question I think is from your presentation. What is the best way for component communication, grandchild or grandparent?
So I guess, as I said, there are two options. One is communicating via a service, and the other way is communicating via events. It really depends on what the components are used for. If the components are used in several applications in your organization, or maybe several places in the same application, I would not immediately recommend the service. I would more lean toward the events between parent and grandchild, but depends on the nature of the communication. Like, is it only like one way, or is it like is there like one flow of communication, like from parent to child or child to parent? Sometimes the communication is more complex, like parent to child, child to parent, and then again parent to child, like as a follow-up. That would be more a use case for service.
Okay. The next question is for Stephen. So the Stephen, regarding deprecation, is there a concept of LTS, or is the life expectancy of an API that is meant to be deprecated a single major version?
No, so there absolutely is an LTS policy. So, but I'll say what that covers is major breaking bugs and security problems. So, like for 13, for example, I think there's 18 months from the first day of release. So from 13.0.0 to for the next 18 months, you can be sure that if you're using 13.0.0, you'll be covered from critical bugs or security problems. But that doesn't come. That is kind of the limit of it. So that LTS helps, but it doesn't stop you from getting out of date. So like in 13, they may deprecate some API, and so it'll still work in 13, but it may not work in 15 or 16. So the LTS is there to help and to give you more time to update, but you still are expected to kind of continue updating your application to the latest and greatest. And they work very, very hard to make that so simple that everybody does it.
Okay. So another question, Steven. While you mentioned mostly updating to the major version, what do you think about patch versions? How should large enterprise approach this type of update?
Sure. So the Angular team follows semantic versioning, and semantic versioning says that in a minor, you can only add features, you can't break anything. And in patches, you can only fix bugs and not break anything or introduce new features. And so in every team I've seen, they were able to get approval in the enterprise for updating to every minor and every patch without any sort of approval or oversight. And so I've never held back from a patch or a minor update because there's never any breaking changes in those. And if there is a breaking change, the team, like that, I think it may have happened once in my entire history on the team, and that they reverted that change right away. And so like it is always safe to update to the latest minor and patch.
Okay, so there is a linked question with this one. Is those update principles are applied to size companies, or is it if it is mid-size with a specific product, will those be still applicable? So that question is linked with the above one.
Yeah, so I'll say I think the principles apply to any company of any size because, for example, if you look at how Google builds software with Angular, every software engineer that uses Angular at Google is on the latest, not even patch, but they're on the latest commit, right? Like the entire code base moves forward together. And so no matter how big you are, like Google is already using those latest versions at scale in the enterprise. And with smaller teams, the faster you update and the sooner you update, the easier it is for everyone. Because you see this kind of one version problem crop up anytime you start saying, well, let's hold back. Let's not do that for 6 months. And then one team wants to go forward and now they can't because you have a shared dependency and it creates all sorts of problems.
Okay. I hope everyone is enjoying the Q&A and getting the answers. So this question is for Manvi. If you can explain how to develop an app in Angular Web 3.0. Like now we using React, we can create a lots of apps of Web 3.0. something you can explain?
So this question is a lot about how to develop the complete app. So that is like a complete different talk. But if you're asking like can we or can we not? So yes, definitely you can use Angular to develop apps for Web 3.0 and like very effectively. There are apps present that way. So I think that is something a lot of coding parts you can explore. And yes, you can make apps using Web 3.0 using Angular.
Okay, so another question is, I think, for Hava. Do you have something more than a migration guide to deal what break changes when migrating to version 13?
I'm not sure this question is
No.
related to
Anyone
my
can
talk
answer?
about.
Steven,
Sure,
Manvi?
sure. Yeah, I'll jump in just because my
Yeah.
talk is about migrating.
Sure.
You shouldn't need something more than a migration guide. You shouldn't need something more than the automated tools. The automated tools are absolutely stellar, and the vast majority of applications they happen like automatically, and the breaking changes are generally very, very minor things that don't affect most people. So like if you look at the breaking changes and deprecations, like they removed View Engine, and so if you had some dependency on View Engine, that would affect you, but the vast majority of applications don't, right? Like the team has been making this incremental plan. So for example, even since version 9, View Engine wasn't the default. And so that won't affect you. Removal IE11 support. Unless you need to support IE11, that's probably not going to affect you. And we when we were on the team, we found that most teams didn't need IE11 anymore. Yeah, so like the breaking changes that exist, like removing old versions of TypeScript, all those sorts of things, they're very, very easy to overcome, and most of the time they're automated.
Okay, fantastic. Next question is dedicated to Hava with the name. When is the best to use getter and setter in at input function property?
Basically, let's talk about a setter. A setter is mostly used when the input is not like kept as is in a component. For example, you can get an object, and internally in the component, you turn it into a map, for example, because this way the information is more accessible. So those are the cases that I would use a setter for an input component. If like it's just like a string and persisted as a string in the component, then there is no need to implement a setter, just like update the component directly. Yeah, I guess it's a matter of complexity. And I would like to refer to the previous question. I guess what they asked about material or bootstrap is basically which components to use. Should we use the material component for a bootstrap component? I would say that for me, specifically in Google, there is no such a choice. But if I would have to choose components, I would. I believe it's a balance of a technical discussion and a UX discussion. You need to look into the component. You need to look at what flexibility they provide, what are the components that you will use in your system, whether they exist in one library or not. Choose that way.
Okay, no problem. Steven, question here. When a new version is released, do you advise to update soon or wait some time to make sure it's stable?
You should be able to update the day it releases. Like that's what, as I said, that's actually automatically when the release is cut. Google's already on the latest, so it's already been proven.
Okay. Question for Elad. How is the current support for column-where, column-ease aspect ratio is in modern browsers?
Okay, first, all of the features are already support, at least in the last version of the browser. Is and where are supported in Firefox, Chrome, at least 10 version, iOS from 14 and up. And for the aspect ratio, it's supported in iOS 15 and up. Then this is the main new thing that you need to figure if it's enough for you. But is and where are currently supported in all browser quite a time. Aspect ratio, you need to think about if it's enough for you or not. And of course, it's not supported in IE. And please, in 2022, don't support anymore IE. It's not better for you to be a programmer. Try not to support it. You can always say that it has a lot of security problem, and only because of that you don't want to support anymore IE.
Okay. Steven, question for you. Are you using Angular at Chainlink?
So in general, Chainlink is building more of the backend, the smart contracts, and the Oracle software. And so we're not building front ends, and so we're not using Angular for that use case. But my team actually is building some Angular code samples for how to show you how to connect to blockchain and how to connect to Web3. So we hope to be shipping those at some point soon here, so that you have these kind of like Angular starter projects, Angular seeds that just like automatically connect you to Ethers or Web3.js that say like, hey, if you want to fetch data on the blockchain or interact with the blockchain in crypto, it should be easy to do that from an Angular app.
Okay. So question for Hava. What is the best way to share a form group between components? Could you please explain?
Wow, it's a good question. Actually, I have a 30 minutes presentation about it. But there are multiple ways form group can be shared between components. One of them is as an input, like you can pass the form group as an input from the parent component to the child component. Another method is implementing the control value accessor interface, and basically this way your component will support the ng control directive, and this way it will get the parents form group.
Okay. Question for Elad. What do you think about the use frameworks like Tailwind on Angular? Is it a good idea?
First, I'm disconnecting the CSS part from the framework. Because of that, it doesn't matter which framework you will use it on. And the second thing is Tailwind, about Tailwind. I'm not from those web developers use Tailwind, because in my day job, I'm doing CSS architecture, and Tailwind is more not helping me than helping me. And I prefer to look on the code as a story. Like, I see the class name and understand the logic of the structure, and Tailwind kind of not having any logic. If it's helping you, use it. If it's you see that it make you the code less noisier and you don't understand it after you write it after, let's say, 1 month, maybe think about to work in a different way. Good and bad, it depends who is looking on it.
Okay. While we are with you, another question for Elad. When you want to develop a UI component, do you prefer to build the mobile version then jump to the desktop version, or other way around?
I'm trying to get all the sketch, let's say mobile, tablet, desktop. There isn't really such thing as tablet on desktop or mobile, because it's according to the depend of the width of the screen, and you can see mobile in desktop, and in tablet you can see desktop. How I'm looking on it, I'm thinking about to see what is connected, the partial in all the side screen. It can be mobile, tablet, and desktop, and everything that is connected, I'm writing it without any media queries. And what is not connected, I'm putting it inside closed media queries. Let's say I have a media query of max width of 500 pixels, after that between 500 and 1000, and another one between 1000 and up. What is common is affecting all the media queries. Of course, it's without the media queries. And what is in the mobile doesn't affect on the tablet. What is in the tablet doesn't affect on the desktop and the mobile. And in this way, you have a full control, and you don't afraid to do small changes in the mobile that they will affect the desktop, or the desktop that will affect the mobile. And what is common, you're putting without media queries. And this way, you have all the powers to create the best responsive thing that you can get. I hope that you understand it. And if not, look on YouTube, responsive design best practices with my name, and you will find a full talk about responsive design.
Okay. So we are taking now last 4 questions before the break. So the another one is about components and styling. Which one is better, Angular material or Ng Bootstrap?
So I guess it's the same question as before. I don't have an experience with NG Bootstrap. I can just say that if you need to choose, then it's basically based on the specific application needs. I don't know, there are applications that are dashboards and are looking for chart components, then you need to check the charts in Angular Material or in Bootstrap. Or I don't know, maybe you have complex drop-downs, tables, and so on. Like you need to list the needs of your application and then check if they exist for both Angular and Bootstrap. In component libraries, in many cases, it's easy to do CSS changes, but it's hard to change HTML elements inside the component. Like if you have a date picker, you can change the style, but if you want to place the buttons in a different order, that's more complex. So it's a collaboration also with your UX team to understand if they can use the components in the design system as is or require major changes, and then that's might be complex.
Okay. So while we are with you, Hava, another question: how do you implement a progress bar with details of process in progress, completed, failed status? Do you need NgRx state management?
Specifically in the application that I'm using, we are using Redux, and using Redux, we do have we subscribe to the state, and then we're getting notifications when an RPC is pending, success, or failing, and using the progress bar accordingly.
Okay. Elad, question for you. How would you recommend to structure CSS in an enterprise project? Would you recommend AWS 7 architecture or another solution?
I'm working with SAS, separated files, separate partials. This is a full talk that I can give about how to create a CSS architecture. And in SAS, there is the old version with the Dart version, and I'm now playing with how to make it working in the Dart because it's a little bit different. I have some ideas that are working in my current project. Maybe it's a really good talk that I can give here maybe next year. And this is what I have for you for this. It's a full talk that I can make about how to create a CSS architecture with SAS.
Okay. A question for Steven. I think it's similar to what you answered earlier, I guess. For production work,
Same answer. Proceed.
Right. Okay.
Make it happen.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Another one, which is I think interesting one, is how easy way to make Angular application into SEO. Anyone?
Sure. So SEO is a big, complex topic. Out of the box, Angular SEO is pretty okay, but it uses Google's like slower crawler that crawls and renders JavaScript pages. So if you really, really care about SEO, then you should do pre-rendering. And so you should either be using Angular Universal to server-side render your Angular pages, or you could use something like Scully. So for example, like on my own personal blog, I have a pre-render script that just pulls up Puppeteer, visits every page of my website, saves the renders the JavaScript, saves it as HTML, and then sends that down and then bootstraps Angular on top of that. So there's a lot of really good strategies, but server-side rendering with pre-rendering allows you to build one cohesive Angular application using TypeScript, using Angular, and then getting the benefits of that pre-rendered version of the application.
Okay. It's a question for Elad. Do you prefer CSS styling in the component scope or style in the global CSS?
I prefer to combine them. It means that I want some style that will be global and some style that will be scoped, and that the global can affect some of the style that are scoped. Of course, the scoped cannot affect the global. Try to combine both of them in this way. you have the power to do whatever you want, and in the times that you want them to be global, put them global, and in the scope to put them scoped. This way, you have both of the powers. I hope it answered the question.
Okay. Question for Hava. What are the side effects of using multiple UI components in the same Angular application, such as combining Angular material with Ng, Bootstrap, or others? Any explanation?
Hi. It's a question first why you would need to use multiple UI components. Is it because one framework is missing some components that you have in the other framework? I specifically use only one, but I would say that you need to make sure that UX and the experience is similar while using both components. And I would believe that all components are built as presentation components that can be used everywhere, while parents components are orchestrating the inputs and output between the basic components.
Okay. Got the last question, which is, I think you are all are expert in the area. So we got the question, what is the future roadmap for Angular? Manvi, Steven, anyone? And I think that's the last question before we go on to break.
And so I have to drop, but thank you everyone. It was very interesting Q&A session.
So my answer is that I would just pull up the Angular team's roadmap page. So that they actually updated it like last week, so it's relatively fresh. Where it's just angular.io, and then you click on roadmap or go to guide/roadmap, and they talk about strict typings for Angular forms. They talk about APIs for Ng modules, image performance, micro front-end architectures. Like they're trying to be as open as possible with where they're going, just not maybe specifically when they're going to go there. So just check out the roadmap and you'll see everything they're working on. Like they really do a great job of operating as an open source project, like building with the ecosystem, building with the world. So everything's on GitHub and on the website.
Okay, thank you very much, all the speakers, Manvi, Hava, Elad, and Steven. I think all the audience enjoyed your questions and answers. I think a couple of questions still coming up, but we are running out of time. So if anyone has any more questions or any clarifications, please connect with the speakers on their social medias or in the chat box, or we may address, I think, somewhere in a future course. So give a big round of applause to all the speakers. And I think thank you very much. And I hope you all enjoy your morning, evenings, and afternoons. Thank you.
Okay, yes. Thank you, Shahil, for your moderation, and we'll see you tomorrow for
All
the
right.
senior track. Yeah. And just a couple words before we go on a short break. Yeah, I know there was an issue with Elad's video, and just 3 minutes was lost in our like re-uploading of the file. So we're really sorry for that. And Elad actually uploaded this video to his own channel, and I already put this this video, this link in the chat, in the both chat of our event, and also I will leave it in the description of the video. So meanwhile, you can go and check out that video. Just return because we have our next moderator, Mike, starting in very soon, and our next speakers.
Hey everybody, this is Mike. Guess what? I got the next block. I'm coming to you from sunny California. Wait, let me look out the window. Hold on, because it was raining yesterday. Hold on. Okay, yeah, it's sunny. Hey, this is Mike coming to you from sunny California. Guys, I'm so excited to be here. What can I say? These summits are so super amazing, and I just have a really good time with all the speakers. I can't wait to have the speakers in my block. I can't wait. So let's see what we got going on here. What do we have? Let's see. We've got Oluwatoni Akinjiola. Sorry, man, if I pronounced your name wrong. But guys, this guy works for PayPal. This is so super cool. I can't wait. When I saw him on my block, I was like, whoa, this dude works for PayPal. This is going to be so super cool. Well, he is going to talk about with us today accessibility in Angular and removing barriers. Guys, I tell you what, that sounds like a super cool topic. I'm going to get out of the way. I am going to let him come in here and give us a super, super talk. I don't know about you, but I am strapped down and ready to go. Guys, I'll talk to you in a little bit. Let's go ahead and get this thing rolling, and here we go.
Hello, everyone. Before I introduce myself, I'd like to share with you a persona. One of the topics that changed my perception recently has been accessibility, and PayPal's commitment to accessibility gave me an exposure to what people living with disabilities go through. Accessibility has been available on the web for as long as a decade or more. And there are so many resources online out there to help you develop an accessible website. So today my approach will be a little bit different, and I would like to focus on the persona of a blind person who is trying to access a restaurant or order food from a restaurant. Now imagine a blind person commuting long hours to get to a restaurant, and they get to the restaurant and the menu is not available in Braille. Brailles are the devices which blind people can use to communicate, or at least receive communication, just by swiping their hands on the surface of the device. And imagine the restaurant has a long queue. Imagine the waiters are too busy and don't have time to even read the menu. Imagine that the restaurant doesn't have a website, or the restaurant has a website that is not accessible. Now, looking at all of this, you could clearly see that this is a big challenge to find yourself in. And in this presentation, I would focus on solving the restaurant menu problem. My name is Tony Akinjiola, and on your screen you can see a QR code. And if you scan the QR code, you would get access to my Twitter account, my GitHub profile, and also my LinkedIn account. I would be speaking up or touching up on some of these topics. I would speak on why accessibility is important. I'll share with you some statistics. I would also talk on how to achieve accessibility. I would be giving a couple of practical examples and highlights. I would also share with you some tools, resources, and guidelines to help you build more accessible websites at the end of towards the end of the presentation. So why should we consider accessibility an important topic? One, we need to understand that people who live with some form of disability or the other, either being blind, deaf, blind, cerebral palsy, or any other form of disability, they rely on accessibility to live their normal life. Imagine not being able to buy food, or not being able to access your banking services, or not being able to perform online purchases because a website or websites that you could rely on are not accessible enough. Also, another reason is we're beginning to see lawsuits on accessibilities growing significantly across the world, and many governments around the world are beginning to issue legislations to enforce and ensure that digital spaces and websites are becoming more accessible. So as developers and tech companies, we have a moral and a legal obligation to create designs and build websites that support accessibility. It's just the right thing to do. If we take a look at the numbers, if we do a simple Google search, you would find out that there are 8 billion people around the world. And of those 8 billion, 1 billion are people who are living with some form of disability or the other. And that makes a significant 15% of the total population around the world, which means that by not making your website accessible, you're denying 1 billion people from using your website. And even from a business perspective, it doesn't make sense to exclude 15% of an entire world population. And these people are people living with different conditions, either temporary conditions or permanent conditions. It could be as a result of medical conditions from birth, or it could be as a result of circumstances such as accidents. It could also be as a result of old age. And even sometimes you could be denied access if you have poor internet connection and your website is not accessible enough. So imagine having a restricted access, not being able to do things you've been doing before, not being able to order food at a restaurant or do a simple Google search or even using your banking applications. Now, my presentation and the story behind my presentation is inspired by the story of Akinjiola, who shared some of our experiences in a TED Talk. And I'll be showing you some of the code snippets of a website I built, a simple restaurant website I built in the coming slides, where we'll be making a comparison between codes, good codes, and better codes. And the good codes are the approach that a developer would make without considering accessibility, while the better codes would be more of the approach that the developers would make when they have accessibility in focus or in mind. So before I do that, I would play a screen reader of the website of both the good version and the beta version. So I would play a screen reader navigation in the next slide. Yeah. So here's the screen reader trying to read the good websites.
Link, read more. Link, read more. Headings menu. Heading level 1, restaurant. Heading level 2, menu. Heading level 3, Seisai guide. Heading level 3, chicken and chips. Form controls menu. Order menu button. Order menu button. Window spots menu.
And that's what a good a website without accessibility in focus would sound like for someone who's using a screen reader, where if you were following up with the preview, you discovered that there were a couple of things that was quite unclear when it comes to the order button, for example. And I would show another presentation that showcases the better layout. And this is what a screen reader would look like if accessibility was being focused on when developing the simple restaurant menu.
Links menu. Visited link. Skip to main content. Visited link. Home. Visited link. Menu. Visited link. Read more about Seitai Guy. Link. Read more about chicken and chips.
You can see there's more context there.
Headings menu. Heading level 1 restaurant. Heading level 2 menu. Heading level 3 Seitai Guy. Heading level 3 chicken and chips. Form controls menu. Order Seitai Guy button. Order chicken and chips button. Landmarks menu. Navigation. Menu main. Window spots menu.
So how then can we achieve this? How then can we make our codes much better to give more context of accessibility to the users of your website? So if you take a look at this layout, you would realize that we have essentially 3 sections. We have a navigation section, we have a header section, and we have a main content section. And if you take a look at this snippet of codes, all the sections are being wrapped by a div. And you can see the outer div and the inner divs that wraps the navigation, the header, and the main content. Now to make this better, all we need to do is to just change a few tags to increase sort of like the accessibility and make it more readable for a screen reader. And if you look at the new layout and the better layout, you see that now we have a new section called Skip to Main Content, and this essentially is useful to help users of the website jump directly to the main content without having to go through all of the other elements that you have on the page, such as your navigation and your header section. And if you take a look at the navigation section, it's being wrapped by a nav tag. And so essentially, it's good to wrap your navigation items wherever you have on the page where you have navigation. It's always good for you to wrap them in a nav tag. And also in the header section, you can see now that the divs wrapping the header has been replaced with the header tag. And this makes the screen reader understand that this section is the header of the page. And below that, we have the main content now being wrapped by a main tag. So whenever you need to whenever you have the main content of your page, it's usually good and advisable to wrap them around the main tags, because what this does is it tells the screen readers or other accessibility tools to say this is the main content of the page. Yep, skip to main content. Now, earlier in one of the previous slides, I showed you an introduction where we added a skip to main content section in the beta layout. And usually, most people don't add this to the website, and it's not a compulsory thing, but it's usually good to give your users an easy escape out of all the navigations that you might have on the website So help them skip those navigations and jump to the main content. And in our scenario, we have a restaurant, and the menu is probably more important to a regular user or someone who's coming on a regular basis, who already knows about the banner and your welcome message, and you just want to skip them directly to the main content. So place an order for food. And in the next slide, I'll just show you a little presentation of the effect that has when you implement a skip to main content on your website.
Google Chrome, Tony window, leaving toolbar item palette, entering restaurant web content, visited link, skip to main content. Chrome has new window. You are currently on a link inside web content. To click this link, press Control Option Space. To exit this web area, press Control Option Shift up arrow.
If you click on the link, you'd realize that it basically skips the user the focus from the header, and it skips directly into the main content.
Google Chrome, Tony window.
So if we go and then if you take a look at navigation, we have our navigation, and most navigations could look like this if they are developed without considering accessibility. Where you have a div tag and you have the anchor tags being placed inside of the div tags and being probably styled with CSS to indicate that it's a navigation. And if we take a preview of how the screen reader would interpret that, I'll play you a preview right now of
Restaurant web content. You are currently on a toolbar item palette. To interact with the items on this toolbar, press Control Option Shift down arrow. Leaving toolbar item palette, entering restaurant web content. Visited link, home.
Sorry, I just play that again.
On this toolbar, press Control Option Shift down arrow. Leaving toolbar item palette, entering restaurant web content. Visited link, home. Chrome has new window. Visited link, menu. You are currently on a link inside web content. To click this link, press Control Option Space. To exit this web area, press Control Option Shift.
And you could see that it just basically reads out the link, and it doesn't give the user context of what the links are about. And this is an example of what a better implementation of navigation would look like. And if you notice, the outer div tags have been replaced with a nav tag to indicate that this is a navigation. And you can see that the list of the menu items have been placed on a list. And if we take a preview of what the screen reader would
visited link, home, list navigation menu 2 items. Chrome has new window. You are currently on a link. To click this link, press Control Option Space. Visited link, menu. You are currently on a link. To click this link, press Control Option Space.
So if you notice,
visited link, home, list navigation menu 2 items. Chrome has new window.
If you notice at the beginning, it says navigation menu item. And therefore, a screen reader user would know that they are currently at the navigation section of the page. Also, if you take a look at an example of the header of what's a regular implementation or an implementation without accessibility in focus would look like, you could have a div and you have your H1 tags, you have your image tag, and if you notice the image tag has a red underline indicating that there's an attribute missing. And below the image tag, you see the paragraph tag or the P tag, which contains the welcome message. So again, I'll play a preview of this, and then we take a look at what the screen reader understands.
Heading level 1, restaurant. You are currently on a heading level 1 inside web content. To exit this web area, press Control Option Shift up arrow. To get missing image descriptions, open the context menu. Unlabeled image. You are currently on an unlabeled image inside web content. To begin interacting with the contents of this image, press Control Option Shift down arrow. To exit this web area, press Control Option Shift up arrow.
You can see it says unlabeled image.
Welcome to restaurant. This is an Angular project that was developed to showcase the importance of accessibility and the big differences little changes make. You are currently on a text element inside web content. To exit this web area, press Control Option Shift up arrow.
So in that implementation, the screen reader basically continues or reads the heading, and then it reads the image as an unlabeled image. And here before you is a better implementation of what the header section would look like if accessibility was placed in focus. If you take a look at this implementation, we have all of the header elements wrapped in a header tag, which will basically indicate to the screen reader that this section is the header section. And we have the H1 tag indicating the restaurant. We have the image tag being wrapped by picture, the picture tag, so that you can include different sources for different sizes of the pictures, depending on the screen sizes and whatever media query or attributes you would like to use. And if you look at the image tag, we have the image tag, and you have the class, you have the source, and just below it, you can see that we have an alt tag. And if you notice, the red line is gone. And the alt tag basically takes a description of the image. And here, I've decided to put in a cover image of a restaurant. And just after that, you have the P tag. So again, I'll play a preview of the header section of the beta version of the header and what the screen reader has to say or interpret.
You are currently on a banner inside web content. Heading level 1, restaurant. You are currently on a heading level 1. Cover image of restaurant. Image. You are currently on an image. To begin interacting with the contents of this image, press Control Option Shift down arrow. Welcome to restaurant. This is an Angular project that was developed to showcase the importance of accessibility and the big differences little changes make. You are currently on a text element.
And you can see that the screen reader reads it better. It talks about screen reader was able to pick up the image, and it read the image as the cover image, and also it was able to read the entire section and called it banner just by adding the right tags. So if you go to the main content of our restaurant website, you would see in this implementation, we still have the div wrapping the main content, and this is what it would look like if a developer does not have accessibility in focus. Use the div tag, and then you have the heading 2 or heading level 2. You have the UL tag, you have the list tag, and here we're basically looking through a list of the menu items. And then for each of the menu, we want to show the image. And again, if you look at this implementation, the image is missing the alt attributes. And that's why you have the red line again on line 5 over there. And below the image tag, we have the H3 tag. And below that, we have the P tag. And right below that, we have the span for the ingredients. And then we have the list of the ingredients also represented below. And after the list of the ingredients, we have the button on line 15. We have the button which says order menu. And notice how order menu has no context. And on line 16, we have also a read more. And read more essentially also lacks the context of what it is. So it's essentially read more about what? Order menu, order what menu exactly. So I'll play preview of what the screen reader would derive from this snippet of code.
Heading level 2 menu. You are currently on a heading level 2 inside web content. To exit this web area, press Control Option Shift up arrow. List 2 items. You are currently on a list inside web content. Bullet 1 of 2. You are currently on AS list marker. /pk432456789.jpg unlabeled image. You are currently on an unlabeled image. To begin interacting with the contents of this image, press Control Option Shift down arrow. Heading level 3 say type guide. You are currently on a heading level 3. Satay of course is originally an Indonesian/Malay dish, but it has been in southern Thailand for a very long time. You are currently on a text element. Ingredients. You are currently on a text element. List 6 items, level 2. You are currently in a list. Dry roasted peanuts, 1 of 6. You are currently on a text element. Red curry, 2 of 6. Rice, 3 of 6. Chicken, 4 of 6. Fresh red chili, 5 of 6. Salt, 6 of 6. You are currently on a text element. End of list. You are currently on a list. To move between items in this list, press Control Option right arrow or Control Option left arrow. Order menu button. You are currently on a button. To click this button, press Control Option space. Visited link. Read more. Chrome has new window. You are currently on a link. To click this link, press Control Option space.
And if you notice the order menu, right? So if a screen reader user has been on this list, and having just an order menu would mean that you expect that the user should keep track of the menu item. And you could have like a component with a lot of items to go through, and the users could easily lose context. And that's where having a better implementation would mean that you have to include context in, especially within your action buttons. So I'll show us a preview of what a better implementation would look like. So here we have the main content wrapped by the main tag. And if you notice, we introduced an area labeled by to identify that main content. And that ID menu heading is the ID being used for the H2. And essentially what this does is the screen reader will read the main content as a main content. And if you go on to the next tag, which is the URL tag, we have the menu list. And also we loop again through the menu, and for each of the menu, we display an image. And then we add an alt attribute, which indicates the picture of the menu name. And in our case, it would be the picture of Satay Guy, which is one of the menu items that we have there. And that's how the screen reader would read it. And if we go on, we would get to the menu description. And just below the menu description, we have the ingredients. Again, the ingredients being given an ID. And I'll show you a bit why we use the ID here. So if you look at the menu ingredients on line 13, which is the list, we label the list by the menu ID that we have assigned to ingredients in this previous slide on line 10. So we assign an ID here called menu ingredients, and then the ID of the menu, just because we want the screen reader to say, this is a list of ingredients on line 13. And then if we jump out of the list and we go into the button, you could see that the button has some more context and it's a bit descriptive in its way. And here you'll be having a button saying order, and then it picks up the menu name. So here you would expect to hear something like order chicken and chips, or order fried rice, or order satay guy. And then if we look at the A tag, we would see that the read more is not just the read more now. We have another element, a span element that has a class of SR only. And what this class does is to hide the element from view and to make sure that the element is only accessible to screen reader applications only. So here you'll be hearing something like read more about the menu name. Yeah, so I'll show a preview of that in the next slide, and let's see what the screen reader
Menu.
has.
You are currently on a heading level 2.
Say.
List 2 items. You are currently in the list. Bullet 1 of 2. You are currently on AS list marker. Picture of Satai Guy image. You are currently on an image. To begin interacting with the contents of this image, press Control Option Shift down arrow. Heading level 3 Satai Guy. You are currently on a heading level 3. Satay, of course, is originally an Indonesian/Malay dish, but it has been in southern Thailand for a very long time. You are currently on a text element. Ingredients. You are currently on a text element. List ingredients. 6
So if you notice, the screen reader says list
items level 2.
ingredients.
You are currently in a list. Dry roasted peanuts. 1 of 6. You are currently on a text element. Red curry. 2 of 6. Rice. 3 of 6. Chicken. 4 of 6. Fresh red chili. 5 of 6. Salt. 6 of 6. You are currently on a text element. End of list. You are currently on a list. To move between items in this list, press Control Option right arrow or Control Option left arrow. Order Satai Guy button. You are currently on a button. To click this button, press Control Option space. Visited link. Satai Guy. Chrome has new window. You are currently on a link. To click this link, press Control Option space.
So if you look at the curb cuts that we have at intersections of streets, especially for wheelchair people who move with a wheelchair to be able to access and climb onto ramps. If you notice, these curb cuts are also being used by skaters. They're also being used by elderly people, and even parents who push their kids in trolley also use these curb cuts to gain access. And what this simply proves is that if we build more accessible application, then it benefits all of us. And it also proves that disability is not a barrier, and we can do more to begin to give ourselves better and improved experiences on the web. So how then do we cater for some of these accessibility gaps as developers? I would say to achieve a great result, it's nice to develop some form of consciousness because accessibility is all about elements, all about structures, and all about behaviors. And if you don't have some form of consciousness on how your application is being used by users who rely on accessibility, then you'll find it difficult understanding in what context to build your application and making it more accessible. But one of the useful tips could be to try and use your keyboard more. Try to navigate with your keyboard. Most of the elements you can find with a mouse are clickable, but not most of the elements that are visible are accessible. So use keyboards more. Also, use the right HTML tags and stop relying on divs and spans. And even when you have to use custom components, always remember to include the role attributes to say, I'm making sort of like a button, or in a case of a date speaker. And if you're going to be using div and you want the div clickable, then you should add a role of button for the screen readers to understand what that element is about. Also, establish the right information hierarchy, use page titles, add descriptions to images, and just use tags that will improve the performance of your website generally. Also, you could make use of focus traps in situations where you have modals or drop down or tooltips in some cases. Always make sure you have a focus trap just to keep the accessible users within the context of that component. And also, don't forget to add an exit for the component. So usually add a close button to your modals and make sure the close button is accessible as well. Another important thing is to do testing, do a lot of testing, automated testing, manual testing, and intelligent testing. One thing you need to realize is that compliance is not accessibility. You could have an automated tool that would give you an 100% assessment or score on assessment, but your website may not be accessible. So to do that, you need to do some manual testing as well, and also to do some intelligent testing to understand the context of what services your website is providing and how best to position or create an hierarchy for your content to help accessible users go through this easily. Another good thing is to have better designs and consistent layouts. It does help a lot when you introduce accessibility early in design. And lastly, try to follow guidelines. There are a couple of resources out there that are helpful and useful for you. Component Development Kit, CDK, is one of those tools provided by Angular. You have accessibility specifications that you can find online from different resources. You could check WebAIM. I think WebAIM has some specification. W3.org has a specification as well. And they basically have guidelines on page structure, on your content structure, and then the important area tags and their use cases. Another resource to look at is Angular.io accessibility guide. Angular also has some accessibility guide for you. And another good resource that I find helpful is also gov.uk. And the interesting thing is gov.uk basically provides some of the accessibility implementations. If you Google gov.uk and accessibility, you see some of the instructions and some of the guidelines and specifications that you could follow to make sure your websites are accessible. Other tools that you could take advantage of is Lighthouse. Lighthouse is a Google extension, Google Chrome extension. And basically, I think by default, you can just inspect your inspect element on your browser if you're using Chrome, and you'll be able to do an accessibility scan or generate an accessibility report using Lighthouse. And as you can see, for the beta version of the restaurant website, we got an 100% accessibility score. Another tool you could use is Wave, and Wave is also an accessibility testing tool that was developed by WebAIM, and you could also use that to scan or go through your website. By default, Mac has voiceover apps that you could use. You could do that by just going to your settings, and you'll easily get to your accessibility section, and you'll be able to turn on your voiceover. For Windows, you could use JAWS. JAWS is one of the accessibility tools for Windows. Another good resource you could use is ArcScore by DQ Labs. ArcScore is also quite nice, and then also gcstudio.com. So remember that when you make your website accessible, it's for the benefit of everyone. And a good activity you could indulge in today is just try to navigate through your favorite websites using maybe keyboard only or using a screen reader, just to get the feeling of accessibility. My name is Tony Akinjiola, and I hope you've been able to learn from some of the experiences I've shared today. Again, all the resources for this presentation you would find on my GitHub page. And if you scan this code, you again get access to my Twitter, my GitHub, and my LinkedIn. Thank you.
Wow, that was so super awesome. I'll tell you what, man, that was really cool, the stuff that he was showing. Anyway, we got to get going here. I'm going to bring in my next speaker here. His name is Vitalii. How's it going, man? How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. So, my name is Vitalii Honcharuk. I'm currently located in Sri Lanka, and I don't have a chair, I don't have a workplace, so I'm just working from the bed, and now presenting my conference also from the bed. It's due to bad situation in Ukraine, so you probably all the people in the world already know about Ukraine, so this is why I'm here with my 3 kids and wife.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. In fact, I have a couple of friends there too. I was there a couple months ago, and I just can't. We're not going to get into it, but I just can't believe, what's happened. But hey, brother, I'm telling you, man, you guys are awesome, and we all support you. And I think it's really amazing how everybody is just trying to, just cope with the situation and trying to survive and just trying to get on with life, right? I think it's amazing. And hey, power to you, man. Kudos to you that you're doing this. So this is really awesome. Vitalii, what do you got to talk to us about today? What are you going to share with us? What do you have? What are you presenting?
So I will be presenting actually the presentation and a bit of kind of a real demo about how to use in Swag to generate web clients for Angular. So it's very useful. So I think that every junior, every even middle seniors should know about this opportunity, because it will save ton of time and decrease the amount of bugs. Yep.
That's super awesome, man, because I saw your topic and I was like, whoa, I really want to listen in. So I'm going to be paying attention. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring in your slides, all right? And then go ahead and get that all set up, and I'm going to get out of the way, and you have it.
Okay, great. So I will be starting. So our topic is generate web client in seconds with NSwag. And I'm Vitalii Honcharuk, and I am principal lead full stack software engineer at Sani Security. I am mostly experienced in C#, .NET, Angular, SQL, Azure, and Kubernetes. So I had a chance to work for Microsoft, Verizon, Telenor, and for more European and US companies as a contractor. Also, I lived in the United States, in Europe, and now I'm already living in Asia, so more than 2 months in Sri Lanka. So I am also a conference speaker, teacher. I also had an opportunity to be a mentor and judge in over than 25 hackathons, which are like international. Also, I write stage articles in C#, Corner, in Hacker Noon, in Medium. So let's go to the topic. What is NSWAG? So actually, if to speak if to tell this in a couple of words, so NSWAG is a Swagger and OpenAPI toolchain. Actually, Swagger NSWAG is located in this link in the GitHub repo. It has tons of contributors, and it has a lot of people who actually said that they're using this technology, but I think it's much more than it just listed here. And so it in most of the cases written in C# .NET, but it doesn't prevent you to use it in any of technology you are working on. So if to look at the at this repo, you can find here a lot of useful articles, documentation, and a lot of links you can follow and read more. So if to return back to the presentation, I can tell you, like in general, from the front-end perspective, how you can use, how any front-end developer can use the NSWAG for their favor, and how this can help to automate your routine work, which related to the synchronizing your backend and frontend. I mean the code. So how does NSWAG work? If to look at this diagram, it can, if to speak in general, it can generate. So once you have a backend application, and in case you have a Swagger and Swagger or OpenAPI specification, you can and also if you have just a Swagger JSON file, or if you have an access to any URL with a Swagger JSON, or if you have a JSON schema contract, or even if you have .NET backend, you can use this tool to convert all this kind of input data through the specification, so through the NSWAG, which will generate specification, and you can output that to the Typescript client, for example, for jQuery, for Angular, for Aurelia, and some other stuff. Also, it's kind of not the topic of this meeting, of this conference, but you can also generate C# clients, and you can generate C# web API controllers. So let's go into details a bit more. So how does it work? Again, if to speak generally, NSWAG, it's an engine that uses settings NSWAG file or NSWAG JSON file as an instruction to generate web client. Also, such settings NSWAG such instructions may be created using convenient NSWAG Studio. Basically, NSWAG Studio is this application where you can do setup any kind of things you need. For example, here I have client and Swag, and here I selected that I wanted to consume the specification from this URL from localhost 5001 API slash specification.json, and I selected that I want to create a TypeScript client. Also, I have a chance to set up a bit more about how I want to generate it. So here I have tons of settings which then be translated to the settings and Swag JSON file. If to speak in general, this works in this way. So let's go a bit deeper. So how can you generate web client? How any front-end developer, front-end engineer can generate web client. So what are the options? If to split this in different from if to look at it from different angles, you can think from for example by source of the information that will be translated to the web client. I mean, for example, first way is you can do generate from backend from your backend, on the time of your backend build. This actually applicable, I guess, for the cases when you have a single repo, when you have a backend and front end in single repo, and you can do the build of your the creation of your web client on the build of your backend application. So once backend developer changed something in the backend contract, I mean in the endpoints, for example, the backend guy just added some new parameter or just added one property to the model that was already there, or just created another one endpoint, the NSWAG will check that something changed and will be creating a new web client file. Okay, another case, another way of how the front-end engineer can do that without a backend engineer. For example, backend engineers can I guess it's a usual practice in different languages to have a Swagger endpoint, a Swagger UI, where you have OpenAPI JSON specification, and anybody can just download that file, save as an OpenAPI JSON or OpenAPI YAML or Swagger.json, and just use this file for creation of the client. And also another way, it can be just like I shown you here in settings. I can point this application to the, for example, some production URL or some URL on the staging environment or some test environment, and get the specification from exactly that environment. And I will be able to develop I will be able to develop front end against that environment. Or I can just run the backend locally and point to the local environment and have a generated web client. Also, another option is to use a JSON schema. It's another kind of standard how the backend can be described. It's another than OpenAPI, but I will not talk more about this during this session, so let's skip that. You should just know that it's another protocol, and you can generate from the NSWAG with the NSWAG even from that contract. Also, you can use some more .NET related ways, but I will not speak about it since this is an Angular conference. Okay, if to talk about if to look at the different angle, how you can how you can generate web client like from which interface, from which user interface. I mean, it will be in Swag Studio. So here, you, for example, selected all the settings you want. You pointed to the right way where you wanted to take this contract, and then you you click generate files or generate outputs. It will not work now because I still did not run the application. Probably I will do that later when I will be showing the demo. Now I'm just describing. Okay, another way is NSWAG CLI. Let's go to the link here. And here we have documentation regarding this NSWAG, and here you can find many information regarding how to use it. And the most convenient for every front-end developer is to use NPM-based NSWAG generation. So basically, I don't know, many years ago, maybe not many years ago, doesn't matter how many months ago, the package was introduced in the NPM. So you can basically install that globally, or you can install this locally to your project and save to dev, and you can just use it just by running then nswag run, and you will have generated you will have your client generated just in seconds, in milliseconds. Okay, let's go back to the presentation. I think that's all for the slide. Okay, how basically you can start using NSWAG in your project. So first, it's kind of one-time setup. You will need to do to use NSWAG Studio to create right settings. I mean, you will need to use the studio to configure the NSWAG file. Let me show actually how does it look like. So let me go here. So here's NSWAG JSON. Let me open that here. Let me show it a bit more. Okay, so here is how the NSWAG JSON is looking. It's a bit weird. You have tons of settings here, which you can just go and set up through the convenient UI. And that is basically how the settings translated from here, from this studio to the file. And then this all these settings will be used to generate your client. So you will not need every time to pass to the command line all the settings. So it's you will need just run NSWAG in the command line NSWAG run, and that's it. Okay, so you will need to do first time setup. So use NSWAG Studio to create settings file. Then you need to save this settings file to your repo. For example, under this root, it doesn't matter now. So in your root, and then you will need to run npm install nswag save dev, for example, if you want to save that in your web application. So let me go to another kind of demo project that I created. So here I have this nswag. Where is nswag? So yeah, here I have nswag as a dependency, and and probably that's it from this file. Then you are good with your first time setup, and then any of your developers, any of front-end developers will be able to just download the repo and execute nswag run in the folder. Surely after the npm install, he will be able to execute nswag.run, nswag run, and the file that we configured here, for example, under this root, actually it can be, how to say it in English, relative root, for example, like this. And so saved. And then you will have file created. For example, I said here that I want to create source another client source app web API client TS, and here is that file that will be generated. Oops. Okay. Then you will be able to. Then after you run nswag run, you probably need just to enjoy and use your generated client and make necessary changes in the application. Okay, let's do a demo. Demo will go like, if you will want to do that on your machine, you will need to go and clone the branch that I created in the repo that I have. Then go to this folder, execute .NET run. So if you actually don't have .NET, if you're not a .NET developer or any related things, so if you don't have .NET, you will need to install the .NET CLI. I put the link here, so you will be able to go there and download. It's just to run the backend. But if you don't want to actually go there and download the .NET, you can just explore without running. I will be running .NET run, and then I will go to the this URL and we'll see the client. So what it will do while the .NET run, while the backend build, it will generate the client automatically on the backend build time. So .NET Run basically do it first. .NET build the project, then it do run. But while the .NET build time, it will generate the web API client TS by the settings that are sitting in the nswag.json. Then I will go to another client that I created just for fun, just to show you that another available option. So I will go run npm install. Actually, I already did that. Then I will do nswag run to generate web API client TS in the another folder because it's another project. And while generation, it will use the client .nswag settings and it will read the specification from that root. Actually, you can see that it's the same root as the .NET Run application will be running because they're running the server and the client. So basically, I will use the server, the specifications it is running on the server, and I will generate the client, which then I will be running with npm start on the another port. So I will have two clients pointing to one, to the only single web API. Okay. let's stop talking and showing and just go to the demo. So I'm going to the project. So here is why it's so small. Okay. Here, like I described, I will go to source web API and just do cmd because I'm on the Windows machine and do .NET run. Let's stop that for now. I will show you. I will not do the .NET run. Prior to that, I will delete the file that should be generated just to show that it will be generated. So here I'm removing. Now the whole application is not valid. It will not be running. But during the .NET run, it will do generation of that file, and everything will be good. So even if you see, it's just appeared. So it was not here and it just created. So here it's my local time in Sri Lanka, 8:50. It was created. So and we can see that application is running. Now I can go to HTTP PS localhost 5001 and what? Why it's not running? Maybe because it's still generating the client, but no, it was generated. Maybe it's compiling. Strange. It should be running. Oh, yeah. So I see fail here and it start compiling. So it's first, it generated on the C# build. It generated also a TypeScript client, then application, then like Angular server understood that something was changed at the folder, and it started building the front-end application. And yeah, so it's finished here 100%, and the application is running. Now on the back front, you can see that my application is running. So what can I do here? Yeah, except just default counter that everybody seen in the default template, I can do fetch data. And it basically goes using that web client generated to the my web application, web API. And also I have a to-do API, which also works through the through this come on, where is this? Yeah, here is a network call through this client. So here we can see it goes to exact same local host and port. So that's probably it for the first demo and for the first application. So let's go to the next one. For example, here I have another application. So let's go here. It has name another client, obviously, and here I have another client .and Swag settings, and here I have an application, and again it's just a copy paste application from the first one. So here I just showing you how it can work and do generation from the URL. So here you see we have our server. Actually, I forgot to show you, if somebody doesn't know, what does it mean Swagger UI. Basically, here is a Swagger. I know that in C#, in Java, in other languages, people often use this UI, this kind of self-documented way to explain, to show what is the what is a contract on your backend, what is the API endpoints you have. So basically, from here you can do an execution of any endpoint you have, and you can use this UI even instead of Postman. So you basically have all the capabilities to execute all the endpoints here. And how actually this UI works, it's just taking the API specification. It's usually called swagger.json. I just did configuration on my own, so I just wrote that it will be under the root API and with the name specification.json, but it can be named different ways. Basically, what you need is a JSON how to say, the JSON description of your web API. So here is OpenAPI JSON. So I'm taking it from here. I'm going to actually I already have everything set up here, and I can do generate files. I can basically press here generate files, and this will occur. The file will be generated under this route which we have here displayed. So basically here, or I can do just I can do what I can do here. Okay, here I'm doing CMD again, and I'm doing nswag run and forest run. Good. Everything done. So here, okay, 1 second. A bit more than a second, not milliseconds, but we done this very quick. And here it's, oh, it's not here. Strange. Maybe I confused the route. Hoo-hoo. Up, up, up. Why it's not here? It should be here. Strange. Let's refresh. It's still not here. Let's do back source. Oh, okay. I need to do. I did the wrong. Okay, so this should be the root because it's related to the to this nswag file, and basically related to that. So we have source, then up, then this. Let's do again, generate boom, less than a second. Good. We have this file generated. Yeah, we can see that now. And let's return back here and do npm start. Now it will be starting on the port. So ngserve, here I have this port, and let's now, while it's still compiling, open this HTTP 4201 that I configured, and let's wait a bit. It's still starting. Probably it wanna make me red while I'm waiting and you're looking at me. Okay, let's wait a bit more. And it's still compiling. Good, done. Pew. And let's prove that it's going to the API that we want. Here we have, you see, it's running here, and it can go to the to this another like to the server which is in this route. Let me show you how this look like. How this client actually look like. It's not very beautiful. I wanna tell you the truth, but it's actually built in the way it can be very flexible. Let me close this. Okay. I mean, due to a ton of settings, the NSWAG generates the client with a bit overwhelming internal things, but this is only to support all these different settings during the generation. But the good news that you don't need to go here and just look through that file and so on. You will need just to use. So for example, I have a to-do component and here is it. And here I have a constructor. I have this to-do list client and to-do item client. I have multiple clients which are coming from that file. So here are that multiple clients, and what I just need to do, I just need to use it. So here is, for example, yeah, it's a bad practice in the constructor to do get, but it just for the demo purposes. I'm doing just get, okay, so I can just use this client, put dot and see with the IntelliSense what I have here, which endpoints was translated to the functions, which I can just call. So I'm calling, then I'm subscribing, and boo, everything good. So basically, that's probably it from the file, from the usage. Oh, one more thing that I want to mention, how I'm providing that base API URL. So from in the first client, which is with the server, it uses default URL, which was provided from the environment. So here I have environment, and here I have the URL. Then it goes to the app module. Here I have a provider with the inject token, and here is that inject token, which actually in this file, which was created just during the generation for your convenience to just be able to provide the base URL. Basically, you can do many things here. You can tell NSWAG that you want to have some method which will be used for something, or you can have some base class where you will have some logic and so on. That is how it look like from the inside. Okay, let's maybe do the quick show how we can create another client just quickly. Do we have 5 more minutes? I will show more. Okay. If nothing, no one answering me, so everything good. Okay, let's, for example, create a folder. It will be with the name new folder, and here I wanna create a new file. It's in Swag Studio, so I wanna create a new client. So what will I do? I will set up. Yeah, actually, by the way, here by default you have such a default URL that it can take. I didn't show you that you can generate outputs you can generate, you can select runtime here, and then you can click generate outputs, and you can see just from very beginning, here is some specification on some kind of demo site, which NSWAG integrated with. And here you can already have some specification. You can download it, and you can specify that you want to generate some TypeScript client and just generate outputs even from that studio, even not to the files, but from here. Then you can just copy that and paste somewhere and use. Okay, but I want to show you how I will create a client. So I will go to the specifications that I have from my Swagger UI. So basically here is it. I will take this link. Then I will go to the Swag Studio. It's basically how you will add, how you will start using this in your project. Then I will say that I want a TypeScript client. Then I will go to settings. And provide my settings, for example, some module name, namespaces, and so on. I wanna have Angular client. Oops, I said Angular. Then I wanna use inject token. Let's compare what I have here for it to run quicker and without any problems. So I'm just comparing with what I have in the another application. So I'm telling that I want to use Angular singleton provider. Then let's see. Here nothing changed. Okay, then here I have. Yes, here I have different name. So every exception will be wrapped in Swagger exception, let's say. Then enums I will not change. Whoa, why it's freezed? Okay, go here. Update settings, nothing changed. Okay, then let's do compare with this. Okay, then just let's copy. Okay, so here I said that I wanna this related path to the nswag file, but we still did not save that file. So let's do save. So I'm saving that. Saving that here in this new folder newly created, and I will call that my client. Dot my client. It will appear in Swag. So we just created my client dot and Swag, and so what can I do? Just do generate files. I can just run it from here, or I can run it from the command line. So anyway, it will generate the web API client. Let's just do quick win and just copy whatever I have here and go back here and paste, skip changing. Oops, we don't need we don't need this. It's another nswag client nswag file. So basically now cmd npm install, and after npm install I will but while the npm install I will change the port on which I want to run this project, so it will be port 4202. I'm saving that and still waiting a bit, and We are still waiting. Okay. So basically, everything we want is already here. Oh, I copied a wrong folder. So what I did a mistake. Here. No, okay. I didn't make a mistake, so it was another. So last time I did incorrect root, so I had incorrect folder. Okay, everything should be good. Let's do npm start, and application should be running on the on this root. Hope, fingers crossed. Everything should be okay. Waiting still. And maybe first time thinking a bit longer than next times. So compiling. And it's still compiling. And yep, this is how you will add NSWAG to your project. Basically, now see, we are using this newly created client for the for accessing the API, which is located on this root. In my case, it's a backend built on the C# ASP.NET. So that's basically it. Let me go to the last slide. Yes, so with demo we finished, and use cases. Just to summarize, when it's the most handy, when you need, so you can immediately generate client from file or from URL from the local or staging or production environment. Also, you can immediately generate client after pulling, merging, or switching to another branch. So when you have some weird merge or any other your teammate did some changes, you don't need to go and manually create the all the DTOs, all the clients to support, all the changes. You just do NSWAG run, boom, everything done. So NSWAG helps backend and frontend be in sync immediately without any routine work. So that's it. Thank you. It was Vitalii Honcharuk, and I'm principal lead full stack software engineer in Sani Security. Done.
Man, awesome, man. That was so super cool. We got some time. Wow, man. There's a lot of questions that popped in because I knew you were asking about that. So let's get going here,
yep.
Right? Let's see what I got for you here. All right. I'm gonna go bottom top. All right. So
sure.
You talk about TypeScript, right? So why TypeScript? Just explain that to me. Why do I want to use TypeScript, especially when I got to convince my lead developer and all them. So yeah, just give me a. What do you think?
So basically, in general, why TypeScript? Why not the JavaScript? Okay, so basically, TypeScript is TypeScript helps you to have how to say it in English. Okay, so you can have all the types for all the properties for all your objects for all your instances. So it will be much more easier to develop because you will have IntelliSense like I shown you. So you basically press, you have, for example, client, then you put dot, then you can see all the methods you have in this client. But if you will have, if you will use JavaScript, you will not be able to see that.
Yeah, you know what? And then this leads to your next question, right? Is it important to be strict on typing? Yeah, see, right? So yeah, just go ahead and follow with that one there.
Yeah. I just forgot how to say it in English. So
That's all right, man.
strict
That's
typing.
cool.
So yeah.
No, that's cool, man. Hey, Vitalii, here's another one for you. Okay. Can you show us an example of a C#? Do you have one? Because I think somebody out there wants to see one in C#. Do you have an example you could show us real quick?
To show C# client, or what do you mean?
I don't know.
No, I don't have a C# client right now, but we can generate it basically. I can show my screen again, and let's try to generate a client. Basically, you can just press here. Do you show on my screen now?
Yes, I see it. Yeah.
Okay, so C# client, and let's go to C# tab and do generate outputs. And yep, bingo, it just created the C# client, which you can just copy and use, or you can set up with the settings where you want to output this like an output file where you want to put the created client. So basically it just you can do it in seconds. For example, actually I didn't speak about it in this conference, but we are using in my company this NSWAG. Basically we put the specification which for example, specification OpenApi JSON, we put in the Nugget packages, and then we use these Nugget packages like a versioning, and then we can create whatever client version we need. And once we need to connect that to another microservice, so we just point in to that Nugget package and generate the client and connecting microservices between each other with that approach. So it's very handy, and we don't need to write the clients by hand.
Cool. Tony, I saw you pop up, man. Sorry about that. I saw you come in. So now I got all two of you guys. Go, yeah, this is going to get fun. Yeah, man. How's it going, man? Hey, I got a question for you.
Good, I don't want to interrupt Vitalii. Yeah,
and me too, man. He was going on and everything. It was super awesome. And I think the thing was that I just wanted to keep him going, right? And then so I saw you pop up. I'm like, oh man, it's Tony. So hey, so I got a question for you. And when we ask these questions, I mean, you know, Vitalii, if you want to chime in, you can too, right? Because this is like an open forum, right? I mean, I know it's addressed to you, Tony, right? But Vitalii, you want to throw something in at the end, you know, you can too. So so Tony, could you share any resources to recommend about this accessibility on the web?
I mean, there are so many resources on accessibility. Already we have w3.org.
Yeah.
They have quite a lot of resources that could be helpful and guidelines and some of the best practices to use to make your website more accessible. But also there's an interesting thing that the government of the UK also does. In the gov.uk website, they have a specific page for accessibility as well, where they showcase different components and how to apply accessibility to those components. So basically, people who are using screen readers or people who have some form of disability or the other, either visual impairment or audio impairment, to be able to make these components, you know, behave better on the web. So there's so many resources.
Yeah,
I'll recommend those two. w3.org and then gov.uk.
That's cool, man. Vitalii, what about you? Do you guys run into that too about making things accessible and everything like that? And what do you recommend?
Basically, in my company, we are working in cybersecurity, and it's not the topic of that we can apply kind of such accessibility things. So we are basically in my company we're doing automated responses for cyber threats in the companies. So I'm not good at accessibility.
Oh no, that's cool because I think this is a really good topic. I'm going to bring this next one up here, okay? And this is really for both of you. I mean, how did you start in your career, and how did you get to where you are today? Because I think you took a path, right, Vitalii, towards more security, and then the path that you took, Tony. So how did you guys start in your career, and how did you get to where you were today?
So if to speak about me, I worked in different companies in different spheres, how to say it. So not only in security. I basically I started from I don't have an IT computer science education. I started accidentally, actually. I was a CEO of a labor protection company in my city. It's a small company, and there I saw a lot of things that I wanted to make more efficient, and I started just doing automation scripts in Visual Basic in Microsoft Office. Then I realized that it's fun, and then I just went to the first IT position that I was able to get. So I've been a bit of QA, then I switched to software engineer. But prior to that, I had a lot of education, a lot of courses, and so on. I just did it just sleep and educate. So
yeah, I hear that.
I didn't have free time because I didn't have a computer science education. And after that, so I have a chance during that during the time, I had the chance to work in 8 companies, including Microsoft, Verizon, Telenor. It's a big European telecommunication company, and Ovo Energy in the United Kingdom, and so on. How was I able to work there? Basically, I worked for big outsourcing companies. They had contracts with such a big companies, and now I'm working for Israeli company. I have a contract just directly. So that is how. So basically, if to answer quickly on how did I get to that position where I am, I just learned a lot. I just spent a lot of time on learning. When I became a junior, I still continued learning. I worked more than expected from me. I learned a lot, different courses and different articles and so on.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Tony, what about you? You're going to kind of give us a really quick summary about your experience in your life?
Okay. I think for me, I've always been curious, and I studied computer science, but I didn't pay much attention in class, to my studies back then. But I was more interested in learning how these things actually work. So I took a couple of courses. I took also some security courses in the beginning. And after my university, I basically wanted to get a job in computer science. So I went to an internet cafe, and then I started to learn. And from there, slowly, I was able to find myself in a time management company, basically where we were creating softwares for time management or time attendance. And after that, I moved to an e-commerce company. And then from there, I moved to Europe to a payments company called Zetu. And Zetu was just recently acquired by PayPal. So now
wow,
I'm at
awesome.
PayPal.
That's awesome, man. Because I always like to hear about where you guys come from, because it sounds like you're really super successful and everything, and it's just good information. I'm sure everybody out there, because I get questions like this. They go like, "How did they get there?" and things like that. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But let's keep going, okay?
Just hard work.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go to work. Doggone it. Okay. This is a question. Hello. Somebody says hello. What is it, please, at WCAG level reached by Angular Material Library? Is it compliant with level AA? And then they say thank you. Can you guys explain that or give us an answer?
I think that's more directed towards me, which is more of accessibility. I think accessibility itself, like I mentioned during the talk, accessibility is more of a mindset, and you could have assessment tools that would scan your website and you get like an 100% score, and you're not still accessible. So when it comes to the topic of accessibility, it has to do with how you actually use the library, if you're using it well in that context. So when it comes to compliance, I think Angular Material Library as it's in its own way has been compliant, but whatever components you use, as long as you use the right elements, use the right HTML tags, that is what determines your accessibility score.
Yeah.
So that's what makes your website accessible. You could use any other library and still not be accessible.
That's a true statement. Vitalii, I got another one for you here. Is it possible to customize a template used to generate web client TypeScript? For example, to add some specific code like changing some parameters before calling the REST service?
So I didn't quite get the question, but you can customize a lot of things in that client using the settings that provided by NSWAG Studio, and this will be imprinted in the nswag.json file. And basically, once you have some changes in the backend, you will be just running nswag run, and you will have all those changes. And you will need just to integrate your application to this web client. That's it.
Yeah, cool. See, I got some more dropping in here. Here's one of two, and then like I said, Tony, you can step in too. One of two. Have there been improvements with Angular to handle focus when moving between pages? Typically, new content will not be read by screen readers, and then on non-Angular sites, content is immediately read when a new page is loaded. Have you encountered something like that?
So for the first question, where someone mentioned that has Angular been able to handle focus, I think Angular has a component development kit that has a live announcer, and you could use the live announcer to basically tell the screen reader that you have a new content and you have moved to a new page. So yes, it's possible to have that implemented either if it's in Angular or other single page applications using the live announcer.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Here's another one for you guys. I'm just throwing them out. Sorry, it's real fast because we got such a short time. Can we separate the DTO or type for data from the TS client file, which is generated by NSWAG? I think this is for you, Vitalii.
Actually, I can't remember, but yeah, it by default it generates all the in one file, but you can specify that you wanna have different. Yeah, you probably can specify. So if I'm not mistaken, you can specify that you want to have clients in different files, and if I'm not mistaken, also DTOs to the different files. But I don't think it will be very useful, because you will end up with many of files, which anyway you will not be accessing manually, because it will be always generated. So it's convenient to have it in just one file.
Cool. Guys, we got to go. But before we go, I always like to do this. Give us your best thing here. Tell us your inspiration. Just go ahead. Just throw it out there, because a lot of people are listening, right? And they're probably looking at you like, wow, these guys are real successful. Just throw it out there. I mean, what kind of advice can you give us?
just find what you like and do the hard work, because I did a lot of hard work. I did a lot of investigation, a lot of learning, and that is how I can be such a experienced. And so just do the hard work.
Yeah, that's so true, man. It really is. Just take it on, right? Tony, what do you got for us?
I think for me, it's gonna be do what makes you happy, and hard work will help you to beat the odds and the place.
Yeah, I agree. Guys, we got to go. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tony, for coming back. Oh, my word, dude. Seriously, that was awesome. Yeah, guys. Vitalii, it was amazing. I really appreciate everything you showed. Your demos were so good. Guys, I got to go. Thank you. Come back. All right? We really enjoyed your speaking and everything like that. So I got to go. Talk to you later. See you guys later, okay? All right.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Yep, bye. Bye. Okay. Guys, I got to go. I guess we got break coming up. Thank you for your time. Thank you for learning. I learned so much. I mean, I love these summits. They're so super amazing. Stay tuned. We got the next speaker coming up, and I think we got a little break coming up, and I will talk to you later. Everybody, peace out from California.
Hi everyone, my name is Madina. I'm a community manager of Vue.js Global Summit 2022. Vue is known for its flexible technology that you can use to develop modern applications fast. Vue has seen a large growth as it becomes popular among the web development industry. During this summit, we are going to talk about success cases of transition to Vue 3, Next and Vue, micro frontends, API developments, and many other exciting topics from the top experts. So come and join us.
And welcome back, everybody. Thanks so much for spending the time with us today. I'm Stacey Cashmore, and I'm going to be your host for our last two speakers coming up. Thanks to everybody who's taken part so far today. And I've got to say, thank you, Mike. That energy was fantastic. What an act to follow. Well, let's get started. First up, we have a video today. Unfortunately, our next speaker can't be with us, but she's got an awesome session to deliver anyway. And that is Tanya Yanker. She is an author of Alice and Bob Learn Application Security and CEO and founder of Let's Hack Purple. Okay, roll the video.
Hey, I'm Tanya Jenka, and today I want to talk to you about how you can push left like a boss. Now, you're probably wondering, who the heck is she? Why is it important about left versus right? And how we're going to do it like a boss? Well, I'm going to tell you. Basically, this talk is going to be about how to make secure software and the very beginnings of things that you can do right after this talk is finished. I'm very excited about software. I used to write software all the time, and now I do security. And so this is a topic that's pretty close to me. But let me just spoil the whole thing by telling you the answer first. So what is pushing left? So sometimes people say shifting left, but previously I have said push, because I am waiting and waiting and waiting to have my time as a security person with the software developers. So sometimes I have to kind of push my way into meetings. So let me explain. What are we talking about? So if you imagine the system development lifecycle written out on a piece of paper like this, the further left you go, the earlier you are in the system development lifecycle. And so when security folks are saying shift left, push left, what we mean is we want to be invited to your project or the party earlier. We want to show up at the beginning, at your kickoff meeting, right when you start your project, and we want to be there for you the entire way through. Previously, a lot of security folks would come in right at the end and they're like, can we have approval to go to prod? And meanwhile, the security person's like, what are you even talking about? There's been a project going on for a year and I didn't even know. And then of course, if you haven't had any help from the security team the whole time, your project might not be super secure. And so the idea of shifting or pushing left is us security folks showing up right at the beginning and being there for you the entire way through the SDLC. And this does not matter if you're doing Agile, Waterfall, DevOps, or some other methodology that I've never heard of. We want to be there for you and we want to enable you to make kick-ass software. Okay, let's start my talk. So what are we going to talk about today? So we're going to talk about basically the foundations of application security. So this is going to be a beginner talk. I'm going to give you a bit of a refresher of scary things in the news for like 2 minutes, and then we're going to dive into how you can make secure software, specific steps you can do, and how you can organize your secure system development lifecycle. Well, actually, basically make your SDLC secure. Okay, so that is what we're going to talk about today. Who the heck am I? I'm Tanya Jenka. I am the CEO and founder at We Hack Purple. I am also known as She Hacks Purple, and yes, some of my hair is purple. I am an advisor at Bright Security, at NordVPN, at Cloud Defense, at IAEA, but I do a whole bunch of other stuff. I wrote a book about AppSec, surprise! I've been in tech for, this summer makes 25 years. I'm a nerd on the internet. And the reason speakers do these slides, I didn't used to understand when I first started giving talks. I'm like, people don't care about my resume. And then someone explained, you are trying to show the audience that you are competent, you know what you're talking about, and it's worth sitting through what you have to say because you know what you're doing. And so I hope this impressed you, but let's go. Okay, so first I'm going to give you a tiny bit of review. If you already know some of this, I apologize. But I want us to all be at the same starting point for this talk. I don't want to leave anyone behind. Also, there might be some facts you don't know, so sit tight. Okay, so everyone's getting hacked, and I'd like to note that's poor grammar. However, basically the current state of affairs is that there's tons of data breaches and cybersecurity attacks happening all the time. But the part you might not be aware of is that the #1 cause of data breach is insecure software. And data breaches are the types of things that businesses go out of business over. If you're a small business, 50% of small businesses can't survive any sort of cyber attack, much less a data breach. And a thing you might not be aware of is that we've been the #1 cause since as long as I have been reading the Verizon breach report. So I started reading it in 2015, and every single year we win this awful crown. Last year, Verizon was like, let's mix it up a bit. Let's have web apps and web APIs as two separate categories. And guess what? We're number 1 and 2, and that sucks. Okay. Another thing you should know briefly about this is that 26 to 40% of data breaches are caused by this insecure software problem. But if you look at the budget for security where you work, I assure you 40 to 26%, anywhere in there, or even 10% is not how much. They're spending way, way less on the security of software. This is part of why I think it's a problem. Okay, so another part of the problem and what's causing this is we have tons of super brilliant people in cybersecurity. However, a lot of them are focused on firewalls. They're focused on web filtering. They're focused on enterprise and network security. And I have to say that those folks are kicking the crap out of it. They're doing a great job. But we don't have enough application security specialists to fill all the jobs. And software developers aren't even getting training in school about this. So they're learning how to code, and they're teaching them literally how to make the mistakes. They're not giving them secure coding classes. There's no application security classes. They're just like, free, go, make software. And then they join an enterprise and their security team doesn't have this expertise on staff, and then mistakes happen. It seems obvious. And so why do I say AppSec? It's because application security is a mouthful, and I have to say it 45,000 times a day. But moreover, what is it? Every and anything that you do to ensure that your software is secure is part of application security. It is you fighting the good fight along with me and all the other folks. Who said this? I said this. Is quoting yourself in your own talk lame? Probably, but it makes it seem more impressive on the slide. Anyway, okay, so next. Penetration testing. So I did software for a long time, like building software, and then I switched over to be a pen tester, and then I discovered that I could be halfway between the security team and the software developers and just basically hang out with devs all day, and that's called AppSec, and that was a job, and so then that was where I belong. But what I see at a lot of organizations is they do the whole project, they do everything, they give almost no support whatsoever to their software developers, and then they have a pen tester come in at the end, which is what mostly happened with me when I was a consultant pen tester. I would show up and I'd love to tell you like, oh, I was the best pen tester, I was so amazing. No, I was average. I was totally middle of the road. But because no one else had paid any attention previously to the software for the security, I looked brilliant. I looked like a genius. I was like shooting fish in a barrel because I knew where to look and no one else did. And no one had helped any of the software developers that whole time, given them any advice, just nothing. And so then I come in, I'm like, pew, 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 pew. I look so smart, but that is an extremely expensive way to build software. Okay, so next, the current state of affairs, CIA. So you might be thinking of a certain secret department in the United States government. No, what I mean is the mandate for every security team on the planet. So our job, the reason we get hired, is to protect the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the systems that you build and you maintain, and the data for them. That's our job. And when I go and teach this at, I've given this talk so many times, like at least 60 times at meetups, at conferences. And if it's software developer focused, I say, put your hand up if you know what this is and you've seen this before. And there'll be like no hands, like maybe 1 or 2 hands. So the takeaway of this slide is that we might be really good at doing security, but we suck at marketing. Us security folks, we are not good at getting the word out. And if software developers and operations folks and all the rest of IT have no idea why we're hassling them, that is a bit of a failure on our part. So we security folks need to learn to communicate better. Okay, so I'm going to explain what pushing left is again, but in a different way, because I really want you to take this home with you. So again, so you imagine the system development lifecycle. The earlier you are in it, the further left you are, that's when we want to start security. We want to start security and be there the whole way through. And so pushing left means adding security earlier, specifically, especially at the very beginning. But let me tell you it in a new way. Imagine you're building a house, Okay, so you and your spouse, you've saved up forever, and you're having this dream home done. And so you met with the architect, they designed all the things, you picked out all the stuff you want, then they broke the ground, they did the foundation, they've built up the house, and you're right at the end. You're like putting the handles on the cupboards, you're putting wallpaper, if you're a wallpaper person, on the walls, finishing touches. And then your spouse looks at you and said, honey, we have 5 children plus us 2. That's 7 bladders, but we only have 1 bathroom. Oh no, if you want a bathroom, then that bathroom's going to cost you a lot of money, and you're going to have to sacrifice other parts of your architecture. So you're going to have to take away some of one of that, like you have this beautiful walk-in closet. No, you don't, because now it's a bathroom, because otherwise your family will like be really awful and angry at each other, especially when you're getting ready for school or work in the morning. And so it's going to cost a lot. It's going to make your project late, and you're going to have to sacrifice design. But if you had done that at the beginning, if you had figured that out when you were designing, if the person who did the architecture said, wait a minute, how many people are going to live here? You have 6 bedrooms. Does that mean there's 6 people? We're like, no, there's 7 because the parents share a bedroom. Okay, so you have 7 people. 1 bathroom's not enough. You definitely need at least 3 if you still want to all like each other. And you're like, oh, okay, thanks. This is super helpful, right? And so just doing that little brainstorming of threat modeling, the problem, then you could put it in there. Guess what? That bathroom's basically going to be free. It's going to cost very, very little. Your project will still be on time, and you won't have to sacrifice your really beautiful walk-in closet that you always wanted. And that problem that I'm describing is the exact same problem for security flaws or security bugs. So a flaw is a design problem, a bug is an implementation problem, and it doesn't matter. Study after study has shown the earlier in the system development lifecycle that you find and fix a bug, the cheaper it is, the faster it is, and the better job you're able to do. So I hope you're like, shifting left sounds awesome. Let's do it, Tanya. Okay, so how do we do it? Okay, so if you want to shift left like a boss, in my opinion, you need to make a secure system development lifecycle. And sometimes this is called an AppSec program. Yeah, that's right. You formalize a security step, 1 or more, during every single part of your system development lifecycle. So let's say you're doing requirements phase. Cool, I have security requirements for you. Oh, you're building an API? Cool, I have slightly different security requirements for you. Serverless? Gotcha, got lots of things for you too. So it doesn't matter what you're building, you should have some security requirements. And then in design, you want to whiteboard it all out and see where there's potential problems and review that design, sometimes called threats modeling. And we're going to talk about all of these steps as we continue this talk. But the idea is that every single project does the same steps so that you get reliably secure software coming out at the end. And that's what I want. As an AppSec person, that's my dream. Okay, so let me tell you a little bit about AppSec. So this is what I call the main course. So these are the things that I see all the time at lots of organizations. I'm not saying that these are the best things. I'm saying these are the most common things. And you probably heard of some of them or all of them. So the first one, I like food. That's why there's pictures of food. Okay, so vulnerability assessment scans, dynamic application security testing or scanning, or vulnerability assessments. But the idea is you use some sort of automated tool to scan your infrastructure and or your web application and look for vulnerabilities. And then hopefully you fix them. And you can do this during the coding phase. You can do this during the testing phase. You can do this even after it's been released. You just point at your app and you're like, pew, 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 pew. All right. The next one is threat modeling and design whiteboarding or design review. But the idea of threat modeling is you have a conversation with a security person, a business representative, so sometimes called the product owner, and then someone from the tech team, ideally the lead dev for that team. And you talk about what could go wrong, what you're going to do about it, and hopefully that you're doing a good job. And you write it all down to make sure that whatever threats you've found, if you can, you've mitigated, and that means blocked them, solved that problem. Okay, the next one, this is one you've probably done before, is code review. But for security, there's a couple angles here. So one, you can manually review your code to make sure that all the security stuff that's supposed to be there. So like, let's say it's a login screen. So that's a security control. So it's the part of your code that does the security thing. So you would review, make sure it's there, and make sure it looks like it was written properly. You can also use really cool automated tools to help with this. So software composition analysis, so SCA, will basically look at your entire list of libraries, frameworks, plugins, anything that is code you didn't write, and they'll tell you if it's on a known bad list, and their lists are extensive. So they're like, that library is the danger zone, that version you're using, upgrade to this version, you'll be fine. And the other tool that is quite common is called SAST, Static Application Security Testing. And what it does is it parses all the code that your team wrote, so not the libraries, not your NuGet package or your Ruby gem, but the code you wrote. And it looks for possible vulnerabilities, and it tells you, please fix this, or please check this out, possibly something very bad. And so if you can do some manual stuff and then combine it with SCA and SAST, plus do a dynamic scan, like life is pretty good at this point. Then penetration tests. So you've probably heard of that. That is what I see the most often. And that is a person coming in at the very end and giving it an extremely thorough level of security testing. So this person is an expert. They usually use many, many tools. They use their brain the most. They do manual testing. They use tools to find parts or maybe something's loose, and then they zig on in there with their manual super brain and try to hack into things. Every vulnerability they find, they tell you about, and then they hopefully give you instructions on how to fix them. And that should be the final check. But the problem is places I see, that's all they're doing. It's the only thing they're doing. They're not doing any of the other steps. And so the pen tester's job is really easy. It's really easy to look smart if you're the first person who ever looked. And all of these can be done on a product you buy or a product you build, except for code review. So like if you buy something like SharePoint, so I got hired to pen test SharePoint once, and I was like, you think I'm better than all the Microsoft engineers? I felt a little intimidated, let's be honest. But then it turned out what I was really testing was their implementation of SharePoint. And I ended up finding lots of bugs because they hadn't followed the proper hardening guide. And so I helped them cinch it up so that it was in really good shape. And then of course, life was a lot better. Okay, so this slide, that's poutine. That's the Canadian, it's one of the Canadian national dishes. It's from Quebec. It's so delicious. Okay, so you put French fries and then you put cheese curds in it, and then you pour really hot beef gravy on top, and then it melts into the cheese. This is how we stay warm in Canada. We eat 3,000 calories in one sitting. But seriously though, it's delicious, especially if you're out late at night and it's winter and you're just at the bar and you had some beers, you're in a really good mood and you eat this and you're like, oh my gosh, my life is complete. Seriously, it's much more delicious than it looks in this photo. But Canadian cuisine aside, this slide is going to be, the next slide's going to be about things I see less often, because you should not eat poutine every day. But that still have a lot of value, and I wish I saw more of it. Okay, so the first is educating developers about secure coding practices, giving them workshops, doing talks, giving them lessons. Show them what you want from them, and you are way more likely to get it. Giving them like an actual standard and actual instructions of exactly what you want. When I was a dev, I think I only ever worked at one place that had coding guidelines. And I realized I stopped coding 8 years ago to join security, like coding full time. I still write code something, but I wasn't a software developer. And yeah, give them what you ask for, what you want. The next is a responsible or coordinated disclosure program. So give people a way to report bugs to you so that it's secure and that they know you'll actually get the results, and they know you're not going to just sue them. Because what used to happen is people would report bugs and then giant companies would threaten to sue them. And so that made people not want to tell you about the bugs they found. And then the last one on this list is like resources. So like a secure coding library, reference materials like books. I'm going to recommend books at the end. Creating custom tools. Netflix is super famous for this. So I realize they're well known for their super awesome movies and TV, but their AppSec team is amazing. They've built all these custom tools to help them do their jobs better, and then they open sourced them and gave them back to the industry. And I thought that was amazing. And I just want to say hats off to that team and every team that builds security tools and then gives them away for free to improve our industry. Okay, so last, special situations type of AppSec. Also, that dessert looks so good. Okay, so stop thinking about food, Tanya. Okay, so the first one is bug bounty programs. There is a ton of marketing happening around bug bounties right now. And lots of places that I've worked or consulted, they'll say to me, we should start a bounty program. And I'll tell them, when I scan one of your apps with a DAST tool, so a dynamic application security testing tool, it lights up like a Christmas tree, red, orange, yellow, everywhere, because you have so many vulnerabilities. The first thing that's going to happen with a bug bounty program, which is where you create a copy of your app and you invite security researchers to test it, the first thing they're going to do is run a DAST. That's always your first step. If you're doing security testing, it's the first step every time. You don't want to pay $600 or $700 per bug when you could have just pressed play. Just press the scan button. You're just like, go. And then you could have got all those things for free in like 20 minutes. So you have to have a good AppSec program first, and then you invite brilliant security researchers to look at your app to find the nitty-gritty nth degree of problems. And lots of companies don't need that. So for instance, if you're a mom and pop shop and all you do is sell flowers to like the local people in your city, you might not need that, especially if you've outsourced your credit card stuff to someone like Stripe. So then you don't have to deal with that at all, right? So you don't need a bug bounty for something like that. This is where you need a very high level of security. Hands-on interactive style training. So I own and run a training company and we don't offer this, but I still think it's awesome. So for instance, you could invite your team to do a capture the flag contest with you. So that's where, you know, there's a vulnerable system and it's vulnerable on purpose. And then you do these little challenges. And when you win a challenge, like you solve the problem, you get a flag. A flag is worth a certain number of points. And whoever has the most points at the end of the contest time wins. And like, it's not the prize that you want, it's more bragging rights and the learning that you do as you uncover these problems. I remember the first couple of CTFs I did where I was like, oh my gosh. And so you learning these things and having hands-on experience is really good. There's lots of different types of systems like cyber ranges and other interactive like secure coding challenges and stuff. And if you like games and video games and gamification of things, not everyone does. I'm not like a huge fan of games, but I learned a lot and I found it fun. So food for thought. And lastly, red team exercises. So I am called She Hacks Purple, and I'm wearing purple today because I do blue team and red team things. And so blue team are defenders. So when you put a patch out, you fix a bug, you are defending your organization, your systems, and your data. That's what you're doing. You're a defender and you're fighting the good fight. If you do red team, what you're doing is offensive security. And I don't mean you run over to the blue team and you swear at them. No, I mean offensive, like you test the boundaries of things, you push things, or like I like to say, you punch the app in the face. But basically you're doing aggressive types of testing. And you are also fighting the good fight because you're showing the blue team all the places they need to fix, all the things they didn't look at or see. And it takes a different type of mindset to be able to do a really good job of that. I know some people that do it where I'm just like, oh my gosh, I would never have thought of that. You're so amazing. And so when the two teams work together, that gets purple, right? Okay, next. So at this point, what I am hoping and dreaming of is that you want to push left. You're like, Tanya, what can I do? I want to fight the good fight with you. I want my apps to be secure. I care about this. I have so many things for you. First, test your code. So I made this presentation in 2016, and then I updated it, and tools have changed since then, and they're so much better. Okay, so it used to be like you had to be really careful and all this stuff, and now there's tools that are even foolproof, so you couldn't even cause damage. If you had no idea what you're doing, you still wouldn't be able to damage things. So things have improved so much. So sometimes this is called a web proxy security scanner, but I would say a dynamic application security testing tool. So us security folks, we call it a DAST, but software developers tend to say a web app scanner. I don't care what you call it. But if you use one, you're going to find lots of obvious things. I feel it's the first step and the easiest step because one, they're super easy to use. Two, it's mostly true positive. So all the things they find are usually a legit problem. And three, anyone on the internet can point one of these at your app and find those problems. It's not like the other security tools where they need your code base in order to find those problems, which is not on the internet usually, right? So if you have a proprietary product, you hide your source code, anyone can point a DAST at you. Depending upon the tool, so the older ones sit between your browser and the internet, and newer ones, you don't even have to do that. You just point it and it does the work for you. It will automatically test, tell you what to fix, and if it's a good one, it tells you how to fix the issues, which is awesome. There's paid ones, there's free ones, and a new thing that has happened recently that I'm really excited about is that the super expensive tools have started having free versions. So this is really exciting. So if you're gonna, like your whole team, the entire dev team all uses the same tool, like you get a license, right? You work at an enterprise. But if you are one person and you just wanna use this tool on your one app one time, or for your little project you're doing on the side, most of them have a free version for you. And this is awesome. But the thing that is really important, let me show you this. Caution. Do not use a scanner on an app unless it's yours and you have permission in writing to scan it. So if you are doing an open source project and you own the license yourself, that's cool. But if you don't, you must get permission in writing. Whenever I did a pen test, I had tons of permission in writing. You could get in trouble, and I mean real legal trouble. So please don't do that. Okay, so the next thing you could do is threat modeling, which is manual, but basically you figure out use cases that could be aggressive or bad. And it's basically a brainstorming session between the programmers and security and the product owner to figure out things that could go wrong. And then you search your code for those problems and you test for those problems. And thinking like an adversary can be really awesome and fun and educational. And I don't know how to say it, but I just really enjoy threat modeling and think it's a blast. Next, I know I only have 4 minutes left. Reviewing your code. So this lady looks super chill because someone reviewed her code and she got a thumbs up. So you can review your code for security. So you can use a SAST tool or an SCA tool to help you. There are free and paid versions of all of these. You can do manual code review, but it's best if you use all three. If you have things in your threat models to look for, gosh darn it, look for them. I know that seems obvious, but basically search for your threat models and review your code and use these tools. So the last one I'm going to give you, and then some free resources, is write better code. I don't mean to be condescending. People who are athletes, professional athletes, when they finish their training, do you think they go home, lay on their lazy boy, eat Cheetos, and then watch TV and drink beer? No. They watch videos of themselves. They change their diet constantly to see what will work for them. They ask for advice. They constantly seek more so they can perfect and hone their skill. And you can do that too. So first of all, train yourself on secure coding practices. I myself give away tons of free things all the time. You don't have to pay to learn this stuff. There's lots of good things you can do. So many online things that are free or paid. There's conferences like B-Sides, which are free. Check online for the best and most secure way to do a thing before you start. So when you go to Stack Overflow, because I know you spend all day there like I did, but when you go there, look for the most secure way to do the thing and your code quality will go straight up. Becoming the security expert on your team can change the way every single person views you, and it looks really good on a resume. Okay, so now it is time for some free resources. So first, awesome books. I'm biased, but I think my book's great, and my mom said she liked it too. I have a community. It's called the We Hack Purple community, and it's completely free. There's no upsells. If you want to meet like-minded people like me, come hang out. I have a podcast where we teach mini security lessons. It is available on YouTube. You can watch us talking and see our faces and everything, or on every podcast platform. You just look up We Hack Purple, and that's me. Every Monday on Twitter, I use the Cyber Mentoring Monday hashtag to match people with professional mentors of people who want to join the security community. Since 2018, I have joined thousands and thousands of people with professional mentors. Come check it out. And the last resource I'm going to give you is me. Tanya Jenka. I've got the Twitters, I've got the Instagram, I've got all that stuff. I have a newsletter, which of course is free. I have a YouTube channel with videos. I have a website where you can go and watch all of my previous talks that I've ever done because I'm really organized like that. And with that, I want to say thank you so much. I want to say thank you to the conference organizers for having me and for making sure that I could be here today with you. I want to thank you, the audience, for showing up. Thank you so much. Thank you for showing up. There's so many other talks, and basically the internet is full of really awesome cat videos, and you probably haven't seen all of them yet. So I appreciate, instead of watching random cat videos or other excellent conference talks that were at this time, you chose mine. So thank you very much. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of the conference and that you join me and other security people to fight the good fight. Thank you.
What an amazing talk that was. I am not a security expert, not by a long way, but it's kind of a passion of mine because I really see the importance of making sure that the things we create are really as safe as possible that we can put out there. And it's something which throughout my career, I have seen that isn't necessarily taken as seriously as it could have done. And there was so much in there for teams to get started, and so that we can actually start pushing left like a boss and start to get our applications into that much better state and learn. Right. We are going to take just a couple of seconds break whilst we prepare for the next speaker, and I will see you very shortly. And we're back, and it is my great pleasure to welcome to the stage Marcel Kiss. Did I pronounce your name right there? That's always one that I like to check before I start.
Almost. Actually, I'm used to that. So if you say Kiss, it's totally fine. But actually, in my mother language, in Hungarian, it's Kish. But it really doesn't matter. So Marcel Kiss is fine for me.
Okay, I'm going to try that again. Welcome to the stage, Marcel Kish.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marcel is senior software engineer and a trainer at Mingo Europe. Again, if I pronounce that correctly, I apologize if I've not.
Exactly.
And he's going to be talking to us today about static site generation using Angular as well. I am super excited to see this talk. And Marcel, take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let's get started. So I'm just jumping to my presentation. As you can read the title, you can read Create a Blog with Angular. Actually, we will really talk about creating a blog with Angular, but the title is a bit misleading because we will cover a couple of more topics. Like we will talk about web rendering in general, we will talk about performance, and we will focus a bit more on static site generation. And in the end, you will also be able to see how we can do all this with Angular. Before getting started, a couple of words about me. As you already heard, my name is Marcel Kiss, or Kish, how you like it. I'm working as a contractor, mostly on enterprise application, and I'm organizing the Hungarian Angular meetup since 2015. I'm coming originally from Budapest, Hungary. This is why you see a beautiful image about this city on the upper right corner. And below that, you also see an image about Hamburg, Germany, because I see Hamburg as my second home city because I lived there for a couple of years. So in an overview, I already mentioned we will talk about web rendering, and we will also talk about Scali. Scali is actually a library which makes it easy for us to do static site generation using Angular. And in the end, you will also see an exact example, an open source example, which is also available on GitHub. And you will get an idea how you can build a blog using Angular. So let's talk about web rendering. By default, when you get started with Angular and you create your first application, when you start it, it will actually render everything during the runtime. It will render everything in your browser. This is what we call client-side rendering. On the later slides, and we will also get into a bit more details, but this is what's important for us for now. Otherwise, we have also server-side rendering, where it works a bit different. Here, the server already puts together the content for us, and we get actually a final page which we can immediately show to our users. And the third option is SSG. This is what we will cover a bit more in details. So as I mentioned, client-side rendering is actually the basic. This is what you get by default when you are using Angular. You see a browser on the left side, you see a server on the right side, and whenever you write a new URL into your browser and you want to navigate to a certain page, then basically the server gets this request and sends an index.html file back then. But this index.html file is actually very small, and it's a so-called empty shell. It doesn't really contain real content which could be rendered, but it contains a couple of dependencies, like it has to download your main.js file because it's basically your Angular application. And as your browser gets the main.js application, this is the first moment when Angular can really kick in and start to render the pages. Maybe you also want to show some data on this page, on this first page, and you need some backend data for that. This is why you may be, or your browser may, send some HTTP request to the server, and you have to wait a bit before this information arrives. And actually, this is the first moment when you see the final page. Everything is rendered and all the data is in place. This is why you see the eye icons quite down there. As I mentioned, the empty shell is the first thing which we can see and the first thing which the browser will actually get from the server. This is what we see here on the image. Actually, on the line of 9, you can see an empty app root. This is actually the prepared place for an Angular application, but Angular wasn't downloaded yet at this moment, so this is why it's so empty. On the other hand, server-side rendering is working a bit different. Whenever you navigate to a new route, then we send the request to the server, and the server will be a bit, it won't be just a static file server. It will be a bit more clever, and it will be able to run your Angular application on the backend and be able to figure out what page should be shown. So it will put this HTML together with all the divs and stuff which is required, and it will be sent back to the browser. So in this case, the user is able to see a final version very, very early. So this is already a very significant performance improvement compared to client-side rendering. And this is also very cool for all the search engines. So it's very SEO friendly, so to say, because whenever the scraper bots are visiting your site, they don't have to wait too much. They wait just for the first HTML file, and they already know everything what they should know about this site. They don't need JavaScript. They don't have to wait for Angular to be executed, and so on and so forth. Of course, after on, in the background, the Angular application has to be downloaded and executed, because how your application will be actually interactive, or your app logic site, like submitting a form or input validations are still had to put in place. On the other side, there are a couple of disadvantages when you are using server-side rendering. For example, when you imagine multiple browsers, multiple clients sending the very same request to the server has to process all these requests, and actually, this is not just a static file server anymore. This is a real app server, and it really has to be able to execute your Angular application in the backend. So we are putting a bit more load on your app server, and we are getting a bit higher latency than in the first case, because in the first case, we got the empty index HTML file very, very fast. So this is, yeah, this leads to a higher latency. And the third option, it's actually my favorite, it's static site generation, SSG. Because what we are doing here, we are creating as many HTML files, as many routes we have. And then we will store all these HTML files on a static file server or on CDN, a content delivery network. So we don't need the app server anymore. And whenever the user enters some new URL, we will be able to send back fully complete content in a very, very short time. So this is extremely performant, and it's still very SEO friendly. Of course, in the background, you have to download your Angular application and execute it. When we compare the build process with client-side rendering, then in client-side rendering, you have just your Angular application. And your Angular application, actually, with the build process, you will create just one single index HTML file. And this index HTML file will be served whenever, it doesn't matter which route the user wants to visit. For example, even if it's /home/impressum or /user/:id, doesn't really matter. We are always sending the very same index.html with the empty shelf back to the front end. But with SSG, it looks a bit different. Actually, Angular itself, it's not capable of doing static site generation, but with Scali, it's possible, and it's not even difficult. Because what Scali is doing, Scali is actually checking our Angular application and checking our routes, and will decide what routes we have, and it will be also able to process and decide what kind of static content we will have in the end. It will just capture these sites and save them as HTML files. So whenever the user comes and navigates to /impressum, for example, then we are sending a real impressum HTML page right back. So it's pretty fast. You can also see that we have a question mark at /user/:id because it's a dynamic URL. We have a dynamic parameter. So it's not so straightforward to decide what kind of page should we render, or maybe we should render even multiple pages. This is something we will cover later on a bit more detailed. Actually, all these static site generation and all this topic, when I first time learned about it, it reminded me to the good old 90s, because at the end of the 90s was the time when I wrote my very first HTML page. Actually, it looked something like this. I was writing it in plain text in a notepad, and when I was finished, I just saved it as index.html. And whenever I needed something new, I just created a new notepad file, and I saved it as, for example, impressum.html. And when I was finished with all these HTML files, I just uploaded that to my file server. And this is how it looked like. Actually, this is pretty same how static site generation looks like. The only difference at that time, I was the build process myself, because I created these static sites alone. And this could have been actually quite fast and performant, but it wasn't, because we had this good old guy, the 56K modem, and it was making everything a bit slower. And with this SSG topic, we are arriving to a very popular architecture. This is called the Jamstack. I recommend, if you didn't hear about it or didn't visit the site, I recommend you to check the site. It's pretty interesting. It's all about making the web architecture a bit easier, because when we have a look at the traditional web, when we have a client, the client is sending a request to the web server, and the web server will forward this to the app server, and the app server will communicate with the database or with a content management system to get all the data required. So this is a quite long, complicated process which could be handled much more easier. This is where we, through this Jamstack, we realized that actually all these data we need, we could also save them and store them statically in the HTML files. And then these HTML files could be stored on a CDN, on a content delivery network. So this is what you see on the right side. And whenever you need some more complex server-side functionality, you can add so many microservices as you wish. When you navigate to the site generators menu on this jamstack.org site, and you filter for Angular, you will find something surprising. Or at least I find it surprising, because Angular has just one single framework, which is doing static site generation. But at least we have one. So it's a happy fact that we have Scully. And Scully is actually pretty cool. This is what I want to show you. And this is why I created this open source repository. Later on, actually, after the presentation, I will also share my slides on my Twitter, and I will also share the link of this repository on my Twitter. So feel free to follow me. Anyway, now I'm jumping to this page to show you something, because what we see here, it's of course a very, very simple blog, but this is not just this is not the interesting part, maybe, because we were talking about static site generation. When we check the network tab in the dev console, then we find that the very first document that arrived, that was this HTML file. We can see it in the response tab, that we have here not just an empty approved.
Marcel, do you mind if I interrupt you seconds? I'm not sure you're sharing the correct screen because I can't see what you're talking about.
Absolutely. Sorry, it was the wrong monitor, but I'm just fixing the issue. Just a second. Thank you very much. It's just on time. So exactly, this is the blog, and this is the network tab. And what I did, I just did a refresh, and I was clicking on the very first element which arrived, and this is the page itself, the HTML part. And here, what is interesting, that we are getting not just an empty approved tag, but we are getting actually a full HTML site. This is also what we can see in the preview, because I'm getting actually the whole content, all of my blog posts and everything. When we compare this to client-side rendering, which we can do when we click on the dynamic page, because for the dynamic page, I didn't do static site generation. So this is when we have a fallback, and we will use client-side rendering again. When I do a refresh, we can also see that it's looking for this 1234.html file, but it didn't find anything. So this is why we see 404 as not found error code, although we got back the original empty shell, so the empty Angular application. And as you can see, we also see the content because it was rendered on the client. But what I got originally, it was empty. You see it also on the preview. When we jump back to home, I make a refresh, and we check this preview again. It wasn't empty. So this is done with SSG, and the other was an example where I didn't have the site. Of course, when we are talking about dynamic pages, you can say that maybe there are some parameters which your users are using very, very often, and you want to get prepared. For example, I said 999 is something that all my users used to type in, and this is why I really created such a page with static site generation. So this is why you see the preview here. Actually, when you say you want to create all these 10,000 HTML files for every possible parameters, maybe you have even more, actually you can do that. This is something we will talk a bit more about later in the presentation. So let me jump back and show you how you can add Scully to your project. Because adding Scully is absolutely not difficult. First of all, you need just a simple Angular project. And in the root of your Angular project, you can execute the command ng-add scali.io/init. And this very simple command will add all the required dependencies, install them, and it will ask you a simple question. The question is which rendering server you want to use. There are three options. You can use Scali Platform Server, or you can use Puppeteer, or you can use Playwright. But actually Playwright is beta. So this is why I would recommend you to use Puppeteer. And because I experimented with all of them, and Puppeteer worked the best for me. And after that, a couple of config files will be also generated and added to your project. Like what you see on the screen, this is the scali.projectname.config.typescript file. You can see we have a project root, a project name property, and we have also an output directory. And actually, output directory is maybe the most important part for us, because after building your project with Scali, everything will be generated under the dist static folder. So yeah, let's continue with the build process, because it's also very interesting how it works. Initially, you will need a very a regular Angular build, which will create a folder for you under the dist folder. And when you are ready with this is the first time you can run the build process from Scali. npx Scali will be the command which you will need, and when you execute this, it will check the build version. It will understand and recognize all the roots you have, and wherever it can, it will generate the static HTML files into your static folder. So this is actually two-step build process, and this is how Scali works. After this, when you are ready, of course, you want to see the results. ngserve is not really enough for you, because ngserve won't care about these newly generated static files. But we have a very handy command, and this is the npx Scali serve. It will start your static files generated by Scali on a certain port, and parallel, it will also start your Angular distribution on another server. So it's a very, very handy command, and it's a very good opportunity to compare the two versions and maybe do some performance checking and so on. So right now, at this moment, we added static site generation, so SSG capability to our project with Scali. And this actually wasn't that difficult at all. What we needed, it was actually 1-2 commands, and that's it. This was pretty simple, and it's pretty cool. It's also, it improves the user experience amazingly a lot. But now, because in the title, we said we want to create a blog, so why not create a blog? Let's see how that works with Scali. We need a command again. This will be the ng-generate scali.io/init::blog. And this command will generate a blog folder in your assets folder. This will be the folder where you will store the source of all of your future blog posts. And you will store all your blog posts in Markdown files. I don't know whether you know Markdown files. They are these Markdown is actually a markup language, which makes it pretty simple and easy to create text documents with bold letters and titles and so on and so forth. At the same time, there will be also a new property generated into your Scali config. This is a new root. This is the /blog/slug. And actually the slug part is, by default, it will be always the name of your Markdown file. So for each post, you will have a different root. So it's a dynamic parameter. And later on, we will see that Scali is using a plugin to generate all these static sites from your Markdowns. At the same time, this command will add a lazy loaded module to your project. And in this lazy loaded module, you will have a blog component. This blog component is actually the post component, and it contains a Scali content tag, which is coming from Scali. And Scali, during the build process, will replace this Scali content and put the content of your Markdown file into it. This is how a post looks like. This is a typical Markdown files with some metadata between the dashes. You have some title, description, and the publish flag, whether it's published or not. And we see a weird slug. I will explain in a second why it's that weird. And here you can actually also add some custom properties as you wish. Like you can also add arrays like tags, or you can simply add the author or the date of creation and so on, whatever you wish. Later on in the application, you will be able to access all this information. So when we are now at the state where we initiated the blog, so we are ready to add new blog posts into it. We can execute this command. This is one option, or you can simply go to assets, blog, and create a new Markdown file, a Markdown file which we have seen before. After that, the only thing you have to do, you have to do a new Scali build with npx Scali. Although I have to mention, sometimes Scali is caching the information from previous builds, and maybe if you change your roots in your Angular application, it won't be able to recognize it. So when you edit something new or deleted something, maybe you have to force scanning the roots. This is where you see the command npx Scali -- scan root. So this is how you can force Scali to read everything. And whenever you have an unpublished blog post, then Scali will generate a random slug for it automatically. So this is the secret URL you can share with your friends to get the feedback on your early draft. And Scali root service is a very handy service, which is coming from the library of Scali. This service will help you to get a list of available routes during runtime. So this is actually the service which I also use to get a list of all the available blog posts. And whenever you get a certain route with the Scali root service, you will also get all the meta information we have seen before. So like the title, description, publish flag, and so on and so forth. So this is everything about blogs. And let's talk now a bit in the remaining time about dynamic pages. I mentioned dynamic pages already in the beginning. And yeah, I think in almost all Angular application, we used to have some pages which are dynamic, and the content is based on some dynamic parameters, which is coming from the URL. Like here we have an ID. The question is, which IDs are possible and how many IDs we have. When we say we have just 1, 2, 3 IDs, then I would encourage you to pre-render all these sites, because this will be the best user experience you can have. Otherwise, when you have, for example, let's talk about users. For example, you have millions or maybe even billions of users. Maybe you don't want to create all the billion HTML files in every build process. So this is when maybe a fallback to client-side rendering is a better option. So basically, this is a hybrid, and you can always decide which way you want to go. And yeah, when you decide to pre-render certain sites, I will show you how you can do it using Scali. Pre-rendering works the following way. There is this scali.projectname.config file we have also already seen previously. As we added blog capability, it generated this /blog/:slug property into the roots. And there you can see that we have a type. And type is referring to a plugin, in this case, to the content folder plugin. And content folder is actually a built-in plugin. which is reading all the Markdown files from our assets blog folder. So this is something built in. But when we go a bit down below, we see this dynamic page with the ID parameter. This is where we are using an own custom plugin. This is the dynamic page plugin. On the right side, we see also the plugin Typescript file, where you can define all your own custom plugins. This is where we need to create just a simple function, dynamic page plugin, and we will get the root and the config as the input parameters, and we can return a promise with a list of routes which we want to render. In this case, I said I want to render the page 999, but of course here you can write as many routes as you wish. And then in the last line with the register plugin, I'm just registering this. Actually, the second parameter is the ID of the plugin. This is what we were referring to in the config file. So it all looks great, and it's actually really great. But before jumping into it, I would like to warn you there are a couple of drawbacks, and it's worth to keep those in mind. Like the first, build process will slow down. There's no question. The question is maybe how slower it will be. This depends on your application. And of course, the build process will be a bit more complex. This will be a two-step build process, and testing the end result is also not that easy, because, for example, for testing the blog post, you really need the static sites. So you need the build process. And most probably, when you are having a more complex application, you will have to write plugins. This is not bad, because writing plugins is pretty simple with Scully, but you have to keep this in mind. And finally, as I already mentioned, I will share this open source repository on my Twitter, so you can follow me. I will also share my slides, and I think we have seen everything, so we are ready for the question and answers part. Thank you for your attention.
Oh, hey, you're muted. Sorry.
Yeah.
Stacy, unmute yourself before you come on stage. Sorry about that. I will start again. Thank you for that session. It was awesome to listen to. I have learned a lot. I've written down a load of questions myself. Got a load of questions from the chat as well. But before we get into that, I gotta say I love the notepad thing that you shared at the beginning. You're back to the 90s. That so took me back to the start of my career, when I had friends who very proudly put a developed in Notepad sticker on their websites just to show that they weren't using some kind of generator. That was a wonderful trip down memory lane. Thank you. So to start the questions that we have, what would the strategy be? Let's bring the question on screen so everybody can see it. What would the strategy be for implementing SSR or SSG for PWA apps? How to handle an offline mode?
That's a very good question. Actually, it won't change too much. I mean, for PWAs, it can be just as useful for other applications when you are having server-side rendering or SSG and you are delivering the vol content right at the first response. I think it's always useful. So I wouldn't really differentiate the PWA. I think it's a very same strategy. I wouldn't make much difference. Of course, in a PWA, you will cache all the results, but here is everything about the very first request and the first response, and it's always useful, whether it's a PWA or not.
Okay. And the second question that we have are, for what type of Angular application can we use Scully? Is it suitable for a small project, or should it really be used for enterprise applications?
Actually, I wouldn't really use it for enterprise application, because I find that the project is not that old. It's not that matured. I had the feeling, so I would wait a bit with that. but I would warmly recommend it for experimenting and for side projects, pet projects. When you want to create your own blog or something like that, then feel free to try it. I think it's very amazing. And yeah, so this is my recommendation, but let's give it a try first. Just play small, and if you're satisfied, you can consider whether you want to use it in your application.
Yeah, I imagine if you're going to be using it for an enterprise application, you've also really got to take the size into account with what you were saying about the build times.
Absolutely. The build process is getting much more complicated. It really depends on how big is the application, what is the goal of the application, because normally when you really want to do static site generation, then maybe not Angular is your first choice, because Angular is used most of the time when you have a complex application, like an administration interface or something like that. And this is not something where you really want to have the benefits of search engine optimization. So this is more like a crazy experiment. I see it like that. But if your use case really, I mean, maybe your use case can make it, I don't know, can require it. But I think it's a very special case.
Okay. Then we have so when the URL contains an ID or something like that, which has an effect on the full page, is this then not the best solution?
This can be the best solution. The question is what kind of ID you have. Do you know the whole list of these IDs? I mean, how many IDs you have, because maybe we are talking just, I don't know, just about a couple, just 1 or 10 or 20, then I would do the static site generation. But when you have significantly more, then you have to check the build time, I would say. Or you can also consider, maybe you have, I don't know, like thousands of dynamic URLs, but a couple of them are a bit more popular. Users are visiting them much more often than the others. And then you can say, okay, then I will do static site generation just for the 10 most popular sites. And then it could be a good hybrid solution.
Yeah, I love the way that you can use a hybrid here. One of my first questions, which you answered in the presentation, was going to be, can I do the static generation for some things, but then when it gets complex, go into a standard Angular app? And I really love that you could do that. And I think this idea that you just said, it's if you've got pages which you know are going to be popular, then you can pre-render those and really give that snappy response time to those popular pages. And the other ones, you don't need to destroy your build time for.
Exactly like that. So you still can stay with the default Angular behavior and with client-side rendering for all the pages where you don't want to configure extra static site generation.
Yeah. Then we have, for SEO, do you recommend using Angular Universal or Scully?
I tried both of them. Actually, I don't know whether all of the people in the audience know Angular Universal. Angular Universal is the default choice when you want to do server-side rendering with Angular. And Scully is doing static site generation, SSG. So it's a bit different. Actually, I prefer SSG because I find it just much more clean and simple. And I really like that it's all independent from my app server. And I can deploy everything to a CDN, a content delivery network. So I would definitely choose Scully. And
Okay.
then I have also the experience with Angular Universal. It's not that easy to configure and get started with as with Scully.
Yeah, I remember in a previous company trying to get server-side rendering set up for SEO was always interesting, shall we say. Then we have for SEO, do you recommend? Oh no, that's the same one. Is it necessary to start the project with this principle, or can I change to this later with an existing project? I love this question.
I love it as well. You can decide later on. So you can really just start building. Maybe you already have an application you are working on for, I don't know, 2 years, 3 years, and so on. And when you just decide, okay, I try Scully, then you can do it.
Okay.
I see no drawback.
For in-house apps, do we need SSR, or I'm guessing SSG as well?
No, absolutely not. And this is what I also try to refer at the first questions, because I think most of the time, or very often, Angular is used as you are building in-house apps very often with Angular, and this is why for in-house apps I don't see really the huge advantages of server-side rendering or even for SSG. So I would simply stay with client-side rendering.
Okay. And the last question that we have from the chat, I think we kind of touched on this one when you were talking about Angular Universal. How about SEO in the latest version?
Latest version? How do you mean? Like the latest version from Google Scraper
I'm
bot?
going to assume the latest version of Angular, SEO for the latest. That's how I interpret this. I don't know for sure, but it's how I interpret it.
I don't know about any changes regarding SEO in Angular, and I think it's also not a thing which should be handled by Angular. But the question is how the search engines and all the scraper bots are handling client-side render pages. And my response is actually Google is handling them quite good. They have a quite significant JavaScript budget to execute all these pages and wait for the results. But this is not true for all the search engines. For example, I don't want to tell names, but there are a couple of social sites, for example, and they are checking just the very first response, so just the very first HTML, and they don't care what you want to render there later on. And of course, this is a huge handicap.
Okay. Thank you. And I've got a couple of questions which I would like to put to you, if you don't mind, that I took out of there. I saw in the pipeline that when you did the call to the dynamic page, the first thing you got was the 404 before it actually rendered. Is there a way to override that 404 response if you're using something like, say, Cypress in order to do end-to-end testing? I know that can get finicky if you're getting a 404 back, and you shouldn't be getting a 404 back.
Yeah, absolutely. This is something you can override, but this is something you can overwrite on your web server level. So when you are using NgRx or so, then you can say that, okay, here we shouldn't handle these like 404, but give back just a simple 200 and send back the empty shell. What you have seen, my example, it is everything deployed to Vercel, and Vercel is handling it this way by default, that whenever something is not found, they say, okay, sorry, 404, and but still it's working. So all the end users, they won't notice that something was wrong. Actually, nothing was wrong. This is just a notification for us that, okay, I don't have a statically generated site.
Okay. And the last one that I had, I'm trying to envision a pipeline in my head for this. I have a blog post, I've got a site, I'm publishing a new blog. Would it be something like having your solution inside of GitHub with a GitHub action, and when you upload a markdown file, you kick off a workflow in order to do the deploy? Is that am I thinking the right lines for this?
Absolutely. So it should look like you should first execute an ng build, and after that you should also execute this npx Scully command, which is actually the Scully build, and then it should work. But to be honest, I didn't test it. I'm not sure whether it can be executed on GitHub, because, for example, on Vercel, I had serious problems executing the build process of Scully, because somehow it just couldn't execute Puppeteer, because this Puppeteer stuff it's actually it's a whole browser, a headless browser, which is running there to get all the results. So it's not that
you got to
small,
make sure that you have all those browsers installed before you can start.
I would say just try the build process. You can try it on GitHub, and when it works, then fine. But doesn't take it for granted that it will work everywhere.
Okay. Then that is all of the questions that we had. I want to thank you again. And also, by the way, Markdown for the win. I adore all documentation in Markdown. It's so easy to write and so easy to read. Thank you very much for your time. And yeah, have a good rest of the evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And that brings us to the end of our junior track today. Thank you so much for spending today with us. I hope you've had a great time. We've seen some amazing sessions. I have had a little bit of information overload. I have learned lots. And well, for those of you back tomorrow for the pro track, we will see you tomorrow. Have a good evening. Yeah, bye.